Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. Today is a very special day because it is MLK Day, and we are doing a special Freedom Through Parenting Live for 8 hours. I'm super excited to bring to the front my very first guest. This is Anaya Younger. We met years ago when we were both like on our way to being teachers back in
Yes.
2006. Crazy. 20 years ago?
Yep.
That
It's been
is
a while.
crazy. That is mind blown right now.
Yeah.
20 years ago, we became teachers. And no. Now my computer is talking about it's running out of space. We're not doing that today.
Right.
We're
You'll
not,
be all
we're
right.
not. Let me, hold on, let me close every other window because we're
Right.
not about to
That's
do
what I
this
was
today.
doing.
This is crazy. Because I think I extended to like 2 terabytes, but I've been doing a whole lot online
Okay.
lately, so I understand it, but I'm not okay with this right now. Let me close out all these windows. But thank you so much for coming on the podcast today and sharing some of your knowledge. I know that you have a background in nutrition, and share a little bit about your background, who you are today. Who is Anaya Younger?
Okay. So background, how far back do you want me to go? Like
As far back as you would like.
I am the oldest of 6 kids, and I grew up around my family. So I had my dad's side of the family here, my grandmother and my mother, and everybody was always trying to lose weight. And Black community, everybody's got diabetes, and everybody is, I don't know, just needing to be healthier, but kind of stuck in that.
Yep.
In not knowing what to do or not being able to fix it. A lot of things we believe are hereditary. Some of that is proven, right? So we inherit things from our family that gives us predispositions. And so I'm thinking, what do I do? How can I help my community just to be healthier? So I grew up, my family liked to eat vegetables, kind of balanced. We were a big upstream prevention kind of family. My mom has a lot of anxiety, so she's worst case scenario, So that helps. So we're doing everything, trying to stay healthy, trying not to get sick, things like that. So went to UC Berkeley, was a nutritional sciences major, wasn't sure if I was going to go like hospital dietitian or sports medicine or something like that. But I got into the classrooms in Oakland, volunteering, and just really got a heart for helping the community, trying to teach how to be healthy in ways that people didn't just like hear the information, but they put it into practice, because doctors will help you when you're already sick. And a lot of teachers will say things to you, but then it goes in one ear and out the other. So that kind of teaching for transformational change was what I was going with. So that morphed my degree from just strictly nutritional science to a nutrition and education, which came out to public health. And I was that first graduating class of public health with all of us who were like, we like science, but we also like teaching and community and talking to people. So that's kind of how I met you in my teacher training journey and learning to teach.
I remember always seeing you walk around eating healthy things. And I remember you saying like our first year, you had perfect attendance as a teacher. Right?
Okay.
I perfectly maxed out all of my sick days. All of them. I think I might have had some extras. But you've always been a person who's been eating healthy, and I love that you practice what you preach. Right?
Okay.
Now your family.
My family.
Tell us about your family.
So I have 4 kids. They are 6, 10, 12, and 14. And I have a husband who works kind of nights and long hours. We are all over the place. We're, typical public school, lots of sports, activities, things like that. We aren't super wealthy, but I liked, we kind of started from the bottom. Now we're here. And I never wanted to lose the sight of, like, what if the world shut down, which it did at one point, and it actually did. And we weren't able to, we just didn't have a lot, or things changed. Like, how could I survive and maintain this healthy lifestyle without defaulting to hot dogs and ramen noodles? So that's kind of what I built my life on. We have a garden, which my kids love, and they love to eat it. They don't love so much to work in it, but that's that's part of
understandable
life, I guess.
What are you growing in your garden?
Right now it's winter, so that is smoothie season for me. We've got every kind of, we have Swiss chard, rainbow chard, we have arugula, butter lettuce, frizzy lettuce, Japanese mizuna. We have snow peas, sugar snap peas, beets, carrots. We have cabbage, kale, collard greens. We have green onions, lots of pretty white flowers because it pretends to be snow. What else? Some of my friends in there. Oh, cilantro. Always got to have cilantro. That's good for the winter. Some basil, lots of herbs. And maybe that's, we're starting to grow some, what are those beans? Oh, I forget. It's a big legume. But anyway, they're starting to grow. And I like that because they're like a staple of our diet.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I too want to have a garden and don't want to work in it.
Yes.
But where do you live now? Are you in Southern California?
We're in Southern California. Okay. And that is a priority for me too with the garden, is like, that's part of it creates work, but it creates a lot of food. In my garden, I always focus on what grows without me trying to do anything. Like it will just grow on its own, like the weeds grow, you know? So my garden doesn't always look pretty like all the other ones, but let me tell you, it produces a lot of food. Oh, we have broccoli, cauliflower, bok choy, which is my favorite. And so some of those things over the years, I've been gardening for about 8 years now. Celery too, the celery there. That celery is growing so great this year. And it's like a big mess of things. And I'm always calling people, come get some veggies, but they never want to come out and pick it. So anyway, and I'm like, I'm not washing all this stuff and bringing it to you. But anyway,
okay.
Yes. If you do start gardening, just throw the seeds in the ground, and whatever grows, that becomes your new favorite food.
Okay.
Right.
Good to know. Like, I'm in Vegas, so I got to figure out this extreme heat.
Exactly. Yeah. And there are some things that love heat, especially in the summer. Your okra girl. The okra loves heat. And so even in Southern California, sometimes it won't grow unless it's hot enough. So you get your little AI, ask it what's going to grow there, build your diet based on those things. See, I'm already like, that's why I'm here, because I love talking about this stuff.
Yeah. And so like in California, in San Francisco, there's this court case where the city of San Francisco is suing many companies in the food industry because of the ultra processed foods that are killing people. And in their press conference, they said that average life expectancy is 80 years, but for poor people is 66, and mostly due to their diet. And so like hearing that, I was like, wow, we got to get more information about this, because poor people are the ones who are eating the ultra processed foods, and mostly for a number of reasons, having to work a full-time job or multiple jobs. And if you have children, especially, you got to get something quick and on the go if you don't have time to go and cook a home cooked meal. And then the stuff that we grew up on is not even the same ingredients today that it was back then.
Correct.
Because I hear a lot of people saying stuff like, well, I grew up on Fruit Loops. And it's like, but you didn't grow up on those Fruit Loops.
They done sprayed them and put all kinds of stuff in them.
And one thing that was mine, and I want to get into that, but one thing that blew my mind, I go to Sprouts Farmers Market most of the time to get my produce, and I got some organic bananas, and in about 2 or 3 days, they started turning brown. And I was like, okay, I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is what happened to the other bananas that's not turning brown?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Because the experts have always said that if you're not eating the skin, you didn't have to get organic.
Yeah.
So like oranges and bananas, you don't have to get organic because you're not eating the skin. But for grapes and cherries and stuff like that, you should get organic. But I'm like, it's a big difference between these regular bananas and these organic bananas. So what did y'all do?
Yeah.
And so that made me really interested in really looking more into the nutrition, because whatever they put on this stuff to make it survive longer may not be doing well in our bodies.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And, a lot of the stuff is uglier when it's organic or fresh. I have had greens from my garden, from the time I pick them to the time I get home, they wilt, right? Because it's hot in my car. And I will still, put it in some water and rehydrate it and eat it because I know where it came from. It came straight from the ground, but it doesn't sell well. If it doesn't sell well, that's what they're most concerned about, right? They want it to be pretty. They want it to last long. They want it to, they want to make money, basically. So, and we have been conditioned to expect those things. And so that's a problem that, I think when people start growing their own, they become more aware of things like that. And they don't have to have things that look perfect or don't have the brown spots, because they understand the difference in the taste, the difference in what's happening. But they're like, I want the yellow banana with perfect shape that comes from the store, and that's probably a whole nother issue, not where you want to go with it.
So we have to reprogram how we think, though. Ultimately. And I love that, because there was a company, it used to be called Imperfect Produce. Now I think they're Imperfect Foods. And I had ordered boxes from them when I lived in Sacramento, and I loved it. Like the food, I made a soup one time, the carrots, I was like, these are the sweetest carrots I've ever had.
Yes,
some of the fruit that they gave me, I was like, this is some of the best I've ever had. And I wouldn't have had it if it hadn't been for Imperfect Produce.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made it to the store.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on this lawsuit that's happening in San Francisco and suing the food industry? And just give us some of that info.
Yeah. I'm not a lawyer. I do think that ultra processed foods are really bad for you, and we already know this. But the issue is whether they hid it and did it on purpose, right? And whether they're targeting poor people. I think, like I said, they just want to make money, and they don't really care about anything else. So if something is, less expensive, they can get subsidies for it. They can put it on as eligible for WIC, and then the government's paying for it. It's guaranteed income. That's all they're concerned about. So asking people to care about you, asking people to not have their bottom line as their number one is a very difficult thing to do. And so, like I said, I'm not into the lawsuit part of it, but I understand why they did it, and they just want to make money. I mean, that's for me, that's the bottom line. So we have to take care of ourselves and make sure that we're, aware of the potential dangers of these foods, and that we can find ways to substitute them and keep ourselves healthy. I don't know if that's enough.
Good. One of the things they were talking about, Kraft and Heinz and Nestle and Mars and Kellogg and like all these different companies. Recently, there was the CEO of Campbell's Soup said, like poor people eat this stuff. And what are some of the dangers of the ultra processed foods? I know usually they're high in sodium. I remember eating those like ramen noodles one time, and my heart started beating so fast that my shirt was moving like this, and I was
no,
I'm like, I shouldn't be eating this. Every now and then I still do. Like if I'm on a plane, I might get the noodles because I'm just like, I haven't had them in so long, and I'm so accustomed to having them. But But when I saw that happening, my heart was beating so hard that my shirt was moving. I was like, this can't be healthy for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I ate them, my kids ate them. But when my daughter had my grandson, I said, I don't want my grandkids to ever have to eat noodles.
Yes. Not have to eat them. Yes, that's true. And okay, so they're bad for you because so processing is a spectrum like everything else. And the one thing that I always say when I'm thinking, growing, shopping, meal planning is if it grows, it goes, you know? So the closer you are to picking it off of the vine, to pulling it out of the ground, that's where you want to eat whole foods. Please don't judge me, but this is not like a sponsorship or anything. But the other day I saw a Whole Foods Market like bag, and it has like all it like on the side of the bag, it has like all the fake ingredients that are, it's like what's not in our food is what makes it. And because I don't shop at, like you said, Sprouts, like I typically do not go to places where the food is more expensive. I try to get my food at like a grocery outlet store, like the cheapest thing possible, but still eat healthy. I just love doing that. But I said, oh, Whole Foods means like when I go into that store, the foods that are in there are whole, like they're close to it. Cause I have a big problem with bread. I don't have a lot. We don't eat a lot of bread because it is processed, like in whatever form. I try to minimize the processing. But then I was like, oh, maybe I could go to Whole Foods and get like a better bread, and then I won't feel so bad about bread with flour and things like that. I forgot the question. Oh yeah, we were talking about why processed foods were bad for you. So anyway, I have not been to Whole Foods. I don't even remember the last time I've been to Whole Foods, but I might go and get some bread because processed foods are so bad for you. So the closer they are to nature, if it grows, it glows, right? And you're going to get a pre-digested structure. So sometimes the nutrients come out when they chop them, they grind them, they add emulsifiers, things that mix with the food so your body can't digest it the same as in nature. They are less nutrient dense because they add stuff to it. So if you're like, when you're eating an apple, it's just all apple. When you're eating applesauce, now you lost the skin, right? Now it's already crushed up. So it goes through your system faster. So not saying applesauce is bad, but you're talking about the closer you are to where it began, the less processed it is. And cooking is a process and chopping is a process, but the lawsuit is about these ultra processed foods that they add emulsifiers, they add fake sweeteners, they add artificial dyes to make them pretty. And then, we talked a little bit about organic, but I don't think non-organic is not necessarily unprocessed. So yeah. So that's the good fact that all of these random ingredients that people are adding can cause diseases. And a lot of them, it's long-term effects that we find out later. And so if you're an upstream kind of person, I'll just eat the apple instead of eating the apple flavored whatever, because you don't know what triglyphosate is going to do to your body. And if you've been eating it for 30 years, by the time you find out, it's too late. Yeah. So and that's what people have been finding out is they're like, oh yeah, we think it's healthy. I mean, I told you I went to UC Berkeley. Vitamin supplements, these people in the labs, like they're sometimes doing their best to create things that are like nature, genetically modified to make it better. And in theory, sometimes it's not harmful for you, but we just don't know how our bodies are going to take them. They're not natural. And so, yeah, that's kind of the badness of the ultra processed foods. You're looking for those fake ingredients. You're looking for things that are added that make it less nutrient dense. And then you're looking for things that are already broken down so much that now it's just kind of going right through you without you being able to soak up the nutrients. So that's why bread is on my list of bread is good. Like, oh, the bread.
You want bread. You can do it.
I can do it. I'm gonna go to Whole Foods and start looking at some bread and see what I can do. I know sourdough is supposed to be better for you.
Yeah.
And of course the whole grains. But gosh, companies, back to the companies, they're so good at marketing. They'll make you think that you're getting something, like saying, I don't know, just deceptive marketing processes that make you think it's a whole food when really it's like it's an with whole grains in it, and it's like 90% not whole grains, and so you have to be so careful because they're out to make money. They're out to benefit from, people got a little education. They know that whole grains are good, so now they'll put, hey, this with whole grains on it, and you're like, hey, I'm doing better, and also it's less expensive. And then like it still hurts your body. So
there's a guy I watch online, and he was talking about even the rice. So he ate a bag of rice, and he was reading like where it said enriched, and there was all these ingredients in the rice.
Yes, ma'am.
So he said, instead of that one, get the one that says jasmine rice, and it's just jasmine. There's one ingredient. It says jasmine rice. And so I was like, how do you mess up the rice? And we don't think that it's a problem because we see it doesn't look like anything is added to the rice.
Yes. Right? And rice was, again, another something with good intentions, right? It's enriched rice. They're adding vitamins to your rice. So but they're, they add the vitamins to your rice. If you don't rinse off the rice is taking up some of those bad, what is it? Starts with a Z. Rice needs to be rinsed off. So you can buy the enriched rice, but then you have to rinse off the vitamins. And then what's the point of buying it? They don't care. Yeah. They just wanted you to know it was enriched, so you would buy it over another one. And they would make money.
And they were talking about these natural flavors. And they're like,
the natural what?
Natural flavors.
Oh, geez, yeah. You know what? Why don't you just eat the natural and eat the flavor?
It sounds great, but then it's having these negative effects. And what's a big like red flag for me is that other countries have banned some of the foods that we have here in America. And I was vegan for like 2 or 3 years, and then I went to Mexico, and I was like, I've always been open to eating meat in other countries. And so I was like, well, let me see where Mexico, like, what do they do with their meat? Are they taking American meat? What's happening there? Yeah. They don't. They've banned American meat. So I was like, I'm going for it. And I had a friend who I was eating with who also had been vegan years ago. And when she started eating meat again, she started eating meat in the U.S. So she was like, you're going to get sick. She was like, you should have done that. I was there for a conference. She was like, you're going to be sick the whole conference. I ate everything. I ate the beef, the chicken, the pork, everything, and did not get sick in Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah. There's videos that I've seen where there was a guy who was talking about how he's been gluten-free here in America, but went to another country, ate the bread, no problem.
Yeah.
Because, again, we are poisoning ours.
Correct. And our animals eat our food.
Yes.
That's the problem. So our corn and our rice and our grains that have been sprayed with pesticides and all kinds of things. So, the only way you can 100% avoid it, ma'am, is to get in the ground and grow it yourself.
Yeah. And I want to do it. I'm probably going to.
Just do one thing and it'll be your favorite little thing.
I'm also scared of getting our own seeds. So I'm like, I need to go to another country and get the seeds because how do you have seedless grapes? Like, what are you growing them from? Like, how do you have
seeds? Yeah, gotcha. Oh, because I was like, grapes. They have seeds for seedless grapes? I don't know.
I don't even know. How do you make them?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd rather just go to another country, get my seeds, and bring them back here. Gotcha. I had gone to Cuba, and they were like, "We don't use any pesticides. We don't use any chemicals on any of our food." Even with the cigars, he said the tobacco plants attract these worms that'll eat them. He said we have to go every day and visually look at the plants and hand take off the worms because they don't use pesticides.
Yes,
And so I was like, man, that feels so good,
yes.
but also very time consuming. And here, when we have these minimum wages, you can't afford to do that.
Absolutely.
But
You can order your seeds, right?
okay.
Yes, you can order your seeds. You don't have to travel to another country to get your seeds.
Listen, that's a whole other story because I'm scared to leave the country right now. But
yes, and the amount of food that the farmers have to produce is much more than what you need to produce to feed your family. So that's something that we learned in the pandemic. Our garden plot is at the community garden, and it is like 20 by 20. We could feed our whole neighborhood on it. Like it is way too much space for us, but I do like to share. So for you, like for yourself or your family or your community, like whoever's going to be there eating off of it, you don't need a lot of space and you don't have to grow. Like it's not, I'm not going to lie that it is work, but it's not maybe as overwhelming as if you make it not overwhelming, like it is possible to
and start small.
Yes, you can start
with one thing,
your favorite thing or the thing that grows really easy.
Yeah.
And then you start basing your meals around that thing because you're going to have a lot of it. And then you're replacing volume in your diet with that thing. So yeah, that's it.
Now
I keep trying to get people to garden, but I know it's hard. And you say, I don't have a green thumb, but neither do I. I still can't. I can't keep plants alive. I can't keep succulents alive inside my house. But outside, that's where they're supposed to grow. So some of them will grow on their own. And
that's so good to know. I've killed every plant I've ever had. Like, there's a plant over by the window. It's on its last leg.
Yes.
And I'm like, if I go through all this work of building a garden and I kill everything, because my grandmother had a green thumb and we grew greens on side of the house where I grew up. So I'm accustomed to that. Yeah. But I've killed everything I've ever tried to grow, every plant I've ever tried to have. Now, we both taught in public schools in a low-income community, and we saw the food the kids were being served. Yeah. And I think it probably will qualify as those ultra-processed foods, the chicken nuggets, the pizza, all the stuff that's really not healthy for kids. Yeah. And I know that Michelle Obama was really pushing to change what was in the school lunches. Yeah. But then schools were complaining the kids weren't eating the lunches. When you gave them salad, they weren't eating the salad. Yeah. And I know when I was in elementary school and middle school and high school, I didn't eat the salad. Yeah. You grabbed the pizza, you threw the whole rest of the tray away. Right. How do we even help kids get to eating healthier when they are at school and the school lunches are unhealthy? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's not what I thought you were going to ask. So you said how do we help the kids get healthier when they're at school and the school lunches are not healthy? So they also are eating the school lunch? Yeah. You're asking about them making better like choices? What would be a solution for parents when they're sending their kids to school and the school lunches are not healthy?
Yes. Okay. So I let my kids eat the school lunches because they're free. And I have palate trained them, as I say, from the time that they were born. And so they will eat whatever they're used to eating, right? So if you want them to choose the salad, you have to have them eating salad at home. Because I focus on my lazy gardening, I always make sure we have a raw section in the garden. So raw peas, raw carrots, raw celery, things that they can just pick out of the garden and eat like right there. And so and also it makes it convenient because I don't have to do anything. Cucumbers. Oh, they love cucumbers. Let me get off the garden because I did live in an apartment one time. So I understand not everybody can garden, even though my garden plot is $120 a year and it provides all of our vegetables.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about that price. $120 a
A
year.
year, ma'am. It comes with soil, it comes with water, and then we do have to get our own seeds. But in a community garden, if you can find your local community garden, people share all the time. So not only are you eating what you're growing, but everybody's like, oh, I have these extra squashes, all the fruit, like they're everybody's sharing. It's such an amazing community. People will give you extra seeds that they have left over. If you want to be specific about your seeds or whatever, you can do that. But you also see what grows easily in your area and what doesn't. So huge advocate for the community gardens. Prices are low, and we're talking about I don't buy vegetables anymore. And when I'm meal planning, I'm basing my diets off of whatever is growing in the garden right then. And so, and then just adding some other things from the store. So it keeps my costs really low. Like I could do $60 a week for the 6 of us. And that is like a game that I'm always playing, like, woohoo, $60 and super healthy and the low process. So anyway, what were we talking about? I don't
even know. No, that's good.
Oh no, the school lunches. Yeah. So I was saying, I'm sorry, I haven't even been repeating those questions, but the school lunches. So I just tell my kids, make sure you have a fruit and a vegetable, and you eat those before you eat the other things, whatever else it is. And so, because even though the school lunches do become highly processed, and sometimes they will count the tomato sauce on the pizza as a fruit, like they are supposed to be balanced. But yes, and so they are supposed to be balanced. They are supposed to have all the food groups, but they do always offer fresh fruit and vegetables. And so if you bulk up on those things first, you make sure that you choose one, and the kids are used to eating them, then they will. So I ask them when they get home, what fruit did you have? What vegetable did you have? And sometimes, they have Asian pears or and my kids get really excited about the fruit and the vegetables that they have, because at least in Long Beach, they do source from local places. And so if there's a bunch of, it's going to be seasonal. And so, they may have a bunch of tangerines, but some kids won't eat an Asian pear because they've never had one before. Mm-hmm. Or some kids won't eat the bok choy because they are only used to eating broccoli and frozen vegetables. So my kids always eat the fruit and the vegetables, and I have them report back to me on which fruit and vegetables they had. And I think that helps them
make the better choices. Yeah.
Either part of the eating healthy and the balance is that they didn't fill up on pizza, that they ate the whole bag of carrots, they had the whole apple, and then they got full by the time, so they ate half of the pizza, right? Okay. Also, having those whole foods in your diet is helping with the fiber, it's helping with your digestion so that you can tolerate some of the, push out some of the other junk that you did. Yeah. So if you ate the chicken nuggets, but you also ate it with a salad and, a cutie, you're still doing better than if you just ate the chicken nuggets, slurped the ketchup, and left, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that. And my daughter is really good about that. My grandkids, they're eating vegetables with every meal. Mm-hmm. And so I really appreciate that. And one of the things that I learned when I moved to Sacramento, and it was just my daughter and myself, and I would cook. I started cooking breakfast before we go to work, her school. We were at the same school for the first time. Aww. But it didn't take as much time as it seemed. Yes. Yeah, I would put a can, not the healthiest stuff, but I put a can of biscuits in the oven and some bacon in the oven, get in the shower. 15 minutes later, I'm out of the shower. The biscuits are ready. The bacon is ready. I scramble an egg, put it on top of the biscuit, with the bacon, and we're out. But that versus hitting the drive-thru at McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah. Will be just a little bit better, right?
And I was like, the 15 minutes it took me didn't really even take 15 minutes because I was in the shower during the time it was cooking itself.
Yeah.
The amount of time you spend in line in the drive-thru waiting to get served is you're not saving any time by going to the drive-thru. Yes. And you're feeding, you don't even know what's in that stuff.
Correct.
you know, and so it may take a little bit more time, but it's also once you reprogram the mind to see that it's not as much time as you think it is, and that it is doable, it makes it, you know, easier for you to make the choice to cook something at home.
Yeah, I like to target certain things in my diet and then hyper focus on them because one, it's mostly about planning, right? It's not about, like you said, you knew that you were going to put it in the oven, go take a shower, and come back. But if you didn't do that, it may have taken you more time because you got to sit there, wait for the bacon, whatever. So when you have your meal plan, when you're thinking about what swaps you're making that are healthier, and then you're ready to go, that saves you probably the most time. So yeah, it's just about making that decision, thinking about it, and planning for what you're going to eat. We have a lot of beets right now in the garden. My kids don't like beets. I like beet greens, but they're not my favorite. But I do make sure that they'll eat them roasted, right? But roasting takes 30 minutes. So we're going to roast a big batch of, like, chop them all up at one time, roast all of them. Then we can throw them in the salads and, you know, or throw them in smoothies or whatever it is. And they're just much more palatable. But I would never, like, if I just have the beets sitting in my refrigerator, they're going to sit there for a long time because nobody wants to eat them. They take too long to chop them, cook them. So for me, even when I have these foods, it's really about planning how you're going to use them, and how you're going to make that swap. We do a lot of oatmeal. Oatmeal is our best friend because we got rid of those cereals. Oatmeal takes 2 minutes in the microwave. Steel cut oatmeal, and the same thing. My kids already know I have 2 to 1 written on or 1 to 2 written on there. 1 scoop of oatmeal, 2 scoops of water, put it in the microwave, walk away. You come back, you have oatmeal. A lot of people do overnight oats because they want to get fancy with it. That just takes planning. And if you do plan it the night before and you can do that, then you have this beautiful bowl with the blueberries and whatever else in there. I could, but I don't plan that far. So for me, I already know 2 minutes. It takes 2 minutes to make oatmeal. Okay. That's what it is.
What do you put in your oatmeal?
Whatever we have. The kids love frozen blueberries. So frozen blueberries are a big one. Apples. If I have fruit preserves, that's an easy one. They just get a scoop and, like, it's the same thing we put on like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or it's not jelly, but whatever. Just get a scoop of that and it's like instantly flavored, you know? So that's it. Seeds, grains and seeds are good for combining to make a full protein. So sunflower seeds, coconut, things like that.
Love that.
On top. And if there's one place that we're going to use applesauce, because people give applesauce out a lot for free and I take things that are free, applesauce will go in there.
Okay.
So yeah. And then just dump it and go.
Now, do you know, I don't know if you've looked into this, but I've heard people talking about this red dye number 40 impacting kids with ADHD and being able to, like, how the dyes and the food in the dyes are impacting kids and their behavior and their emotions. Can you speak to any of that?
Don't eat that stuff. If it's dyed, oh my gosh. So the one place that I think dye would be introduced in our diet would potentially be like a fruit snack that they got from somewhere. I don't buy fruit snacks. Or cereal. I don't know where they would get, I'm sorry, dyes of the food. I can tell you how to swap. I can tell you how to swap everything that might have dye in it and they'll be okay. So
I would love that.
You know, raisins, cranberries, dried cranberries. You have to watch for added sugar, but usually they'll come. Well, I always buy the big packs because the individual packages are more expensive. But if you get like a bag of them, you know, just portion control for the dried fruit. Kids love dried fruit. They love nuts, trail mixes. Oatmeal is like, I always have oatmeal and grits when you get tired of oatmeal, because I don't know, it just makes you feel like you're not eating oatmeal all the time. But yeah, fruit preserves instead of the jellies and jams because they're going to just be fruit without added things. Um, where do you get dyes? Where else do you get dyes
Well,
at?
they have them in like the chips. They have them in like the
Oh,
Skittles
like the
and stuff
hot
like that.
Cheetos. Oh,
Yeah.
candy, the candies. So yeah, if you're talking about, it's October or it's a birthday party, something like that, so you have food. We just don't eat a lot of it. Like let the kids have one, and I got guilty. I used to donate, but I don't even donate. I just try not to take it or throw it away.
Yeah.
I am like so not good at throwing things away. I really am not. But just don't eat it very often and have your diet be you're pushing. You have more whole foods in your diet, so again, your body can tolerate those things better. You're not overloading your system with those things. So yeah, I let my kids eat candy on occasion whenever I don't buy it, but they come upon it
Yeah.
sometimes. And I think that their diet is hopefully generally healthy enough that they can tolerate that stuff.
That's good.
So
That's
yeah.
so good. Now,
Yeah.
one thing that you said you tend to focus on like one type of like I don't know if it's the vitamin that's in the food or what you said you focus on one specific thing at a time. Is that like
Mhm.
specific vegetables that you're focusing on outside of just because it's good in the garden, but for what's happening in your body with it?
Yeah. So if I'm like, I will be thinking about what is processed in our diet or what do we eat that we maybe couldn't or shouldn't. Let's say like you have a biscuit in the morning, like you said you threw, and we eat biscuits for like Thanksgiving. So we'll pop them in with the Papa biscuit. And I might say, okay, it's bleached flour, it's gonna be ultra that's processed. Let me substitute that with a sourdough English muffin. And then so I'm just targeting something so that now I don't buy that anymore. I just automatically have a swap where if I want to make a sandwich, now it's on sourdough. And it's the same thing, and I didn't have to cook it. And if I don't like it, if I'm just like, oh, this is nasty, I'll toast it. You know what I mean? And so I will find out a way to make it palatable for our family. But one thing that I will say, because my kids don't love oatmeal, but when they're hungry in the morning, they eat it. And one thing that is so good about making these swaps is that they're not going to overeat. They're actually going to stop eating when they're full because it's not some of these additives in our food, again, yes, they are addictive. This stuff tastes good. Like they got chemicals that like dopamine in your brain is going off. Like it is not. That's why they crave McDonald's. They've got they try to make it addictive. They know exactly, they've tested it. So they know everybody's going to love this and it appeals to the majority of the people. You're talking about like drugs. It's like drugs, So because you're going to crave it, because you're going to love it, a lot of the stuff turns off the feelings of satiety because it's pre-digested. You don't feel satisfied as soon. So you're going to eat more of it. And so that's another part of what's making us unhealthy is that Kraft mac and cheese. My daughter would just eat she will eat however many boxes you give her, however many cup of noodles. If you say, hey, you can have some cup of noodles, they'll eat one. And if they're like, you can have another one, they'll eat it until they literally can't eat anymore. That's science that they're eating. It's science that they're eating, but they scientifically like planned it that way that the MSG is going to be so good. You're just going to keep eating it. Give that same kid, a bowl of oatmeal. And when they're full, they're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm done. You know what I mean? So you just have to make it palatable enough. Just a little spoonful, a sprinkle of, we got some honey, right? So I don't even mix it in there. The oats are there. they love blueberries, so we throw some frozen blueberries. It cools it off because it was hot and they couldn't eat it. And just pour a little bit of honey on top. And they're hungry, so they'll eat it. But the second that they're not hungry anymore, they do not need that oatmeal no more. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, Now, if it was a box of, we got some Cinnamon Toast Crunch from a food giveaway or something, that Cinnamon Toast Crunch was gone the next day. It was like a crate of it. Those kids, I was like, how many of those little cups of Cinnamon Toast Crunch ate? You know what I mean? They just eat it like it's crack. You know, it is crack.
Yeah, it is.
So, and how many calories was that? Who knows? But like, so that's a thing. But
you didn't give them an opportunity to create a habit out of it because it was, y'all have this one time.
Yeah. And ate it. And, so I'm not like, don't believe that we are perfect over here, but a lot of swaps, a lot of things that I don't buy. And so if they're going to have them, it's going to be that one-off time, whatever. And most of the time, so much good is going on in their gut that they're able to tolerate. You know how you've been on a cleanse or you've been on a vegan diet or something, your skin is glowing and everything, and you eat something, goes right through and you're fine, like your body's healthy. It's designed to be able to handle some poisons, some toxins, and get rid of it. And so if that's the state that you're normally in, then, you can have other things and they won't affect you in the same way as if you were eating them all the time, oversaturating your body with these things.
I was going to ask you, what do you use to sweeten food with?
What do I use to sweeten? So we were growing stevia for a while, and my goodness, stevia is so incredibly sweet.
Is that a plant?
It's a plant. Yeah. Okay. It looks like mint. It's green. It's a leafy thing. And then like sugarcane, when sugarcane grows, it's that big green or whatever other color stalk. It's a plant that grows and it has green leaves, and you pull those leaves off the plant and they are so sweet. But it didn't grow that well. Like, you had to baby it, and I do not baby my plants. Like, they have to go through whatever they go through. Maybe it was the wrong season. Maybe it grows seasonally, but anyway. So if I can get my hands on some fresh stevia, I like to chop that up and put it in there. We definitely use honey. I know vegans don't use honey, but I do use honey. I'm not opposed to some sugar because I don't use a ton of it. I sprinkle it on the top, and the kids do that. But of course, the number one sweetener of all time is banana. And I just recently, because we eat so much oatmeal, like I said, that's when I put my sugar in a shaker, like, so it is like a sprinkler. And it makes them feel like they have sprinkles. But that's because they ate oatmeal so much and I felt bad for them. But putting bananas in the oatmeal, they would have no sugar at all. So they would just have bananas and like some sunflower seeds and some berries and making it look pretty. So maybe some almonds on the top, whatever. But, I'm like, okay, I can't get too crazy with this because I don't want them to rebel and go the other way. Yeah. So I have my really tight sugar sprinkler where they just like sprinkle it all this. And I'm like, don't mix it in. Don't mix it in, because if you mix it in, you can't taste it. Once you mix it in there, and that's what happens with Coke and all those things. They pre-mix it in. You have to add so much in order to taste it. But just like the sea salt that you sprinkle right on the top, one little grain, and you're eating, you're able to taste it a lot. So I don't know if that's the best advice, but that's huge. What I do. But the bananas, man, the smoothies, whatever you can put bananas in. I don't know what people are using sugar for. I'm not a big baker. And that's why I have this, because baking is time consuming. But I don't know where sugar goes. Where might you use?
Yeah, some people put it on sugar.
Where would you want to swap sugar for something? Let me think about how
Yeah. So in baking, some people,
Yeah.
and I've been watching videos where folks are making stuff out of sweet potatoes instead of sugar.
Sweet
Um,
potatoes. Yes.
yeah.
So wait, sweet potatoes instead of sugar?
Yep. So
Like what?
they'll mix it with like flour and sometimes eggs and stuff to make like a cake type of thing. But they'll use sweet potatoes instead of, they don't put any sugar.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Somebody made
Yeah.
pancakes out of it too. Yeah.
Pancakes. You don't need sugar for pancakes.
People, well,
People need sugar
when you
for
make the
pancakes.
batter, it has it in there. It has sugar in there.
Oh, I do not put sugar in my waffle. Yeah, so maybe that's what it is. So I don't like cooking with sugar. Like I'm not going to put it. I think that if somebody sweetens something, and like I said, cake, a birthday cake, whatever, have a slice birthday
Yeah.
cake. It's your birthday, like, or
Yeah.
like I don't know, but yeah, I would not. If you do not put sugar, that is something that if you don't put sugar in your waffles, we make waffles, we make pancakes. They're only on the weekends because it takes a long time. And don't put sugar in it. It'll be savory. It'll taste more like a biscuit. And if you want, put bananas on top, a little bit of honey. Get your little sugar sprinkler. Uh, you know, applesauce, a little bit of fruit preserves. You
Nice.
don't need to cook with
So
sugar.
you grew up eating healthy, or because you said because your mom was concerned about the health problems? Is that what it was?
Yeah, like I would say like lay people's healthy. Like my dad would be like, don't eat the skin on the chicken. Like he was conscious of it. He would think about it. And so it was something that I always grew up thinking about, and why I wanted to go to school for it, because some of the things I wasn't sure if they were necessary, like, um, like taking the skin off the chicken. I was like, well, is it better to have a little bit of fat with your chicken, or like, does it help you digest it better? So, but we were health conscious eaters, but we definitely had hot dogs every Sunday, because that was quick and we went to church all day. And what else? Like other things that I'm just not sure, like bologna. My dad raised eat bologna. I'm not sure. My children have never eaten bologna. They know that. They're just like, and I'm like, I will not. Then look, I have done lunch meat, and I say like, when I'm stressed out or like something is wrong, if you see like lunch meat in my cart, then I'm depressed or something. But anyway,
No.
I just have never given them some of those things, and I think that my parents just didn't know, So, but they were health conscious, and thinking about it, and then that's why I just continue thinking about it, learning, and trying to find ways to foolproof our diets. And like I said, palate train my kids so that they're very used to eating these things. If they see bok choy at a salad bar, they're going to get excited about it, rather than, just like, what's all this plain regular lettuce? They're used to eating arugula and all kinds of different lettuces, and they get excited about it. Growing a garden really, really helps the kids. They will eat any leaf that's around. They'll try new things, and everything doesn't have to look perfect to them. Now, that's not to say my daughter has an issue with textures, so she is still a picky eater, but she will eat. She'll make a smoothie for breakfast with blueberries, bananas, some almond milk, and then I can throw spinach or something in there a little bit to hide it, for her. So if you do cook, everything becomes easier, because yeah, you can eat sweet potato fries that you've made yourself. They're better than the
Mhm.
processed ones full of oil. Anything you cook like you said before, anything you cook is going to be better, because the ingredients are, as long as you're using whole food ingredients, not as
Mhm.
tons of oils, sugars, things like that.
Do you air fry?
I do air fry now, and let me tell you, I did not want to. I was gifted an air fryer because I refused to purchase one because it cost more than $100. And I am big on doing things that everybody can do. But when they gave me one for free, I was like, I've got to use this. Um, But I don't the thing that we love to air fry, and we had a catfish battle in my house where it's like traditional frying, baking it, air fryer. And we've done the catfish battle 3 times, and the air fryer has won every time.
Wow.
Blind taste testing. We took catfish to Christmas this year because I was like, we were going to do these catfish. And catfish is probably not the best fish of all the fish, but this is holiday. This was for Christmas. Mm-hmm. And the air fryer is phenomenal for that. I have done things like potato wedges, but I have 6 people in my family. So the issue with the air fryer is the quantity. I can't get the quantities that I need of like potato wedges because we're going to eat a lot of them. So I still have to like bake it or put it in a pan or with like my roasted vegetables. It's great. Brussels sprouts in there. It's great. But like, that's only enough for one person, you know? So for me, and I like doing, even though it goes quickly, doing multiple batches is time consuming. Yeah. So I mostly use my air fryer. It's a Ninja like foodie, so it's got the air fry function on it. But rice and beans, baby. Rice. What is that? Beans, greens, and well, that's the basis of our diet. The beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes. That like rice and beans in that, I guess that's not air fryer, it's pressure cooker, but that's what I mostly use it for. So, but air frying is good. And if you're using it to, like, I don't know about chicken. I guess you would have to do like a chicken, like strip, a breast nugget. I lean plant-based in my diet, so I don't usually buy a ton of meat. We eat meat, but like opportunistically. Like, so, like my oldest son at school pretty much always chooses whatever the vegan or vegetarian option is at school. And he didn't know he had a plant-based diet until middle school. Because I never made a big deal of it. I was like, this is just how we eat. So when I'm meal planning, I'm focusing on the foods like we're eating tacos. They're just black bean and corn tacos. Like we're going to have pizza, but it's on sourdough and it has arugula and I don't know, whatever else I can put on there. But the sauce, the tomato sauce I'll make. And I really fast blended the carrots and the beets and dumped that in the tomatoes. It's a really hearty veggie tomato sauce, but that's pizza. So I try not to let them feel like they're eating too differently. You know, we're going to have black bean burgers and sweet potato burgers and salmon, sweet potato patties and things like that. So yeah.
I'm going to need those recipes because they're amazing.
Yeah.
We have just a few minutes left, but I would love for you.
I knew this was gonna go fast talking to you about this stuff. I'm like, it's an hour.
I can talk about this all day.
We talk all day. Okay.
What are some pointers you would tell to parents who I've heard you say several times about you being very price conscious as well.
Yeah. And so because what is the good have this if everyone can't do it like that?
People have this idea that it's expensive to eat healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like what would you say to those parents who are price conscious, how they can make it happen if they don't have a community garden? I don't think we have one out here because it's so hot. I've never seen one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna be intentional.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So about you're being health conscious and price conscious. Mm-hmm. Focus on your swaps and find a swap that works for you. So this is something, let me see. I actually have a printed list here. So we're going to go with your sugary box cereal. Even when I think about buying cereal and then the oatmeal is cheaper and you get so much out of it, people start eating your oatmeal. Find a way that you like the oatmeal and just challenge yourself not to put sugar at first. Bananas, fruit. ask the internet, guys. We have AI now. Like they will give you they will give you recipes. Just say like, I'm trying to swap out the sugary cereal in my diet. I'm going to replace it with oatmeal. What can I do to make this taste good for me? I like XYZ, and it will tell you what you can swap in there. So anyway, swap that cereal with oatmeal, swap the fruit gummies with a dried fruit. Banana chips, if you can find some that are just bananas, are the cheapest of the dried fruit. Because I know sometimes raisins, especially cranberries, apricots, it depends. Go to those grocery outlets, those places where they sell the big bags of stuff for a lot cheaper, because that's where I shop. And then you will find things. You can't find the same thing all the time, but you will just put on your, I'm going to get some kind of dried fruit, and it will do that. All those nuggets, if you use ground meat, you can do a ground lean, like just make a meatball and do it in pasta. Don't buy things that are pre-flavored. Try to flavor it yourself with quick stuff though, like the yogurt and the berries. Just put your own berries in it, because the fruit flavored strawberry that they have at the bottom of that stuff is fake. So, just buy some strawberries and your Greek yogurt. Potato chips with popcorn. Get rid of potato chip. Don't buy them no more. Just don't buy them. It will save you so much money. Those chips are so expensive. It's like $18 for a pack of those things. And popcorn, if you have an air popper, which I've had for like 20 years, I've had an air popper. The kernels cost like $2. And you can swap it with nuts if you want something crunchy, the almonds or something. The bag of almonds is expensive, but it's not more expensive than that 50 pack a box of chips. It's not. Have the kids put some fruit in their water, or do whatever to like make your water fancy. Just drink water. We just drink water. And the bread, 100% whole grain or sourdough. But that's the one I'm struggling with. I keep telling you, bread, I'm struggling because good bread is expensive. And I literally cannot find the $1.29 bread that is not, with the exception of English muffins, the sourdough. So that's a lot of things, but I hope it helps. So don't believe that everything is more expensive, because you just have to focus on swapping the bad things with something that's better, and use the internet, people, because we have it now and it will just tell you what to do instead. That's it. Okay.
I love it. No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for spending this hour with me. And sharing your expertise. I feel like now is the time for people to get healthy and be as healthy as they can, because there's so many illnesses out there. And we saw it with COVID. People who were already healthier were able to fight off COVID better than those people who had other sicknesses. And so as we're preparing to help our kids live their best lives, if we don't start giving them the things that are bad for them, they won't even have a taste for it or a desire for it.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, that stuff is addictive. Like when they taste it, when their friend gives it to them, they're going to like it, but they're not going to have it very often. So if you don't buy it, you just don't do that. Like we don't do, they won't have it available. And so when they get home and they have nuts and fruits to snack on, when they have raw carrots, they'll eat 4 carrots and not be hungry anymore, and they'll be fine. So we're good. Yeah. Some kid is banging on my door right now. So
right on time, though.
Yeah, we're good. We made it a full hour. So thank you for having me. This was fun. I hope it was helpful. I thought you were going to really challenge me on something or push back, but we just kind of we're vibing. I think. This is a good thing. So,
I think it's helpful. And hopefully people can take away from this and make some really good choices going forward.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Well, have a good one.
Happy King Day.
Okay.
Right.
I am going to take a break and I will be back in just 1 minute. Let me see if I can. So I prepared to put a minute counter. Let me see if I can make this happen. And while I'm doing that, if you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. If you're on Facebook, follow me. Share this. We're going to be here all day. That's hour 1 of 8. So 7 more hours to go. Get your friends and family in here because we are going to be going through some really interesting topics. Families is not coming. Can you give me some stats? Don't you just love when you're live and you're not supposed to be and you're still talking in the background? Um, but, anyways, welcome back to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast, The Freedom Through Parenting Live. My second guest had an emergency and was not able to make it, but we were going to talk about multi generational households. And I happen to have grown up in a multi generational household. So, y'all have me for the next hour. One thing that I wanted to talk about, stats say that 18% of US residents live in multi-generational households where 2 or more adult generations live under one roof. And so they said that's roughly 59.7 million people as of 2021. I get excited about this because most people know that I was raised by my grandmother. And my mom lived in the house. When my mom had me, she brought me home from the hospital and put me in the bed with my grandma. Now, I'm from South Central Los Angeles. I grew up on 113th and Dinker. My grandmother had her room, then it was my room, then it was my mom's room. Multi-generational housing, right? And my grandmother is, I think, the forgotten generation. She was born in 1923. My mom, I think, barely missed baby boomer, or she might have been right at the tail end of baby boomer. She definitely wasn't Gen X. She was a baby boomer, and I'm Gen X. And so my mom was close enough for us to call it baby boomer, right? So we had this multi-generational household, and I loved it. It was the best thing that could have ever happened for me. My mom was still working a full-time job while my grandmother was at home with me. And what that meant is my grandmother, she didn't graduate high school. She dropped out of school to help her family. She picked cotton to help support her family in Texas, where she was from. She's the third oldest out of about 12 kids. And so, because of that, she had that responsibility of helping her family. So, she never did graduate high school. She passed away in 2010 and at 86 and a half years old, to the day 86 and a half. And but she had taught me how to read, write, and balance a checkbook before I even started kindergarten. She taught me how to sew, how to garden, how to cook. I was making Thanksgiving dinner by the time I was 12. And I wouldn't have had that experience had I been just raised by my mom and not my grandmother. Now, I had a whole lot of negative things that happened as well, but it wasn't because of my grandmother, right? My mom was in and out of the house. She was in and out of the house when I was growing up. She would move in with a boyfriend. She somehow attracted a lot of violent men. They beat her up. She'd come back home, right? But I was constant with my grandmother. And it was the best thing that could have ever happened to me, because I can't even imagine what life would have been like if I was moving out with my mom and moving back, moving out and moving back. I didn't have to experience that. And the turmoil that probably was happening in those houses, the reason why they turned violent, I didn't experience that. I had the calm of being with my grandmother. And so I remember she was disabled. She had had a stroke before I was born. She was paralyzed on one side, but she still was super self-deficient. Self-sufficient. She was able to do her own laundry, all the things that she needed to do. I think one of the things she might have struggled with was doing my hair, but there was always somebody to do my hair. My mom still lived in the house most of the time. But with my grandmother being there and just being able to teach me how to read, I remember in fifth grade, we had to know the states and capitals. It might have been sixth grade. We had to know the states and capitals. My grandmother said, "You have to spell them." I said, "Grandma, nobody else has to spell them." She said, "You have to spell them." And I knew how to spell every state and capital. Like, I had to memorize what states had which capitals and then spell them all. But she always pushed me to excel, and I always excelled academically. That was never a challenge for me. And and then I remember she made me, spell all of the days of the week and the months of the year. So Wednesday, that got a lot of people, challenged. February, that most people couldn't spell, some people can't say even. I knew how to spell them all. And in sixth grade, Mr. Polonis down at Century Park Elementary School he gave us a test. We had to spell all the months and all the days of the week. And if we got 100%, we could abbreviate on our date on our papers. If you didn't get 100%, you had to write them all out. Well, every time you did a paper, you had to write it out. I was the only kid in the whole class who was able to abbreviate my date, because I was the only one who got 100%. And that was due to my grandmother being right there with me. And so I remember growing up, and my mom, my earliest memories, she was working at 32nd Street Market grocery store near USC. And she was a cashier or something like that. And I remember the days I would go with her to pick up her check or something like that. And I really loved it because, I just love being there with my mom. Everybody's like, "You look just like your mom," and things like that. And those were great moments. But overall, my grandmother was there for me way more than my mom was. And I remember I was probably 5 or 6 years old. We had some hamburger meat that had sat in the refrigerator for a little while. And my mom brought it to my grandma and said, "Can you smell this and see if it's still good, so we know whether to cook it or not?" And I said, "I have a great idea. Why don't you cook it?" Told my mom, "Why don't you cook it and you eat it? And if you die, then me and grandma know not to eat it." Kids are brutally honest. My mom broke out in tears, but she wasn't there for me the way my grandma was. And so if anybody was going to be sacrificed by the bad hamburger meat, it wasn't going to be me, and it wasn't going to be my grandma. Okay. It was going to be my mom. But that showed her the level of the relationship that we had. And I don't wish that on anybody, that you have to know that your child wants to sacrifice you. But that was the beauty of having my grandmother there. I was making Thanksgiving dinner at 12. And I remember, like, always needing to add a little bit more sage to the dressing. We're making the dressing from scratch. We're making the cornbread from scratch that's going in it. And I remember I would put all the stuff that I was supposed to put in it. I'd bring it to my grandma to taste it. She would say, "Put a little bit more sage." I put some more sage. I mix it up. I bring it back to her. She's like, "Put a little bit more sage." Every year, I had to put a little bit more sage. And so the last year, I'll never forget the last year that I made dressing for my grandma. I thought it was good. I said, "I think this is good enough. I'm going to put a little bit more sage." I did. I mixed it up. I brought it to her and I said, "Taste it." And she said, "It's perfect." I said, "What?" She said, "It's perfect." And it was the first time and the only time I ever made the dressing perfect without having her tell me to go back and put a little bit more sage, right? And I got it. And if I had known that was going to be my last Thanksgiving with my grandma, I'd have messed up the dressing a little bit. But I had that relationship where she was able to teach me everything. And I remember when my daughter told me she was having my grandson. Um, she had my grandson in 2019. So she told me she was pregnant in the end of 2018. It was her senior year at UNLV. She was in Las Vegas. I was in Los Angeles at the time. And I was assistant principal at a performing arts high school. And my daughter, that next year, the beginning of my grandson was born in July. So probably sometime around April, my boss and I couldn't get along. She told me she didn't want me to come back. best thing, best thing that could have ever happened to me. Um, and my daughter said, well, if you're not coming back to that job, why don't you move to Vegas and help me with the baby? Now, I have to say, number one, I was so glad to hear her say that. I might have even cried at that moment because my daughter and I haven't always had the closest relationship. But for her to say, I want you to move to Vegas to help me with my baby, that was huge. That was huge to me. That was a priceless moment for me. So I said yes and started looking for apartments. And my daughter's like, let's all get an apartment together. I said, absolutely not. Okay, we're not doing that multi-generational household because I'm one of those mamas that's in your business. Okay. I'm the in your business mama. Okay. I'm not the one that's gonna hear y'all arguing and I'm not getting in it. I'm fully in it. I'm not saying that's the right way to do it. I'm saying that's the way I do it. Otherwise, don't argue around me. So us living in the same house was never gonna work out. So we didn't do that. I got my own place and it was across town from them. It's about 20 minutes, wasn't far. I mean, it was far in distance, but it was 20 minutes. Being from Los Angeles, 20 minutes is down the street. This was 20 minutes across town, but still, we were good. But growing up with my grandmother, she really taught me everything, how to fold clothes, how to do laundry, how to wash dishes, um, everything that I can possibly think of. It was by my grandmother, not my mom. My mom was working. And then when I was probably 7 or 8 years old, she got married. She moved out. She had my three brothers. I stayed with my grandma. And there was a 9 month period that I was forced to go live with my mom, which was probably the worst 9 months of my life. Um, but being with my grandmother was everything. And what's interesting is I remember talking to my brothers, and because they were raised by my mom died. Well, they were mostly raised by their dad, but my mom died when I was 15. My brothers were 3, 5, and 6 years old. And when my mom died, their dad took them and left. Um, and I still stayed with my grandma, right? I stayed with my grandma basically until she died. I had my own apartment at times, but still, I, I had my room there. I had my space there. I still had clothes there. I was always there. Um, and when I think about how I was raised, I remember telling my brothers, I said, Grandma was more like a mom to me. She was a grandma for y'all, but she was a mom to me, and it's something different. It's something special about that. And I love that. I don't love being here in Vegas, but I love being here with my grandkids. And so when I said that, when my boss told me she didn't want me back, it was the best thing that could ever happen to me, because if that hadn't happened, I probably would have still stayed at that school another year. I would have finished. I had my preliminary administrative credential, but I needed to do another year to get the permanent one, the clear credential. And I probably would have stayed there another year, which would have meant I would have missed my grandson's first year, right? I would have not been there to watch him do all of the things. During COVID, it was just me and him, right? It was and even before COVID, my daughter would be driving, I would be at home with my grandson. I had my unemployment. It was more than enough. I still drove ride share, but I would swap on and off with my daughter, and I would get to keep my grandson for the majority of the day. Right. And so getting to feed him, getting to take care of him. And when I say we are like this, we are like this. right? We are so close. And me and all of my grandkids, I was right there when every single one of them came out. Okay. I was right there, more right there than I ever needed to be, but I was right there, you know. And my oldest grandson, Sincere, I got to cut his cord, his umbilical cord, because his dad did the first cut and they said he didn't cut close enough. So they were like, "You want to do the second cut?" Absolutely. So I did the second cut. Um, and just being able to be there with them from the time they came out, priceless. That's time. That's time that can never be given back. Now, just to give y'all, for those who may not know, I think most people know a lot of my story. If you follow me on Facebook, you do. If you're new here, you might not. Um, Pulling up the comments in case you guys post some comments, I'll be able to see them. But one of the things that the reason why I started this podcast is because my relationship with my kids wasn't what I wish it was. Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast, because I know there are a ton of mistakes that I made as a parent. I had my son when I was 18 years old. I had my daughter when I was 19. And I had my son. I remember every boyfriend I had from the time my mom passed away until I had my son, I said, let's have a baby. Because when my mom died, I decided that I wanted a baby. And my kid's dad was the one who said yes. And it probably was what we would now call a trauma bond, because he also had lost his dad as a teenager. And so we ended up having my son. And I was 18 years old, 17 when I got pregnant, 18 when I had him. I was 18 when I got pregnant with my daughter, 19 when I had her. And then I started college when my kids were 2 and 3 years old. Then I went to community college for 2 years. I transferred to USC, went there for 3 years, got two bachelor's degrees, then later went on and got two master's degrees, one from Loyola Marymount University with my teaching credential attached, and one in business administration that had started before I started teaching. And then I finished it after I finished my master's in elementary education. If I had it to do all over again, I probably wouldn't get any of those degrees. Max the bachelor's and probably one. Right? I do see the value of having a degree. Probably I didn't see any value in business at that time, which if I knew today what I knew then, if I knew then what I know today, I would absolutely get a bachelor's degree in business. And I am going to require all of my grandkids to get a bachelor's degree in business if they're going to inherit the wealth I plan to leave them, because I need them to know how to run a business. I need them to know how to manage the money well. And yes, there are things that they can learn in courses. It's things that they can learn from me now, but I want them to at least get that bachelor's degree in business so that they can learn the things that I may not think about teaching them. Um, but having my grandson, and then when my second grandson was born, I've just been able to spend a lot of time with my grandbabies. Um, and I think it all started with the 1 year that it was just my daughter and myself together. And that was her senior year of high school. I had moved to Sacramento. Her dad had said she couldn't come. She can't come until she turned 18, he said. And then after I left, about a month after I left, he was like, come pick her up and all of her stuff. I was on the freeway within minutes. I was in my classroom when he called me on a Sunday doing lesson plans. I emailed my boss and told him I'm gonna need a sub for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to make it back. I'm gonna try to do this turnaround and come back. But if I don't, please have a sub ready. And I got in my car, went picked up my daughter, came back, made it to school probably at lunchtime, enrolled my daughter in school there. But because of that, we got to spend so much time together. And it was just me and her, because it's always been me, her, and her brother, because he's older. And so now having it just be me and her, when I was teaching 11th grade US history and 12th grade government econ, and I would have her come to my class She would grade papers for me. There would be parts of the lesson I would ask her opinion on. So she got to share with, she was 12th grader. She got to share with the 11th graders I was teaching. And we would go to all the basketball games, all the football games, all the baseball games. Like we were there. We were joined at the hip. I was that mom that volunteered for homecoming dance and prom and all of that stuff. So I was there. I think that first homecoming I didn't go to because I didn't want her to feel weird about it. And for prom, she asked me to be there. I was like, I always go to prom, but I wasn't going to go because it was her prom. And she was like, "You're not going to go?" It's like, "No, I don't want to, I don't want to come to your prom and have you feel like my mom's at my prom, right?" She was like, "No, I want you to come." So I came and we dressed. She wore a white dress, so I wore white. We took pictures together. But we just had such a good time. And so then she went away to college. She went south. She came to back to LA, went to Northridge, um, and um, and then she transferred to UNLV. So I did want to go back to some of the statistics about the multi generational households. Reading it says, wow, the number of people living in multi generational family households has quadrupled since the early 1970s. And that's interesting because, and it could be a number of reasons. I'm not an expert in this, I just know my experience. But I can imagine that the way prices have gone up, people have needed to have more generations in one household, right? You have so many people that if their parents don't have the long-term care and things like that, the parents when they get older, or grandparents when they get older, they're moving back in with their sons and daughters and their kids, right? So they'll have that multi-generational household because of that. Or you may still have, I remember when I was a student at Southwest College, I had a professor, Miss Chiapelli. She was from Panama. Spanish was her first language, and her mom only spoke Spanish. Still, her daughter spoke English, of course. Well, her daughter got married. Her and they had four generations in their household: the grandma, the mom, the kids, my professors. So it's my professor, her mom, her daughter, and her daughter's husband, and their kid, all in one household. And Miss Chiapelli, my professor, she's from Panama, but she had married a guy from Italy. They were divorced at this time. But she said when she lived in Italy with him, her goal was to speak Italian so well that a native speaker wouldn't know that she wasn't a native speaker over the phone. And she had accomplished that. So with her grandbaby, the parents only spoke English to the kid. Miss Chiapelli only spoke Italian to the kid. Miss Chiapelli's mom only spoke Spanish to the kid, and the kid understood all three languages before she was even a year old because they compartmentalized it like that, but they tag team to teach this kid what the impossible, right? The kid learned all three languages at one time. Now, side note, because y'all know I'm an educator, so I got to take this moment to say this. I have a friend who she's Black. She married her husband is Latino, and he had a horrible experience in schools in California with English as a second language. So when they had a kid, he said, "My kid's speaking English. I'm not speaking no Spanish to the kid." Well, the way Miss Chiapelli did it, where she compartmentalized, she only spoke Italian to the kid was able to understand these are the words I say with this person. The brain is so smart, right? The great grandmother only spoke Spanish to the kid. The parents only spoke English to English to the kid, and the kid understood them all. Whoa! I have two water bottles. Had two water bottles right here, and one was propping up my phone. So I picked up the one in behind, but it ended up knocking over the other phone. That was that noise. Anyways, so the phone fell down onto my desk and the water bottle fell onto the floor. Um, I should have drank some water during that 1 minute break I had. But these multi-generational households do become very valuable for kids. And if we're looking at the best things that can happen to kids, sometimes, I won't say all the time, but sometimes that can be a good idea. um, they said, the stats say, um, okay, there's some data about the number that's still changing. They said about 8.4% of children under 18 lived with their grandparents in 2020. 8.4%. So out of 100 kids, eight of them, eight, almost eight and a half, but eight kids are living with their grandparents. Now, that's, I don't recommend that they're living solely with the grandparents. That's, kids. I know that I was very much hurt by the fact that my mom wasn't there, that she left, made a whole new family, and left me with my grandmother. As much as I loved my grandmother and wouldn't have wanted to leave, it still hurt that my mom left. It hurt that she left, just, and I was there with my grandma. Every opportunity that I could, I wanted to spend time with my mom, although I still wanted to live with my grandmother. So it says the growth in multi-generational living is influenced by economic pressures, caregiving needs, housing costs, and cultural shifts. Surveys show many families, many households cite these financial and support reasons for living together. Now, because we had such a huge village, I never had to worry about my kids coming home to an empty house. They didn't have a key to the house. They were not latch key kids because somebody was always going to be there. My grandmother was going to be there. My brothers would be there when they came back. When they were teenagers, they came back to LA. They had been living in Belize for some years with their dad, and their dad brought them back to LA. And so when they were staying with us, we were all in the house together. And it just gave, we had, somebody was always going to be at the house. On my kid's dad's side, it was him, his uncle, his great grandmother, all in the same house. And his great grandmother had a duplex. So she was in the front house. My kid's dad and his uncle were in the back house until he passed away. And then my kid's dad had the place to himself, and my kids were there, and then they had their grandmother who had her own place, right? And so having these multi-generational houses, it can be a big benefit. And definitely when you have financial challenges, when you have a tight budget, you need all hands on deck, right? It says in home buying trends, 21% of Gen X buyers purchase multi-generational homes, followed by baby boomers and then by millennials. I was talking to somebody that was, I think I was reading it on the Nextdoor app. There was someone who was saying that they were looking at having a multi-generational household. This lady who had made the post, her daughter and her husband and their kid needed to move with them. And so she was looking to buy another house where there could be a separation between her and her husband and her daughter and her husband and kid. And so she's like, we need to have some kind of separation in the way she wanted the house structured, so that they were not all on top of each other, so that you couldn't hear what was going on here versus there, And so it says 21% of Gen X. That's almost 1 in 4. That's 1 in 5 for sure. Crazy to me, crazy. And then it says long-term census data shows the share of Americans living in these households climbed from 7% in 1971 to 18% in 2021. And it says multi-generational household prevalence varies by region, with higher rates in the South and the West. In the South and the West. And I can understand that, because some of the houses I've been to in like New York, they're pretty small. And so if you have multiple generations in one house, it could be tough, right? It doesn't have to be, but it could be. And so, I'm grateful to have some of that data to share with you all. Let's see, it is 10:34. Chat's giving me some more information to talk to y'all about, just FYI. Yeah. I guess I'll just talk a little bit more about my life. Since we have 20 plus minutes before my next guest. I'm super excited about my next guest. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off because I don't need to see that. Super excited about my next guest. And y'all probably know her, but I'm not gonna say anything. Growing up with my grandmother also meant that I had a ton of responsibilities that most kids don't have. My grandma was one of those people whose house was an open house, right? We had family members that needed a place to stay that came to her. And they always knew my grandma was going to say yes. She was going to say yes. And so she had a sister who was getting older and wanted to come and stay with her. So my grandma said yes. And then her other sister said, well, I was planning on coming. So they both came and I ended up staying in the bed with my grandma, which was fine with me. I slept in the bed with my grandma until I was 13. But when my aunt's there, my great aunts, came responsibility. In elementary school, I was giving one of my aunts insulin shots every day. Most kids didn't have that level of responsibility, right? I didn't realize how non-traditional my life was, but it's always been that way. And then one of my aunts, both of them actually at different periods of time had to wear diapers, and I was changing adult diapers, which is why I never would become a nurse. It ain't for me. I ain't cut out for it. Um, but I was happy to be able to help. I was happy to be able to help with my aunts because I love them, And so I was cooking meals for everybody. I was taking once I started driving at 15, I'm taking folks to their doctor's appointments. Got my driver's license as soon as I turned 16, but I had my learner's permit at 15. And I we had that non-traditional house, and then my aunt, the last aunt who lived with us, she ended up with Alzheimer's, and so I had crash course in how to take care of somebody with Alzheimer's because we couldn't leave the key in the front door. We had one of those double deadbolts where it needed a key on the inside and the outside, but you couldn't leave the key in the house in the door because she would leave. She would get out, and she would be walking down the street thinking she knows where she is, thinking that she's at her house in Texas, because the way that the Alzheimer's work is started to revert back to a period of time in her life that was far back in the past. And I remember my Aunt Lovey, she called my son Ramian. My son was probably not even a year old at that time, but she would be like, come here, Ramian. And I didn't know who Ramian was. But then I became friends with his mom on Facebook, and then he ended up posting something. I was like, there's Ramian. Like, of course, he's grown now because my son is 30, 31. He'll be 32 next month in 3 weeks. But I got to see when she reverted back and she thought that my son was her grandson. I got to see how that type of experience plays out. And if I had been raised in a different household, I probably wouldn't have had those experiences. But it prepared me for when my grandmother got sick. She didn't get Alzheimer's, but she did have cancer. And I was taking her back and forth to her doctor's appointments. And there came a time where she was too weak to get out of the bed and take care of herself, but I had already had experience by then. So helping to take care of my grandma, I had the ability to do that and the skill set to be able to do that, as well as learn how to hold people accountable, hold doctors accountable to being clear. And this is one area that I know that I dropped the ball and I wish I had done better. And that was in asking the questions, because you trust that the doctors know what they're talking about. You trust that they have your best interest at heart, but they don't always. And sometimes they're being lazy, and so you may need to follow up with that. And I got to learn that firsthand with my grandma. And specifically, there was a time she was back and forth to the hospital. They wanted to remove the tumor when it was small, but my grandma was anemic. I'm also anemic. And her blood count was low, but she was also Jehovah's Witness, so she wouldn't accept a blood transfusion. So we had to just wait for her blood count to get back up for her to have the surgery. And there was a day when I took her to the hospital and she was sick. She wasn't feeling well. And the doctor there, the ER doctor, who wasn't her normal doctor, was like, she needs a blood transfusion now or she's gonna die. And um, the doctor that my grandma had, my grandma's normal doctor, not only had he taken care of her, but his dad had taken care of her. They had both been her doctor for ages. Now this ER doctor is like, oh, she's going to die today if she don't get this blood. So I called my aunt, begged her to talk my grandma into getting the blood transfusion. So I didn't want her to die, and I mean, she was 86 already, but still, that's my grandma, you know. And I remember talking to my aunt. My aunt talked to her. I'm reading her scriptures, trying to like show her that there's nothing in the Bible against you having a blood transfusion. Um, she went ahead and gave in. She had the blood transfusion. And I remember when her doctor walked in and he was like, she had a blood transfusion. And I was like, yeah, the ER doctor said she was going to die if she didn't have it. He's like, her blood count wasn't any lower than it always is. It wasn't any lower than it always is. Now, I believe that my grandmother gave up on living after taking that blood transfusion because she had been, and it's not a religious conversation, but she had been indoctrinated to believe that it was something wrong with taking blood transfusions. And because of that, I feel like she gave up on life. And so that'll always be a regret that I have to live with. Um, that I talked her into it. I was like, I'm not gonna cry today. Y'all know. They call it what, a waterhead. I'm a big waterhead. But but um I mean, my grandma was 86 and a half. And one of the things that I tell my brothers, because I had one of my brothers was really upset that I didn't force them to keep trying to like, when she was, I didn't want this to be about my grandma passing away. It is being recorded. Um, while my grandmother, I thought I was going to say, her blood pressure started going down. And this is when she really started to pass away. Her blood pressure kept going down and they would give her medicine to bring it back up. But also she was on dialysis. And so that was also a problem. And so they were like, what we recommend is that you don't continue to give her the medication that brings her heart back up and her heart will stop. They said she's not going to get better. And so I said, okay. And I sat there in the hospital. It was just me, her, and the nurse. The same brothers who were mad at me, like didn't show up at the hospital. And didn't come here to cry today. Um, I had to make that decision for the closest person in the world to me. And I made that decision because I thought about this. Is my grandma going to be able to get out of this bed and go home? Like, am I going to be able to put her in a wheelchair and push her to the car, like take her home? I didn't see that happening. And I thought about what I would want in that situation. Like, what would I want? I wouldn't want to just people to keep me alive so that I could sit in the hospital and they don't come see me and nobody comes to see me. Like, I wouldn't want that for myself. So, anyways, multi-generational households. I did not come here to cry today. but my grandma is my everything, and I should have known if I was gonna be okay having a conversation about somebody else's household, but having it about my grandma is different. And I remember telling one of my cousins, I was like, I before my grandson was born, I was like, I want to be to my grandkids what my grandma was to me. And I remember her saying, "You'll never be her." How I'm gonna get this snot out of my nose without just blowing it right now? All right, sorry, y'all. Um, but I don't want to be sitting here just sniffing. Um, my next guest says she's ready. She just texted me. Um, so I'm grateful for that. But yeah, my grandmother was my everything. And if I hadn't been raised in that type of household, I wouldn't have this experience. And while my grandkids don't live in the same house with me, they've had periods where they were at my house for maybe, my daughter would be at my house for like a week or whatever. She has a room at my house. So my grandbabies are here all the time. She lives across town. Her Sincere's dad wants to move back to LA. And he's from LA. We're from LA. I own a house here. I don't own a house in LA. And so my daughter's like, well, we might move back to LA. And I was like, y'all might what? Like, I moved here because y'all were here. Now you're going to move to LA? It's going to be a problem. But I've always wanted to move back to LA. Like, I will, listen, we will all be moving back to LA. My son will probably stay here because I don't know if he's going to want to, he never wanted to leave LA. So he might be down to go. If not, he can stay here in my house. Um, but not being there with my grandkids is not an option. And so many times I see people on social media. I'm in all the grandparents groups, first time grandmas, black grandmas, recipes. Like, I'm in all the grandma groups, right? And there are some who are talking about how, they don't get to see their grandkids that often. Some of them live far from their grandkids. Some of them don't have the best relationships with their child's significant other. And so they have that separation. I'm like, it's just not an option for me. And I don't care who don't like it. I'm gonna be right there because those are my babies. And I wish I had had that relationship with my kids that I have with my grandkids. And I've always said that having my grandbabies is an opportunity for me to do over and do better. But I've also had to realize that I have to do the work to build the relationship with my kids the exact same way. When I go over to my daughter's house, like my grandbabies, I'm like, we're all arms out, right? They're jumping in my arms and all that stuff. And I realized one day, I was like, you don't go hug Janice like that. Conscious decision. I was like, from now on, when I go over her house, I'm giving her that big hug too, because she's still my baby forever, and she's 30 with 4 kids, but that's still my baby. And even though I didn't have that time, like when I had my daughter, I went back to work 2 weeks after I had her, and we just didn't have that bonding time, but it's never too late. I meet people all the time who say, like, I wish I had had your podcast years ago, but it's too late for me now. And I'm like, it's never too late. As long as somebody's still alive, it's never too late. And so thank you. Um, it's never too late to rebuild the relationship with your kids and to build great relationships with your grandkids. And really any kids around you. So thank y'all for taking the time to watch me, to listen to me talk about my family. Hopefully, y'all have everybody else that's scheduled to be here for the rest of the day. Although I could talk about my life forever, there's so many parts to it. I'm gonna blow my nose one more time, right quick. Now I'm all stuffed up. But if I'm gonna be stuffed up, it's gonna be about my grandma. You know, um, my goal. I created a community. It's free to join. If you go to join.dsuyk.com, which stands for Don't Screw Up Your Kids, you can register there for free. There's nothing in it yet, but my goal with that is multifold. Number one, I'll be putting some trainings and stuff in there. Some of the books that I've read, I'm gonna create a book club. Some of the books that I've read, and we can discuss together so that we can be the best that we can be. Some of my friends who are therapists, I'm going to ask them to join as well and to share. And my goal is to every week have a live discussion, but I really want it to be a community where people can get together, share their best ideas. My goal is never to have this be a platform where we tell people what to do and like this is right and this is wrong. It's not a place of judgment. It's a place of us helping each other be the best that we can. And if people can learn from my mistakes, I want to tell them. And people are people. They're gonna judge, some of the things. But if people can learn from my mistakes and do things better, it's worth it. If we can make the next generation better than ours, it's worth it. You know, and for this last 9 minutes, I want to go back to the multi-generation, because one of the things that stood out to me is that my grandmother, the same person who raised me, is the same person who raised my mom. And my mom ended up on drugs. I didn't smoke weed until I was 45 years old. I had gone to Jamaica. I said, I'm going to smoke weed today. you know, turned 45. Actually did it a couple of days after my 45th birthday. But while I was in Jamaica. And my grandmother never used drugs. My grandfather, who died before I was born, he drank. I don't know if he smoked cigarettes or whatever, but he was a veteran, fought in World War II. He was a Marine. My grandma talked about him having PTSD, where she's like a car would backfire, there'd be a loud noise, or somebody drop a book or something, and he would like hit the deck. So I'm pretty sure he was self-medicating with the alcohol. I've never known of him using drugs, but he died when my mom was like 17 or 18. He died. He was 45. He was born in 24. Um, I'm not even gonna do this math. I think she was 17 or 18 when he died. And so she started smoking cigarettes, went from cigarettes to weed, from weed on to harder drugs, and eventually ended up on crack. And so when I say the best thing that could ever happen to me was me living with my grandma, 100%. Because my mom being on crack wasn't constantly in my face. It was more than I wanted it to be, because she would always like to use me as an excuse. She would come pick me up and then go to one of her friends' houses and stay all day, all night. And I hated it. I didn't want to go play with their friends, with or their friends' kids. I didn't want to play with them. I'd rather be at home with my grandma. Like, I didn't want to be over there. My grandmother's sister is the one that got my mom strung out on crack. I didn't want to be at her house either. I didn't want to be over there with my little cousins. Like, I was perfectly content being by myself, which is funny because I'm a very much an introvert, and I'm perfectly content being by myself. People don't believe I'm an introvert. I'm a strong introvert. But I didn't want to be over there with everybody. I was fine being at home watching, all my children, General Hospital. Okay, The Price is Right. Like, listen, I'll be there with my grandma. We good. Um, but it perplexed me how the same grandmother who raised me raised her. And it wasn't until I was living in Memphis, I was teaching there, and I had a woman who I had a teacher there who was she was a substitute teacher, long term sub, And she was of that generation whose mom was the help. So she was like the age that would have been the same age as my mom. And so she said her mom was the help. Her mom was the one cleaning white folks' houses for money. She said my mom was never there in the mornings when it was time for me to go to school because she had to be there helping them go to school. She said that she said her mom would do everybody's hair the night before. She would like pack their lunches the day before, and they had to get themselves ready for school in the morning. And that's when the light bulb came on. And I realized that the reason why the same person who raised my mom and raised me, we didn't have the same person. My grandma was working at that time that she was raising my mom. She wasn't at home and fully present. And my mom was kind of an only child. My grandmother had adopted her sister, her baby sister, when their mom had died. And so she had raised her, but my aunt was older than my mom by like 9 years. And so my aunt became a professional singer, went on tour. She was a Raylette. She sang with Barbara Streisand. She's in the original Star is Born, all of that. So she was gone when my mom was there and pretty much like an only child. My grandma said she would have loved to have had a whole lot of kids, but she couldn't. She after she had my mom, she got pregnant in her tubes, and that was it. Um, but when I came around, my grandmother was disabled and she was at home, and it was just me and her. And so I had a different childhood. While my grandma couldn't have been there with my mom reading books like she was with me. And I mean, y'all know how kids are. It's the same book over and over again. Are we gonna read The Little Engine That Could? We gonna read The Little Engine That Could again and again and again. That was me, right? And he went. There was something that's like he went around and around and around and around and around, just like that. I don't remember the book. But I remember that line because we went around and around in that book. Um, I don't know if that was The Little Engine That Could, but anyways, that was the book that we read over and over again. I'm so glad. I'm glad y'all can relate because you know, I'm glad you can relate. Um, and so my grandmother, because it was just me and her, had a very different upbringing than my mom had. My mom probably was had latchkey kid. She probably was coming home with the key, and I wasn't. I came home and I had a key, but my grandma was always there. It was one time that my grandma and I had actually didn't even most of the time through elementary school, I didn't even walk myself to school. I was probably in fifth grade by the time I got to walk myself to school. Because my grandma would pay a lady in the neighborhood, Miss Linda, who would come walk around the corner, pick me up, walk me to school. Then she would walk back home. Then she would walk back up there to pick me up after school and walk me back home. But we got our exercise. Nowadays, kids Ubering everywhere, but that's another story for another time. Um, but with my grandma, you know, I just had a different experience and it really worked out well for me. And it definitely hindered my mom not having that experience. And my grandfather, I had heard after the war, he worked at Sears and Roebuck. And and I imagined him being in a suit and tie as a salesperson. Well, the US Census says, courtesy of Ancestry.com, says that he was a janitor and he worked 72 hours a week at Sears and Roebuck. I'm pausing on purpose this time. Because if he was working 72 hours a week and my grandma was cleaning people's houses, who was at home with my mom? And that, my friends, is why it's so important to me to get that next generation to do things a little bit different. This is why I have a home based travel business in addition to this podcast. And I encourage people to start a home based business. If you can be at home with your kids, absolutely amazing. And you get the opportunity to be there with them, to teach them, and to make sure they turn into the kids that you want them to be or what's best for them. I'm super excited because I see my next guest backstage right now. And I'm going to blow my nose one more time before I bring her up. So y'all just give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and give y'all this 1 minute countdown. Give me this 1 minute. Here we go. All right, y'all. I am back. I am super excited to bring my next guest up in just a second. I'm pulling up some information right quick. Thank you all for being patient with me. Um, I get the honor and privilege of bringing to the front my next guest, who I've gone to school with from elementary school. I think we went to middle school together, high school. I've known her pretty much my whole life. We grew up in the same neighborhood. We had very similar, parallel lives in a way. We both had kids young as teenagers. Our grandbabies, our first grandbabies were born almost maybe a month apart. But she is a wife, she is a mother, she is very much committed to the community. She is an entrepreneur, and I'm bringing to the stage Felicia Hastings. Welcome to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? Thank you for having
Good.
me.
Yeah, looking beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when I reached out to Felicia, I said, first, I said, can you talk a little bit about the work that you do? Because she works with the community. Hold on, right quick. But then when I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute. She had her baby at 18. And when I see the relationship that she has with her daughter, it is like none other. When I saw the pictures from her daughter's wedding, there's this one that I will never forget where they have their heads together and Felicia is smiling ear to ear, and just that closeness that most people can only dream about, that I know that I can only dream about. I said, I got to have you talk about that as well. So growing up, we knew each other. We had these parallel lives, went to some of the same schools, grew up in the same community, South Central Los Angeles. But then when you tell me about you becoming a mom and how you, I don't know if you had planned ahead or not, but how did that come to be?
Well, no, I didn't plan ahead. I was in high school, pregnant at 17. I was at grad night pregnant, walked the stage pregnant, ended up delivering in November. So I had already graduated when I physically had my daughter. But growing up with her at the age of 18 wasn't a cakewalk, but it was a great experience.
Thank you so much. And I was pregnant with my son at 17.
Mhm.
Uh, got pregnant probably just before the prom. I might have been like a month, actually right after the prom. And I probably was a month pregnant when we graduated high school. And then had him when I was 18. But tell me a little bit about like how your support system was at that time.
Oh my gosh. It's surprisingly, when I told my mom first that I was pregnant. My mom is cool, calm, and collective. She was like, we just gonna do what we gotta do, right? And then her dad at the time was away in college at Norfolk, Virginia. But his family was already familiar with me. They knew me. So I wasn't just somebody. We had been together since junior high school, since ninth grade. So I was pregnant in 12th grade. So his family knew me. So they were supportive. My dad, oh, he was like ballistic. He was throwing chairs. He was like, oh my gosh, what are you going to do? Because he had this idea for me, what he wanted me to do, go to college, whatever. And my mindset was like, all right, I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you. So whereas once I delivered, my baby was like his baby then. I think as soon as I delivered, I came home to like 100 outfits laid on the bed. He went shopping, so he was so excited. And today they're like BFFs. And my daughter and my grandmother are BFFs, but my support group was phenomenal. I still took advantage of some of the government programs like county and WIC and Crystal Stairs and things like that, but I used it to my advantage and then did away with it. But the support group was phenomenal, phenomenal on both
And I had to ask because I see how your parents were until your mom passed with your daughter, and like just everybody's relationship was so tight. And I see your dad is always there, and so I was like, I know that support system had to be tight, and I
sides. Oh
think
yeah,
that's the difference with people who have good experiences while having kids young and not having good experiences. um
absolutely.
your daughter is just having looks to be having an amazing life experience, and she got married a few years ago and now she has two kids, right?
Yes.
How old is the baby?
The baby Tyson is 1. He'll be 2 on June the 15th, and Dylan will be 7 on April 14th.
Okay, April. So he's three. April, May, June, July. He's 3 months older than Sincere. Um, yeah, so absolutely amazing. And what kind of work did you do when after you had your daughter?
So after I had my daughter, I got my first job around the age 16. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't remember exactly what work I did when I first started doing, when I first became pregnant. But I think before she was the age of 1, I went to cosmetology school. So I said, you know what? I have a daughter. I'm going to cosmetology school. I'm going to make sure that her hair is good. And then after I went to cosmetology school, I went to school to get my degree in interior design. So that's what I did, mostly cosmetology. I was doing hair right here from my home, never went into a salon, never had an interest. That wasn't my goal. My interest was to make sure that that wasn't an expense that I had to pay. So I made sure, as she got older, not as a kid. So I was doing hair. And then after I did hair, after a while, my background has always been customer service. So I worked for some major corporations, American Honda, Nissan North America. Those are like two of the companies that I worked at in the early 1990s, leading into 2000. And then I went into education, working at a high school.
Yeah, because I remember I came to View Park to
Hmm.
interview and you were there. And I was like, oh my God, like I didn't know that you were there. But I remember that. And I remember hearing you talk about going to cosmetology school. But I think that those choices were really good because one of my biggest regrets was going to college as much as I did. And I wasn't there with my kids. And if I
Hmm.
had to do over again, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't
Hmm.
want to be available to spend more time with my kids. But
Hmm.
being, getting the degrees that I got and then being a teacher, you're at school all day,
Right.
and tutoring after school. I had taken a pay cut in order to teach. So like then I had to make those ends meet.
Hmm.
Um, and every summer I was working summer school. So like those are some of my biggest regrets that I don't recommend for anybody. But I remember in high school, you were an entrepreneur already. I remember folks bringing you jeans for you would like take their jeans and like freak them out and tie dye some parts and all kind of stuff. I was like, wow.
Mhm.
And so when I saw you now go into fashion, I was like, no surprise. You've been that way your whole life. How did you even think about doing something like that as a business?
So my grandfather was an entrepreneur. My grandfather was an interior designer. He worked with several celebrities, and that's what he did. So I watched him, literally like this chair I'm sitting in right now. My grandfather made this chair. We
Wow.
still have the original furniture that my grandfather actually made. He was a reupholsterer and an interior designer. So I was like, I love doing that. So that's what made me go into the field of interior design. And I just always had that like hustle mentality. I remember being a kid at my grandmother's house and they had an office. I used to literally go get canned foods and make like I was own my own grocery store. I would tally
Wow.
up the groceries and things like that, put them in the bag and do stuff to keep me busy. But my mind always kept going like, what can I do to be my own boss? Now, where I haven't always been an entrepreneur, I've always had that mindset of an entrepreneur. But my grandfather, I would say, was my inspiration from the entrepreneur side. My parents, both of my parents worked at the post office. That's where they met. They retired
Mm.
early together on the same day. So
Wow.
I experienced early retirement from my parents, so they got to experience life early. I think they was in their early 50s when they retired from the post office. But that afforded my mother a lot of time to be there for my daughter. My daughter's other grandmother was a singer with background for Anita Baker, so my daughter got to experience that. She didn't have that much time with her, but when she did, she was at her Dutchess house. So that village was there. And then my girlfriends, very supportive in helping watch my daughter and bringing her up and everything. So it was definitely a village. And when my daughter was young, at the age of 6, I decided to put her in cheerleading. So I was her cheer coach from the age 6 all the way to 14. So there was my volunteer side, which I saw my mother do with me and my dad do it as well.
Wow. I
Mhm.
love that. So you in cheer as a kid as well?
I did all my life. I was a cheerleader.
Wow. So like I love that because now we're seeing the benefit of the generational good habits and the
Yes.
outcomes of that. Because I know even your grandson was playing football, I saw recently. And so like those generational good habits just keep multiplying for
Yes.
positive. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that. Um what was your if you I don't know if you know, but what were your parents' childhood? What was their childhood like?
So my dad actually grew up in Birmingham. So he was around with the Martin Luther King movement. Literally, my dad shared the same jail cell as Dr. Martin Luther King. He tells that story all the time.
Wow.
So yeah, so today is like his day to celebrate. So
Mhm.
he shared the same jail cell with Dr. Martin Luther King. So he grew up in that era with, that's hit the ground running. My mom, my mom was an athlete. She played softball when she was growing up. She did bowling, so she stayed active, but she was always, always volunteering in the community. As I was growing up, she and my cousin Desiree Hall, her mom
Mhm.
and my mom, they had an organization called Lend a Helping Hand. So we saw that giving back, you know. So that's what I've always seen. And like I mentioned, they did Pop Warner giving back as a president, coach, or whatever. But just my mother has 3 siblings, and my grandparents always made sure that they were active, and it just spilled over to us as well.
I love that. I
Mhm.
love that. And the reason I'm even asking that is because I want parents to be able to see how the work that we do now, whatever we do with our kids, good or bad, is probably going to multiply in who they become down the line. And so if we instill these good habits now, we can multiply those good habits for future generations. And so I'm glad to see that.
I
Um,
agree.
yeah. So then when you got into education, to working in education, how did you end up making that move to the schools?
So I was working for American Honda at the time. And one of my supervisors, she said, you know what? You have good customer service skills. My daughter works for the organization ISEF. And I think you would be good. They have this position called, at the time it was called a parent liaison. And she said, I'm gonna do a connection, see if you good fit or whatever. Went to the interview, and that's how I ended up at View Park. So I was there for 2009 to 2015. They had a layoff time in 2015. But being a parent liaison, till this day, I have a lot of people that I'm friends with on Facebook. I can be in the grocery store. They like, hey, Miss Walker. That's my maiden name. Hey, Miss
Mhm.
Walker. So they really, really know me because being a parent liaison, I had the relationship with parents, the students, because not only was I the parent liaison, I organized all of the activities, homecoming, prom, every activity that the school had, I was the organizer. So that afforded me the opportunity to build that relationship with the parents because I have to deal with them with money and financials, and the
Mhm.
students because I made sure that whatever they wanted to do, they had that opportunity to do it because you can't redo high school over, you know.
Yep.
So that was a great experience in that role because then I had the opportunity to do the community. You know, when the Endeavor came by, I was there. When they were building the train, they had to come and speak to me so I can speak to the parents and tell them what was coming up or what have
Wow.
you. But it was a great opportunity. And then having that relationship with the teachers. So I know a lot of people because of cheerleading and just being at View Park because it was right there in the community on Crenshaw and Slauson.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, being from South Central Los Angeles, we don't always hear these stories.
Mhm.
We hear the stories of gang activity and stuff. And I tell people all the time, even the gang members, I knew them. And I
Mhm.
knew that a lot of them were not just bad people. Some of them
Mhm.
were really good kids that got connected with some people that they did some bad things, but they
Absolutely.
weren't just like bad people,
Right, right.
Um,
And I think it's the rapport that you build because those kids, they need love. So if little John over there, this was my approach. Like, come on now, get it together. Like, oh,
mhm.
Miss Walker, no, we're not gonna do that. And they appreciated that, you know. They really appreciated that. You have to give them some love, and we definitely gave them that. We had a great team. And I missed that part, I missed that part. And even those parents that would come in kind of rah rah. Those parents today are my friends because I let them speak. They
Mhm.
have a voice. I let them speak. And I still today have this one parent. She's like, Miss Walker, if it wasn't for you, and she just keeps me abreast of every step of her daughter's journey. Her daughter just bought a house and she shared that with me. Here we are
Wow.
years later. So I think the relationships that we build are very, very important. And I taught that with my daughter, on what she does. I only have one daughter, so I want to make sure that she's guided in a way that can benefit herself and her family.
I love that. I love that.
Mhm.
And when you said you gave those parents an opportunity to be heard,
Mhm.
that's usually all that they need is to know that
Absolutely.
somebody heard them and didn't shut them down.
Mhm. Right.
And it's the same with kids. Like I'm like,
Mhm.
I've never had a problem with students, with children, because if you just show them that you care about them, you're willing to hear them out, even if you have to tell them they're wrong in the end, they're okay with it as long as they know that you've heard them out. But when you
Right.
tell kids, you should don't ask me no questions and that
Mhm.
kind of energy, they're going through the roof with it. We don't want
Absolutely.
to be disrespected like that. So why do we
Right.
think it's okay to talk to kids that way?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's so good that folks are still staying in touch with you because that shows the real relationship that has happened.
Yeah.
Um, Now, moving back into entrepreneurship, I know a few years ago you like reimagined the ice cream truck as a mobile fashion boutique. And I was like, go ahead. Like,
Mhm.
what was your inspiration behind that?
So in 2015, so going backwards, around 2012, my aunt, who was my dad's sister, she had a bag of used pre-owned clothes, which I absolutely love, 'cause I think they're gems, vintage pieces or what have you. And she said, I have this bag of clothes. I don't know what you can do with it. I was like, all right, give it to me. At the time, my daughter had this little piano set. I turned the legs upside down and I literally used that as my clothing rack. So I took those clothes that she had, put them in my dining room, and I just started saying, hey, come shop with me. But at the time, I was doing hair in my kitchen. So my clients that was getting their hair done, when they leave, stop through the dining room, buy you something, and leave. One day I wrote down that I wanted something really quaint where I can just kind of go anywhere I want to and give the clients an opportunity to shop. And I was like, a mobile truck. Now, let's be clear. I am not the only person with a mobile boutique. There's others out there. However, we each have our own little niche, you know? So that was my whole purpose behind it. Something that was quaint, give them like a style and lounge. And that's what I offer. And, you know, that experience that you get when you go shopping, you can get in mobile, whether it's in front of your house, your work, in the community, farmers markets or whatever. And when people come on, they like, oh my gosh, this is a real store. I'm like, yeah. And we have for real situations. So no, there's no, can I get this for $5? No, we're gonna do just like you do when you go to Macy's or Nordstrom's or
Yeah.
a Target or whatever, you know, and they treat it as such. And it's I love it. I love it.
And even with a dressing room.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Because I
get the
remember a
complete
few years.
experience.
Yes. A few
Mhm.
years ago, you had a birthday party in your backyard and you
Mhm.
had the truck there, and I was able to come in and try on. I was like,
Mhm.
it's a real dressing room right here.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, it was perfect. And I was like,
Yes.
I'm not even surprised because you do everything with excellence. But it was
You.
beautiful. And so like you're one of those people that all you can do is root for you to win in everything that you do because you give out such good energy all the time that you only expect to receive. I only expect you to receive the good energy back,
I
you know?
appreciate that. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. And you know, I believe in giving people their plants while they're here, you know, and I appreciate that, the kind words, because that's the whole goal in life is to do things with excellence. I'm about executing well, you know, and I don't do it well all the time, but I try to, you know, plan things out thoughtfully. Whenever I give an event, you ask my friends, I'm doing a mock right before. Even when we did our wedding, I set up the whole backyard before the wedding because I wanted to make sure that it was executed with excellence, you know, and I appreciate that. I
That's so
appreciate
good to hear. And going back to that birthday party, one of the things that I was so impressed with you about was you're not just about yourself, you're about helping other people in their businesses. And you
Mhm.
had multiple businesses represented there. You had one friend that had a juice bar, you had a
Mhm.
massage guy there, you had a DJ
Mhm.
there, and then there was a
Mhm.
point where you drew everybody together and had everybody you shouted out
I did.
everybody's business.
I
And
did.
I was like, you don't see that. Like most
Absolutely.
people don't even imagine that. But
Mhm.
you not only imagined it, executed it in order to, because you just have a heart to help
Mhm.
people. And so I'm not surprised that you ended up going back in the service field,
Right. Yeah.
to your job. You were like, I don't have to do this job, but I
Right.
want to do this job. And I was
Absolutely.
like, tell me a little bit about that.
So I've been an entrepreneur for a while. So backtrack a little bit. In 2018, when my daughter was pregnant and she was having a baby, during the time I was working for a major cruise line. I don't know if I should say it on this platform, but I was working for a major cruise line and I wasn't really feeling it. I was working from home. It was good, but working commission for them wasn't something that I'm like, I'm making all this commission. I got this award in the mail. You sold over $1 million cruises. I mean, 1 million cruises, blase, blase. And I kept
Wow.
calling off and kept calling off and kept calling off. And when my daughter was getting ready to deliver, I had exhausted all my time. And I said, they're not about to tell me that I can't call off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit. And I walked away. And when I walked away, that actually, you there?
Yeah. Oh, can you not see me? Did I disappear?
I see you.
Okay.
Okay. So when I walked away from that major cruise line, that gave me an opportunity to kind of focus in on my business. And then shortly after, I said, you know what? I'm going to go back into the work field. Had an opportunity to go into working where I can help the community. And I said, you know what, why not? I can still do both. I have my clothing boutique, I'm a travel agent, and I also rent out our backyard for another source of income. So as you know, I have this t-shirt which you have called My Masoy, My Multiple Streams of Income, because I strongly believe in having those multiple streams of income. So going on 2 years now, I've gone back to the workforce, which I absolutely, absolutely love. It's kind of hard being an entrepreneur and going back to work for something that's rewarding, then is good. It's good.
Yeah, tell us what it is that you do now.
So currently, I work for Crystal Stairs in a resource and referral department where we actually assist families that need resources or referrals. We also assist with providers, updating providers' information. And so I am like the main contact. I'm the only contact person in the whole organization that can assist families with direct resources to other organizations.
Oh, that's good. And what kind of resources do they provide?
So we offer resources such as housing, employment, if you're experiencing domestic violence, also ADA, well, special needs. We assist with getting families resources with special needs, food bank, um, let's see, immigration, legal, parenting. But our main one is housing, of course, unfortunately. Housing and employment, those are the ones that are the main ones that I get referrals for all the time.
Understandable, because being in Los Angeles is expensive to live. A lot of the jobs are a lot of the apartments and housing require you to earn three times the rent, which is hard for most people to do. Most people
Right.
don't have that. And then having the good credit, especially coming out of COVID, where there were times where people, didn't have work, so they couldn't maintain their credit.
Exactly.
And so I can
Exactly.
imagine that being
Exactly.
a big need.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And the good part about it is I work with this organization, but we partner with another organization. So we're giving the clients backdoor resources. So it's not just here, call this person and you're on your own, but there is a criteria. You have to work within a certain spa area, and we're assisting families that have children between the age of 0 to 5. Now, if you don't meet that criteria, we're going to give you the resources and you have to follow up on your own. But if you fall within that criteria, I'm going to connect you directly with somebody that can provide you with assistance in housing or special needs or education or whatever the case may be. So I think it's a very unique system, and it's good to see the people that are taking advantage of it. But you won't believe that it's so many people that request assistance and don't even take advantage of it. It's like,
wow.
yeah.
What do you think stops them?
No follow through. Some of the people, there's certain criterias that you have to meet and you have to do your part. So if you're requesting housing assistance, they may tell you to submit these paperwork or what have you, or come
Mhm.
down by this time. And some people just don't plan ahead and may not make it. Now you want us to rearrange our schedule because you didn't take the time to plan accordingly. And now you've taken away from somebody that probably already had their things in order. Now
Yeah,
they can come back and do another referral, but now you're putting in a whole nother 5 to 7 business days time frame or what have you. So I just think the proper planning, and you really have to really want it. Where you
yeah,
may need it, you have to really want it.
yeah, yeah. Because they're definitely gonna. There's still a process, and there's people that have to do the work on the back end. I understand it. Um, and then when I think about those resources, I remember in 2009 when the economy tanked. I was teaching. It was my third year, end of my third year teaching in Linwood Unified School District, and they ended up laying off everybody that had been there 3 years and less.
Mm.
And I qualified for the unemployment. I had applied, but because so many people got laid off at the same time, unemployment was backed up. And I mean, they were not just at my school, in multiple industries, people were getting laid off in that time. And I remember going down to the welfare office and
Mm-hmm.
saying, like, I need something. I need some help until this unemployment kicks in. And they were like, oh, you own a car? Like, you can sell your car and get food. And I was like, not going to happen.
Right.
But they just didn't offer me anything at that time. And I think that the system has gotten a lot better now.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember being in a city, luckily I had my grandma, so I just, I had resources
Mm-hmm.
accessible, but my grandma was disabled and, on Social Security. So I didn't want to have to go
Mm-hmm.
to her. But while I was waiting for that unemployment to kick in, I needed those services, even with
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
degree. And because
Absolutely.
the whole economy was jacked up. Nobody could find work at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I almost left education at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually Nick Howard is the one that brought me back into education because I was done. I had made up my mind I was done with education in 2009, and I had went and applied for like to work at Target as a
Mm-hmm.
manager. I was gonna be done with it. And he was like, I found it was like 2010 by the time that he found my resume. He's like, I found your resume. I want you to come and interview. And that's when I ran into you at View Park. But he's the one that brought me back. He's also the one that got me my first job in Sacramento. So
Wow.
yeah, it's crazy. Crazy how that all
Wow.
that all worked out.
Absolutely. I love
Yeah.
that. I love that.
Yeah. But that's also again about who you know. It's about building
Mm-hmm.
those relationships, building those connections that
Mm-hmm.
last. And then you never know when you're gonna come back across somebody. And
Absolutely.
yeah, so just I love having that access that I wouldn't have I wouldn't have had access to. But it's good to know that people now have these types of resources that can help them with housing, that can help them get
Mm-hmm.
jobs, especially coming out of COVID. And I feel like we're headed into another area where we're going to need that again with AI because
Oh
AI
yeah.
is replacing a lot of jobs. They say it's going to replace 10 million jobs, 100 million jobs over the next 10 years. And we see it. We see it. You go to McDonald's, I don't eat McDonald's usually, but if I go there and get a sweet tea, I'm gonna order it on the app. I'm probably not
Mm-hmm.
going
Mm-hmm.
inside and stand in line or anything like that. If I go to Starbucks, which I often don't do either, but if I do, I do it on the app, and that's eliminating jobs. So I can see there's going to be a need for people to have access to resources like the ones that you offer. Um, but now to swing to the grandbabies, because I remember when I saw that your daughter was having a baby, um, and and then my daughter was having a baby at the same time. I wasn't excited about my daughter having a baby. I mean, it was her senior year in college. She was 24, but still, I was not excited about it. And until he was here, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" Probably the same reaction your dad had
Yeah, right. I
because
was just gonna say that.
same thing. And I was like, oh, that's my baby. That's me. That's me. Give him here. But what was your first reaction when you found out your daughter was having a baby and like take us through that process?
You know, we were excited. First off, it was because of who she was to having the baby by. Her and now husband, they were high school sweethearts. But I think the most rewarding part is his family have the same morals as our family. So that made it even more so enjoyable. We're on the same wavelengths as grandparents, his aunts, his whatever. So it was like, okay, cool. We already know that this is going to be a well loved baby. And I know that when the baby's going to be with his side of the family, they're good and vice versa. So we were good. We were good. And he's a stand up gentleman. So it was like, and she's a phenomenal woman as it is. So I knew she was going to be a phenomenal mother as she's a phenomenal daughter. So I was like,
Mhm.
cool. She was responsible. She was at the time, I think she was working for Head Start because she started out, she was a Head Start teacher. So I think she was working for Head Start at the time. And then she transitioned to work for LAUSD Head Start. And then, so they were setting their careers. my son-in-law at the time was away at college at Lane College, and he came home for the delivery from Tennessee. I think that's where Lane is, from Tennessee for the birth of the baby. And we were excited. I mean, who could be mad at that? They had a plan. They weren't married yet, but shortly after, I think when my grandson was 3 or 2, he proposed to her, and then they were married, and now they're been married going on 4 years, and now with
Wow.
2 kids. So again, because, and not to say that if the father's upbringing or support group wasn't the same, that the babies weren't going to be in good hands, but that made it even more better,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
have a great upbringing on both sides. So it was good. It was good. We were excited. Um, she's been a great mom. She's very conscious of different things. I looked at your first podcast that you had with the eating and everything. That's her. McDonald's is a treat for them. Not too long ago, my grandson won the principal of the day at his school, and he had an opportunity to have lunch for whatever restaurant he wanted, and he chose McDonald's because he doesn't get it often, you
Yep.
know. So that's he was like, "Ooh, I'm going to get me some McDonald's." But nothing against those that eat it often, but that's just where they are with their family. So
Yep.
we're excited that we were having a grandson, or a grandchild in general, and they're phenomenal parents.
I remember seeing you. You were beaming, and it does. I can see that it would be when you know that the other side of the family is going to be amazing as well. And when I see you and his mom, y'all look like y'all could be best friends,
Mhm.
sisters, whatever, because y'all are so close. Now, are you only child?
No. So I'm the baby. I have an older brother and I have a sister, but I'm my only child with my parents together. So
Oh,
my
okay.
sister has a mom and my brother has a different father. Now, my daughter is the only child from me, and her husband's the only child from his mom. So they're the only kids, but their dads have other children. And when you said his mom and I were like best friends, it's funny because when they were in high school, my daughter was a cheerleader and her husband was the quarterback. They played football and cheerleading together. His mom and I, we were the parents in the stands doing the cheers, supporting the kids,
Yep.
putting the other kids in our car, and she got the football players in the car. So that's just that we saw each other when they was in high school. And so now just fast forward of us being grandparents together, and that's my daughter's mother-in-law, is just like, whew, this is just rewarding.
Yeah, I love that. I love it so much. And because you know what, we don't see. I can say I've been to more funerals than weddings, you
Absolutely.
know, and we just don't often see, especially young Black people getting married and having that family structure. But I think it's really important. And what I also love is that you got married recently, and one of my biggest personal regrets is that because I didn't want to be the person that had, all these boyfriends in front of my kids. So I didn't.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I think the danger with that is that they didn't get to see what a responsible relationship, a healthy relationship look like.
Mhm.
And even though you got married recently, your daughter always had your parents to look
Mhm.
at a healthy relationship, right? My mom had died before my kids were born. My dad was single when my kids were small. Their dads, their dad's mom was single. Their dad's dad had passed away as well. And so they didn't get to see that example here.
Mhm.
But the beautiful thing is that your daughter did get to see that, and now she gets to live that and give that example to her kids.
And she gave the example to me, being that she was married before I was married. So she was able to be that example to me, her 49-year-old mother at the time, never been married. And she didn't see many or hardly any guys coming through the house, because it's different when you have a daughter. Not to say that is not the same as you have a son. I just didn't bring men in my house,
Mhm,
so she didn't see
mhm.
that. She saw me in relationships, but were they the healthiest? I can't say that they were. So fast forward to my husband, he was my very first boyfriend. When I was 10, he was 12 at the time, and I was a cheerleader and he was a football player. So our stories are similar to my daughter and her husband as far as being athletes. And my daughter, I'm sorry, my husband and I, we were puppy love when we were kids, and we literally reconnected on Facebook in 2023. And now here we are married at 2025. So,
I love it.
mhm.
It's so good to see that, because also there's some people who've given up because they've reached a certain age, and like, I have this idea that I want to be married by a certain age, and if it doesn't happen they give up. But I get to see and have that role model in you,
Mhm.
that you can even get married at 49, and it can still be a beautiful thing. You don't have to give
Absolutely.
up on it.
No, not at
Yeah.
all. Because I had given up. I had given up. I
Oh,
had thought I would never be married, you know. But when you go into things with intentions, you know, where he came in as an intention, like we are intentionally dating, because we started dating in February 2023. He proposed in October 2023. And then we were married in September 2024, you know. So when you do things intentionally, then, you know, they'll work out.
I love that. But also, you having that history,
Yeah.
having that history with your parents.
Hmm.
Now, I'm curious, and you can say if you don't want to answer this,
Mhm.
but did you know you only wanted to have one kid, or did you want to have more and didn't,
I
or
knew I
what was
wanted
it?
to have one kid's father. So if it didn't work out with that one kid's father, then I wasn't having anymore. And so,
Okay.
yeah, that's how that is, because I didn't want to have all these different, and it never worked out to where I felt that I wanted to have any more, because my how can I say this? My way of bringing more kids in wasn't working. So I said, I'm good with one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm good with
that's smart. You have one, I have two. My
one.
daughter has four.
Hmm.
Um, and wow. So your daughter's multiplied your number so far. So she went
Hmm.
from one to two. My daughter's multiplied my number from two to four.
Hmm. Hmm.
But um, and I was the same way. I didn't want my kids to have different dads. My kids have the same dad. And I
Hmm.
remember telling him years ago, I said, when Janice is 5, I want to have another baby. And I was like, I don't care who you with at the time. I'm having it with you. Right.
Okay.
But by the time she was 5, then I was celibate. So I was like, I'm celibate now, not having sex
Hmm.
with anybody. So so that changed. And then anyways, I'm grateful that I had my two, and that's it.
Yeah.
I remember my daughter Janet Jackson had a baby at 50. And when I
Mm.
was 40, my daughter called me and was like, "Did you see Janet Jackson had a baby at 50?" I was like, "Yeah, that's crazy." She was like, "That means you can have a baby at 40." I said, "I make sure I'm not having a baby at 40. What are you
Right.
talking about?" But I did consider being a foster mom, at that
Mhm.
age. Now that I have my grandbabies, I'm like, I got plenty of kids to
Yes.
foster with them. I
Yeah.
don't need to do that. But that was something I had considered, because as a teacher, I got to see kids being removed from their homes. And
Hmm.
some of them were good kids. And I was like,
Yeah.
I hope that they are protected wherever they go. But you hear the stories about kids not being protected in foster care.
Hmm. Hmm.
Is that a part of what you guys do? Do y'all help with foster kids or anything like that with Crystal Stairs?
So we do have a program called the Bridge Project, the Bridge program, where foster parents can get assistance with getting their foster child into childcare. So yeah, it's called the Bridge program at Crystal Stairs. The process is a little bit different than just a non-foster parent, but yeah, it's called the Bridge program at Crystal Stairs.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
That's good. What advice would you give to other teen moms who um, may or may not have the same support system that you have, but so that they can still raise kids who have a great life experience?
I, I'm a firm believer that if you know that your experience wasn't good, or if you had some not so good experience coming up, then it's all in the mindset. You have to have the mindset that I want different for my kids because I know what I didn't have, you know. And we may not have it all, but just try to make sure you build those memories, and because you can't get things back, you know. So I would just say to just be mindful of what you may have had or what you didn't have or you want to have for your kids, and just build on that. Because I think every opportunity, I don't care if it's just sitting on the grass picking leaves, that's a memorable opportunity that you and your child have. You know, so just make sure that whatever you want for yourself, make sure that you want better for your child. And that was always my mindset. You know, I want to have better. And not that I can't even remember myself getting maybe one whooping in my life. I wasn't the best kid, but I didn't get a lot of whoopings or anything. And I don't even know if I ever whooped my child, maybe once or twice, because she wasn't a bad kid, you know. And again,
Mhm.
we weren't perfect, but we just did a lot of things together. And I made sure that she stayed active and around good people. By her being the only child, ironically, a lot of her friends were the only child too, you know. So I just would just say, just whatever you didn't have growing up, make sure you want to have better for your child, and just put yourself in a positive mindset.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
love that. And because you were so active, the beautiful part of it is because you were so active in her life and as the cheer coach and things like that, you got to see the other families that were, good role models that she could spend time with.
Absolutely.
Um, and I think that that's important for families that don't have that same support system at home,
Hmm.
if they can find surrogate support systems, if
Hmm.
they can get their kids involved in activities where they can be around those role models and, the men and women who are going to show them, a positive route to go, then that would
Absolutely.
help them as well.
Absolutely. And I see them doing the same thing with my grandson. You know, he, like you mentioned, he's playing Pop Warner football. And my son in law, this was his first year as being a coach. And my daughter was on the sideline as a team mom. You know, so again, they're showing them ways that I'm going to be active with you. So when
Yeah.
he, decides to become a parent, that he will remember my parents were active with me. So I'm going to be active. And that's what I remember having my mom. My dad was in the military, then he was in the reserve. So whereas he was away for some times, my mom would take me down to the reserve base or what have you. We would have our family time, and he would come home. But she was always active. I can't remember not one event that my mother wasn't present. And the same with my daughter. If I couldn't be there, my mother was there, or her Duchess was there. Somebody was always there. So I would just say make sure you're present at any event. I see you at your grandkids, whether it's a spelling bee, an
Yeah.
award ceremony,
Yeah.
those kids are looking for you. I remember a cheer
Yeah.
coach. I remember one time it was a cheer competition. I remember one of my cheerleaders saying, "Is our time coming up? My mother's not here." And I felt so bad because I don't know if her mother was going to make it or whatever. And I had to say, she's coming, she's here, just so that she can go out on that stage and perform. But those kids look for that support system. And it's
Yeah.
so important because they didn't ask to be here. So I would
Yeah.
definitely say just try to be that support system in any way, whether they're a not so good kid or whatever, still support them. Still
Yeah.
support
And and I don't believe there are bad kids. I think that there are kids like if we don't train our kids on our expectations, they're gonna do something different. They're
them.
gonna do whatever
Absolutely.
they're thinking about doing. And you
Absolutely.
can always train kids to follow your expectations. That's what I
Mhm.
had to do as a teacher.
Mhm.
And I saw my best friend's mom did that with me. Like when I would come over her house, they're from Trinidad. You say,
Mm.
"Good morning, Mrs. Thomas. Good afternoon, Mrs. Thomas." Like this is what
Right.
you do when you come over there. And the times that I didn't, you back at the door practicing. you
Okay.
know,
Okay.
and and then you learn. I still, when I
Mhm.
see her today, it's "Good morning, Mrs. Thomas," and we've
Mhm.
been friends for over 40 years. She's more like a mom to
Wow.
me than anything. But
Wow.
I know to speak. You don't walk past somebody without speaking. And I was
Absolutely.
just really shy and quiet at that time, so it wasn't natural for me to just be "Good morning, Mrs. Thomas." But you learned,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know.
Absolutely.
And
I agree.
we have the ability to impact kids if we choose to do that. And times have changed some to where people don't feel comfortable correcting other people's kids.
Oh
Because
my gosh.
you'll have some people that are like, "Don't tell me how to raise my
Yep.
kids, and don't Don't say nothing to my kid. You let me do it. And I'm like, you're doing your own kid a disservice with
Right.
that mindset. But
Right.
we're raised in that time period where we gonna correct somebody, and you can respectfully correct them.
Right.
You don't have to go off on them, but be respectful and share what you need to share with them, because there are some parents out there who do want to know what's better and may not have had the parents to give them the guidance on what to do. And so
Absolutely.
then, and that's why I created this platform, because I was like, those
Hmm.
people who are interested. I took some child development courses at Southwest College. My kids were in high school at the time. And there was so much that I learned in those classes. I was like, I wish I had known this their whole lives. I realized I'm expecting my 5 year old to behave like a 13-year-old, but I also
Hmm.
haven't taught them how to do it. I haven't
Hmm.
taught them the expectation and give them the repetition so that they can be successful at what it is that you're asking them to do. With my grandson, Sincere is busy.
Hmm.
He plays all the sports. He's always running. He just has so much energy. So I'm like, I told my daughter, you gotta stop him and look at him. Hey, Sincere, stop.
Hmm.
Do
Hmm.
this. Okay, what you
Hmm.
gonna do? And have him repeat back, and then have him go do it. Because if you just yell from the other room, he didn't hear you. He's busy. He didn't hear a word you said. And
Yeah.
so learning those skills, I wish I had known when my kids were little, but now that I know, I got to share it with other people,
Yeah.
because there are going to be people that are in that same position that don't have the knowledge that I had. Oh, and I don't know if it's pronounced Cam, but she said in the chat, never be too proud to apologize. And that's so important to me. Like, I've had to
Hmm.
apologize to students. I
Hmm.
apologize to my kids, even still now, because I tell them I don't want my kids to repeat the things with their kids that I know that I did wrong and would do
Absolutely.
differently. I'm
Absolutely.
like, I want you to know that this wasn't the thing. Because how many times do we hear people say stuff like, well, my parents did this with me and I turned out all right?
Hmm.
I'm like, and most of the time you did not turn out all right. You
Hmm.
clearly don't see what I see. You're not all right.
And
But
sometimes they're saying that we're resentless. They're resentful. They don't want to admit it, but you know.
yeah, yeah. And so I remember this one time with one of my students, this girl was giving me all this attitude. And we were walking back from lunch to the classroom and I went off. I was yelling and screaming at this girl, and she started crying. And then one of my boys was like, Miss Washington, you took that too far. I
Mhm.
said, you're right. And I apologized in front of the whole class. Now I'm crying because I'm that sensitive person, but I'm crying. But I was like, I yelled at you in front of the whole class. So I'm going to apologize in front of the whole class.
I love that.
And I'm sorry, and I shouldn't have done that,
Yeah.
and because it was important for me, for everybody who heard that, to know that wasn't the right way to behave,
Hmm.
and I think it's important for us to do that with our kids. There,
Absolutely.
I don't believe in whooping kids. My kids got a whole lot of whoopings.
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
but I'm like, this is the way I'll handle it differently. When I became a teacher is when I realized, if I can get these students to do what I need them to do without whooping them, because I can't,
Hmm.
I should
Hmm.
be able to get my kids to do what I need them to do without
Right.
whooping them. And it
Right.
just changed my whole mindset,
Right.
So
Right. Well, going
anything,
back to what you mentioned about, you could tell kids things and their parents don't get upset. We use that term as the village, and we need the village back.
yeah,
We need the village back because you can ride up the street on your bike, and Miss Jones know your mother said don't be in the street, but if Miss Jones see you in the street, she's gonna say something. These days you can't do that because, like you said, the relationships aren't being built, the neighbors
yeah,
are being rotated, they're not the same neighbors all the time, you know, and people in the street just they're not even fully dressed, you know, they just coming out looking however. So the
pajamas and
kids are
bonnet.
seeing that. So yeah, so the village is not the village anymore, unfortunately. But the relationships, I think, if they're built in a community, then that's when we can potentially have that village back because we're gonna need the village.
Yeah,
We're gonna need the village.
and and the beautiful part with that is, um, I think some of that change has been because people have been very judgmental and people feel that. So now they're like, just don't say nothing to me, versus being helpful.
Yes.
And if we come back with that being helpful and not just being judgmental, instead of just saying you're not doing this right, but saying, why don't you try this thing? Like, I notice you're having a problem with this. How about you try this thing and see if this works better? Then, or let me help you with this. I think that could be a big shift. And
Yeah.
I'm so glad to even have this. I'm glad that you mentioned being on Anaya's episode earlier. She had all the like, hey, instead of giving your kids this, give them this. Instead of she was like, I don't give them fruit snacks, but I give them dried fruit.
Right.
And I was like, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And it's not judging somebody who's doing something different, but
Absolutely.
sharing. Here's a possibility. If you try this switch, it might be better for your kids.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree.
Your oldest grandson, boy, I remember watching him ravel off all these football teams and all the players, and I was like, what kind of genius is he? Oh my God. He knew all these players and like this football, this quarterback, and so and so. And I was like, and he was what, like 5? He was probably not even 5 at that time. Probably was like 3 or
Right.
4.
Yeah.
And I was like, this little genius. I love it. Um, but I don't know what advice would you have to other parents, young parents, old parents, grandparents, on how to be the best we can and help the next generation be the best they can?
I would just say is take the time, be involved, you know, just be hands-on, be hands-on and open, because I think it's good, because having a parent like me, seeing my daughter and her husband, it's important for them to have date night, and things like that. So being that myself and his mom and his family and our family, we help out with the kids, it allows them that time to have their time together, because they have to have their time together to be good for their kids. But just be hands-on with the kids, the parents. Every Sunday at our house, we have family day. Yesterday we were together. Yeah,
I
literally
love that.
every single Sunday we have family day, whether it's watching football, food, or whatever. We come together, and there may be some that can't do that, but whatever you can do to just be involved and hands-on as much as possible, and just have that candid conversation and say, I love you. Say I love you. I tell my daughter when we hang up the phone or whatever, and like, I love you, whatever. Because my mother did that all the time. She would leave a voicemail, like, I love you. And my mother would tell a stranger, I love you. And we inherited that, So I would just say just to be involved and hands-on as much as possible. And if you can't, it's okay. Just try to do as much as you can. And just, yeah.
I love that so much because you exude love. That's who
Yeah.
you are. It's
Hmm.
not something you do, it's who you are, and that's what comes out of
Hmm.
you. And it's so good to hear that it's come down generation to generation. And they talk about today the modern grandparents ain't watching nobody's kids. But we are not those grandparents. We
No.
are those give me them grandkids
Hmm.
grandparents.
Hmm.
And I love that because the kids need that. They
Yeah.
need Our kids need you get to sow that seed into their marriage, and that's into their entire family, because
Hmm.
you're willing to take your time and watch the kids so that they can have date night.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it is
Any
arranged, because my daughter, they're never just like here dropping them off. They always make sure that we are available, and when they do, we make sure we're available because they need that time.
Yep.
So it's not just all the time, and they are very conscious on making sure that they're respective of our time too. But I think it's important to give them that time so that they can, and then they do date time with family time with the kids as well. And when
That's
they come over
good.
to the house, they see us all doing things together. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell folks where to find you? I don't know if I know sometimes you have these pop-ups online where people can come and shop with you. I don't know if you have any planned in the near future, but where can people find you if they want to, you know, um, take part in support any of your businesses?
So my Perfect Timing Fashion Boutique, that's my boutique. We're Perfect Timing Fashion Boutique on Facebook and Instagram. We're more active on Instagram. We have a website, perfecttimingboutique.com. Later on today, I'm assisting my husband with the launch of his business. So he has an apparel business. So we'll be launching that today and it'll be online. But Perfect Timing Fashion Boutique at Instagram, Facebook, and www.perfecttimingboutique.com. It's our website. And the travel, my travel is mostly by word of mouth. Perfect Time to Travel is my Facebook page as well. Kalisha and I are in the same travel organization, so travel is king. And then we rent out our backyard for events, but that's mostly by word of mouth because it's where we lay our head. So that's
Yep.
not, we don't have no website
Yep.
for that. It's just like if you've been here and if you want to rent it out, if you want to host anything, then you come
Yep.
over and we're gonna bet you know,
Understandable.
but Perfect Time and Fashion Boutique, that would be my main priority at this time.
Nice. So text me those links so I can put them in the description so folks can have those later on as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with me and share some of your
It's a
wisdom.
pleasure. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. This is phenomenal what you're doing. Keep doing it. I mean, I see this going like viral. Everybody needs, are you on Instagram with this as well?
I didn't go live on Instagram, but I do post clips on Instagram.
Okay, okay. Well, we need to tag the Shade Room because people need to see more positive podcasts, and especially with this topic. We need to really, this podcast can be the start of the new village.
Wow.
So I think you're doing a phenomenal job. Thank you for even
Thank you.
including me, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a
You're
good one.
welcome. You too. Thank you. Bye.
Whew. My next guest is in the waiting room. I'm gonna take 1 minute though to blow my nose again. Y'all know y'all had me crying a little while ago. I'm gonna take this 1 minute break, drink some water, put some on my lips so I can stop licking my lips. Let me put this my little music up for 1 minute. I am back. Super excited to be here. And I get the honor and privilege of bringing up my next guest. We have Kenneth DeBose Jr. He's been in the firearm industry for over 30 years. He's a husband, he's a father. He's originally from New York City, but currently residing in the South. Kenny, welcome to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh,
Man,
absolutely amazing.
I got to improve this picture. This picture is horrible. I got to improve this. Hold on a minute. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I can't be looking like this on live TV, live YouTube. All right, hold on a second. Let's see. All right. I don't know. Looked great backstage, but let's see. We got to change this up a little bit. Anyway, I'm doing good. I'll fix this while we're talking. I don't want to waste time. We got a lot to talk about.
Okay. Well, while you are getting your lighting right, go ahead and share share with the people a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Like you said, my name is Kenny DeBose, and I live here in Chesapeake, Virginia. And we do a lot. We work with a lot of individuals and families and helping them to gain a little bit empowerment. Our name of our company is called DJR Empowerment Group, and we work primarily with adults, but we do work with kids as well. If their parents, want to help get them trained in different ways to protect themselves, sometimes with guns, sometimes without guns. But it's really based around the education, because there's so much negative and or ignorance about the subject. We want to be able to teach more people how to protect themselves and the real deal and how to be a responsible gun owner and primary protector of your family.
Oh, I love that so much. Because I'm from South Central Los Angeles.
Mhm.
And when we've had guns involved, is the only experience we've had with guns have been like drive-bys.
Yeah,
And
it's horrible.
most people I know didn't own guns like
Mhm.
legally. And it
Right.
wasn't until I moved to the South, when I moved to Memphis, Tennessee, that's when I got my gun license.
Mhm.
And I carry now, have 100% accuracy on my
Well,
shots. Don't play with me.
congratulations. Congratulations. You probably show me a thing or two.
I had a really good instructor in Memphis. So I'm licensed here in
Mm.
Nevada as well. And
Okay.
Nevada's an open carry state. But California, even if I drive to California right now, we don't have the same rules.
Right.
And I know that firearms are a very touchy conversation for a lot of people because we've had them abused.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
We've had people that have taken those guns and turned them on innocent people. And I don't, condone that at all.
Right.
But people who are responsible and law-abiding citizens, I think we should carry.
Yeah.
But before we dig into that, what other forms of defending your family do you offer or recommend or teach?
Well, we teach tactics with different things like stun guns, or one of the things that are very prevalent with a lot of the ladies are the tactical pens, knowing how to use them.
I've never heard of a tactical pen.
Never heard of a tactical pen? Well, most of them are the well-made ones are made out of aircraft aluminum, and basically it's a pen, but it's also it can be a glass breaker, but it also can be a bone breaker, basically. But it's a pen that you can have, and it can go anywhere. It's not shackled by the laws on, oh, you can't bring this here, that, like you can't take knives certain places, guns certain places, but you don't want to, you want to always have some way to defend yourself no matter where you are. So these pens are designed to be able to let you protect yourself, and they're primarily used to kind of attack the joints, you know what I mean, the bony areas. And I tell the ladies, I'm like, yo, he's gonna feel, or he or she is gonna feel like they're being stabbed, but they're not. But it's a way to defend yourself and give yourself an opportunity to get away, because at the end of the day, no matter what kind of weapon it is, your primary job is to go home at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to protect yourself to the best of your ability, but you have to go home at the end of the day. And if I tell you, try not to leave any holes in anybody else, and definitely don't go home with the same amount of holes that you left with.
Yeah.
Sometimes, especially in the world we live in, some people just want to see the world burn.
Yeah.
And we don't get the opportunity to choose when bad things happen. So we just have to be prepared. And that's why we're next week dropping our podcast, Prepared and Proven, to help people do that kind of on a national basis. We make a big impact here in Virginia, Chesapeake, 7 cities area, but we want to take that that impact, on a wider scale.
Oh, that's amazing. So you said again, Prepared and Proven.
Yeah, Prepared. Yep.
Where will it be?
It's going to be on all your podcast stations. Going to be video podcasts on YouTube. All of the handles are at Prepared and Proven. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. X is the only one that limited us to numbers, so letters. So it's Prepared, Proven, no and in the middle. So,
okay.
But everywhere else is Prepared and Proven. Yep.
Okay.
And we're dropping our first 4 videos was Monday, the 26th.
Nice. So glad that this was perfect timing.
Yep. Perfect timing.
Because there are so many of us that we do want to just keep our kids safe. We want to keep our family safe. And I know men have that innate need much more than women do. Like it's not on the forefront of our brain about safety as much as it is more nurturing. But
well, I'm finding that a lot of my ladies only classes are filling up. I mean, they're full. Like we just had a class Friday, and it was just I had too many people. Somehow we had a couple of extra people sneak in there. I was like, okay, cool. So, but the ladies are very, very, very realizing that sometimes, it's their husbands or boyfriends or significant others or whoever aren't going to be around all the time. And it may fall to them to be the primary protector. So, but yes, you're right. And inherently, men are, we're designed to be protectors, right? And when we take on a family, that's our job, prophet, priest, protector, and we all need help, right? We just need to be there. But women are bred as the maternal, right? In which case, and just speaking about that, we find that men have a hard time defending themselves against women. And then we find women have hard time defending themselves against children, i.e. that grown man that's 15 years old think he's a man. The women see them as a child first in most cases, which we have to work on that mindset because a threat's a threat.
Yeah. My firearm instructor said exactly that. He said, do not carry a gun unless you're willing to kill a kid.
Absolutely.
And we all said, what?
Absolutely.
But he said, the people that are breaking into your home, like they're going to look like a grown man. And if you're not going to be okay with shooting them and then seeing that was a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 15-year-old, just don't carry a gun.
Now, don't get me wrong. It's going to be traumatic. Yeah. It's going to be something you'll never forget, but you'll have the opportunity to try and forget it.
Yes.
Versus not.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of training, and most of my classes are majority mindset training than anything else. We do a lot of hands-on. We do a lot of one-on-one. But when people come from our concealed carry class, the majority is just mindset. Because if your mindset isn't right, carrying a gun, you might as well just leave it home if your mindset isn't there.
What are some of those mindsets that you need to teach?
Well, like we just said, being able to know that your primary job is to go home at the end of the day. Two, if you do have to pull your gun or protect yourself in any way, it doesn't have to be a gun. It could be a knife, could be a bat, could be a stick, could be any type of weapon that you have to resort to using to protect yourself. Just because you have it doesn't mean you have to use it at that point, because the person that's attacking you or the potential threat could possibly just retreat. Right. And we get people come in. Well, if I pull it, I'm gonna use it. Well, you might not have to. So let's dispel that, because people think, oh, if I pull the gun, I'm absolutely going to have to use it. Well, your gun starts speaking even if you're not when you pull it. Right? Your gun should be delivering a message, and that message might be received. So they might have to leave. So, and then the next mindset, just even if you have to use it, being aware of when the threat is done. Because we see it all the time. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy, especially as someone that has been in several situations where it's not as easy in the moment to all of a sudden all stop. You're defending yourself and the fight's over, and okay, I have to now stop. I.e., I've had to use my firearm and they're shot and they're no longer a threat. To be able to have that mindset, to be in the moment and say, okay, the threat is done. That's probably the hardest thing you'll ever do. And I hope no one ever has to do it.
Yeah.
But to know going into that mindset. So those are, four mindsets, being able to use it against anyone if they're a threat to you, being able to decide to avoid the conflict altogether and go home, if you do have to use it, maybe you don't. And then if you do use it, knowing how to stop.
That's good. I remember just having a conversation with somebody last night, and I was like, if I pull it, I'm shooting.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I did have to pull it out one time and didn't have to shoot it, but I didn't
Well, I'm
point
glad.
it. Like if I point it, I'm shooting.
Yeah.
Because if there was a guy who followed me home one day
Mhm.
because he was mad at a move I made in traffic.
Mm.
I was in an apartment, in a secured apartment complex. There was a security guard at the gate. They opened it up to let me go because I had the parking pass, and he tailgated me in. I pull up to my house. He pulls up next to me, and I was like, I don't recall this car parking right here. We have assigned parking. So he starts yelling at me to roll down my window. I immediately lock my doors because I was in a Nissan Altima. As soon as you turn the car off, all 4 doors unlock. So I locked my doors, and I start videotaping him. Well, he's yelling at me. He goes to the back, takes a picture of my plate or whatever, comes back around, and I turn my head away from him, and he starts banging on my window. And that's when I grabbed Jamal. 9mm, 17 rounds, one in the chamber, off safety.
Jamal to the rescue.
Jamal. And so when I pulled Jamal, he's like, are you pulling a gun on me? I'm going to call the law on you, lady. And all that's on the video. I don't even remember all of it happening when it happened. I've seen the video enough times though. And then he reaches behind himself and pulls out his phone. And I was like, he could have lost his life right there.
Yeah.
Just pulling out that phone. You should have got your behind in your car and drove off at that time. But all my neighbors had come out, and he ended up hopping in his car and driving off. But me pulling the gun definitely did make him back off, because if he had broken my window, I would have shot him. Because you've already trespassed onto my property. You're not even supposed to be here. You done blew past security and followed me to my house. And now if you break my car window, that's when you have to lose your life. And it's unfortunate because you want to do it because I passed somebody in the crosswalk.
Well, technically, and of course I'm not a lawyer, and laws, differ from state to state. But, you might have been able to reasonably articulate to your attorney that you did feel like your life was in danger. It was a life and death situation. And that again is also something that you may not realize at the moment. And like you said, if you raise it and point it, you're going to shoot it. Because you've already bypassed a lot of the other warning signs by that point.
Yeah.
So, between that and home invasions are a huge thing too. So we work with a lot of people to work with coming up with a emergency home plan.
That's so good.
Most people don't think that, what I found is that most people that own guns think, okay, if somebody comes in my house, I'm just going to shoot them. Unless you're in a place where the castle doctrine is part of the law, you still could find yourself in trouble if you do that. Now, here in Virginia, there's no duty to retreat. So I don't have to leave my house, right? Somebody comes in my house. I hear him in the house. I don't have to leave my house. But I challenge people, what's in your house that's not replaceable other than another human being? What's in there that's not replaceable?
Yeah.
Why fight for an inanimate object? Yes, it sucks. Yes, they shouldn't be there. They're violating your privacy. They're doing all of that. But is it worth your life?
Or so most people another human being's life.
Yeah, on another human being's life. Now, I would challenge everyone and do you have an emergency plan if something should happen in your home? Because people come home at the end of the day and you're supposed to be able to close your door, shut the world out, and breathe. But we know home invasions are a real thing.
Yep.
Do you have a plan for that?
I don't. Can you tell me what should be a part of an emergency plan?
Well, part of an emergency plan should be one, if there's more than just you in the house, everyone needs to gather in a safe area. If you don't have to leave your room, let's just say Let's just say it's just you in the house. Okay. You don't have to leave your room. Call 911 and stay in your room. Have your gun ready. If they come through the door, identify the threat and, proceed from there. If there is someone else there, then you need to have an actual plan, not just an idea, an actual plan to go, okay, I know this person's in that room. I need to get to that room. They need to know the plan as well.
Mm.
Because if they come running out, I tell people with young kids, I'm like, if your kids are old enough to understand what a fire drill is, then they understand what a home emergency plan is.
Wow.
Right. And you can train them that if I'm coming to get you, you stay there. You don't come, because most kids are going to go, mommy, and run for mommy. I tell dad, so I said, Dad, the kids are not looking for you. They're looking for mommy.
Yeah.
They're not looking for you. But if you have kids running around and you got bad guys and you got the mom going one direction, the kids going the other, that's not a plan. Guys come in, oh, I've got a plan. Well, does your wife know the plan? Not only does she know the plan, are you guys running drills? Are you guys, somebody just broke in the house, what do we do? And run the drill. We ran drills in school, fire drills, so we know where to go. Go out to school, go down the steps, go out to school, go across the street.
Yeah.
Well, my wife and I, we have our current drill is if somebody's in the house, we're going out the window. We have 3 windows in our room. There's no need to go engage. You could find yourself, if you engaged, and just listen, because I know a lot of people are groaning right now. They're like, if you're in my house, I'm gonna come in to get you. You'll just realize that in some states, and again, not a lawyer, but in some states, if you leave the safety of your room to go engage with someone else and you shoot them or you hurt them, you could be brought up on charges.
Yeah.
In your own house.
Yeah.
So we train people to, hey, you know what? Let's shift that mindset. Let's shift from protecting the house to protecting our lives, if possible, removing ourselves.
That's huge. And it would seem like I never heard of an emergency plan for the house till you just said that. But as my mind starts running through that, I'm like, there needs to be neighbors that are part of your emergency plan as well.
For sure.
You got to know where the safe place is for you to run once you go out the window.
Yeah.
Or you run out the door, because you may not have time to grab your phone and you're running out. You got to have neighbors that are going to be willing to open the door when you come knocking at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, now see, that's part of the plan. You make that part of the plan. Grab your phone, grab your gun, get out the house, because you have to call 911 at some point.
Yeah.
So, I'm grabbing my gun. She's grabbing her phone, dialing 911, grabbing her gun. You know what I'm saying? So there's got to be a concrete way to communicate, because you have to take communication with you. And again, this is something that in the moment, just like Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's real. It's real. You have to go to trainings, not just run the drill in your house. Go to different trainings. Seek out force on force trainings. There are trainings out there. Force on force training. Yeah. There's a company, and it's probably a little far for you to travel, but there's a company. A friend of mine, Shelvin, a student of mine also, we drove 17 and a half hours to Muncie, Indiana to go to MTAC training. And they have the training we received there was like no other I had been to, because we got to run simulations with non-lethal ammunition and practiced if things should happen. Like if someone runs into the store and decides to rob the store, what are you going to do? If someone tries to carjack you, what are you going to do? Are you going to use your gun? Do you have to use your gun? And these things You don't know what you're capable of. I tell people all the time, it's like you have no idea what you are capable of, but you also have no idea what you are incapable of until
Wow.
you're put in that moment. And the only way to sort of be put in the moment is to do force on force training. Or either, maybe not force on force. And at the class we went to, they couldn't shoot back at us. But the second one is like, you'll be shot at, they'll shoot at you. So your brain makes it real. Somebody right now is saying, I was still fake. No, the brain makes it real in the moment.
I can imagine.
There's nothing like seeing a gun pointed at you that can shoot anything. So we're working on getting a franchise with that company to get it here in Virginia. But if you
Nice.
have it in your area, definitely. You don't know what you're capable of until you actually put in that situation. And unfortunately, the only way to do that is in simulations. But we tell parents to practice with their children as well.
Now, I have a theory, and I don't know if this is what should be happening, but in my head, this is the way I see it when it comes to kids. I really want my grandkids, I want to teach them gun safety now. My oldest one
Mhm.
is 6. I have a 6-year-old grandson, a 3-year-old grandson, a 2-year-old granddaughter, oh, well, 1.5-year-old granddaughter, and a 8-month-old grandson. I really just want to do this with the oldest one, but I want to teach him gun safety and how to take a gun apart and all that stuff now.
And how
And
old
I
is he?
6.
Okay.
Because what I told my daughter, I said, we're not getting guns for toys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him to have any guns for toys because I don't want him to see guns as something to play with. And in my head, if we teach them all about the gun and safety, and you don't point it at anybody unless your life is in danger, and teach them what that looks like, not you about to get a whooping, but your life is in danger.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if we give him that, you don't have the accidents where you have all these stories where some kid picked up a gun and shot somebody. And I think that part of that is because they've had guns as toys and they're curious about this one, even if it's a real gun. I think that if we take that curiosity away, will it make kids safer with guns?
I believe it will make. Well, the question of will it make them safer with guns? That depends. I mean, I hate to say the answer. It depends, because you could teach them the right thing. But one thing we do know is bullying is a real thing, right? So if we teach them the mechanics, we also have to teach them the mindset. We also have to teach them that words don't hurt. We also have to teach them that, you know, uh, that they're unique. And if someone doesn't see their uniqueness, it's okay. But it does make them you safer because you teach them the fundamentals. So I look at it like this. If the child, because people ask me all the time, well, how old does my child have to be before I can train them in firearms? And my answer is as soon as they can ask questions. As soon as they can ask a question about a gun, or you see them leaning towards gunplay, or because in the society we live in, they're inundated with the John Wicks and the all of the other shoot 'em up movies and stuff, and they look at it as, well, I could just do this and it'd be no problem. But that's a mindset issue. But with training a child to operate a firearm, it takes a level of maturity. And there's no age on maturity, because you could be 12-year-old and immature. You could be 6-year-old and mature. There's plenty of 6, 7, and 8-year-olds that are out there competing in competitions in shooting, because they're taught and they have to be able to understand. I don't suggest any parent put a live weapon in a 6-year-old's hands. But there are a lot of training pistols out there that you could teach them with.
Okay.
Teach them the fundamental, a lot of lot of programs out there that you can go online and teach them different things. And once they get to an age where you think they can handle seeing the damage guns can do. Right? We don't want to traumatize the kids, but they need to know what their actions. Huh?
What age do you recommend that?
Again, it comes down to maturity. It comes down to, I mean, I honestly, I'm not going to show a 6-year-old a murder scene.
Yeah.
But once we get into the conversation of the damage that it can do and that it can really kill someone, and that person's not coming back. It's not like you see in the movies where they're in the next episode, or and they're just in the hospital and they get better and everything. Yeah. So once you go down that road, then you can start introducing mild things and so on and so forth. But that's a judgment call on the parents' part. That's not my job.
Yeah,
my job is to teach.
But when you said for sure, you said I wouldn't put a live gun in a 6-year-old's hand. At what age do you stop saying I would not? Where do you draw the line?
Well, once we mean as far as
because I know there's still variables on the maturity and stuff like that. But what line would you say? A 7-year-old is a maybe, an 8-year-old is a maybe, or where does it
depends on how fast they're grasping the fundamentals. Okay, do they know how to hold it? Do they know what what the functions are? Once we reach to the point where they now are, in order for them to learn more, they have to actually use a real weapon to know the functions, to know the slide lock, slide release, magazine release, all of that. I just bought a couple of new training pistols from a company that they actually can pull the trigger and see where their shots hit by laser. The only moving part on it is the trigger. So you might start there after you go with a fully inanimate, then go to maybe something like that, and then move up to something. And it just depends on how fast they're getting it. And then taking them out to the range and teaching them the safety, teaching them the 4 rules, treat every gun as if it's loaded, never point at anything you're not willing to destroy, keep your finger off the trigger and always know your target. All of these things, they have to be able to grasp before a live weapon is ever put into their hands.
I love that.
They have to know the rules. If they can't know the rules or follow the rules, because, then we may never reach that point. We never, I wasn't afforded the opportunity to learn firearms as a kid, even though there were firearms in the house. I can't fault my dad. My dad's a great dad. He was a police officer and a correction officer. And I asked him about his gun one day. I think I was 8 or 9. And I asked him about his gun. And he said, the only thing you need to know about my gun is don't touch it. That was my training.
How did you get into gun training?
When I moved to Virginia from New York, because in New York at the time,
like California,
you could not own a gun. I mean, even California is better than it was when I grew up in New York. In New York at the time, the only way you could own a gun is if you were a business owner that needed to transfer money, to carry large sums of money, be an entertainer, where your life could be in danger, or be a police officer or someone in law enforcement. That's pretty much it. If you weren't one of those things, you owning a gun wasn't even a possibility. So I was working security in New York, and unarmed security in factories and different things. And when I, long story short, we moved to Virginia, and I said, I can get an armed security job there. Yeah, I can own my first gun. And I've always been fascinated with all types of weapons. I took archery, I took Taekwondo and learned some weapons and different things, but I've always wanted a gun. So when I moved to Virginia, before I moved, about 2 weeks earlier, I came down and I did my certification to become an armed security officer. Not the best training in the world. People, if you see an armed security officer out there, just realize they may not have a lot of training. But I had an opportunity to buy my first gun, with 2 days after I moved here because I had already had my certifications. I already had 2 jobs lined up. I needed to work, and the only way to work is to have my gun. So I purchased a firearm, and that started my trek down. That was 1995. Yeah, 1995. And I've learned a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm gonna let you know right now. Everyone, get as much training as you can, but realize that instructor will have to have had to make mistakes in his past. If you get an instructor that said, I've never made a mistake, I've always done this right, I've been doing it for 30 years, run away, because they'll lie to you about other stuff as well.
I'm so glad you said that, because when I was talking to a friend of mine about starting this podcast, he said, like, if you weren't the perfect parent, why would people want to learn from you? I was like, they should learn from my mistakes.
Absolutely.
Because I'm willing to share them. I'm willing to tell. I said, would you rather learn from somebody who never made the mistake? So then when you tell them about the mistakes you made, they don't have any understanding of it. They're like, you shouldn't have made that mistake. Shame on you. Like, that's not what I would want. I would want somebody who has been exactly where I am and can tell me how to get out of that. You know, tell me how to rebuild, you know. So I'm so glad that you said that, because I think that's important.
Oh, I've made some mistakes. Oh my gosh.
Man, but 30 years.
Well, I tell my students, you know, and like I said, it's mindset, and it's also experience. A lot of my class, and I tell them some of the mistakes I've made. You know, I'm not afraid of it. It's how it shaped me. It's how I've learned some things, and hopefully I can teach it to them so they don't have to go through the trauma of having a negligent discharge. You know, having almost killed your neighbor that lived underneath you because you fired through the floor.
Wow.
Having been shot because I let my ego take over and went to a gunfight. And all of these things, you know, because especially the guy, I tell the guys, if you're going to carry a gun, take your ego off and leave it home, because it can kill you or get you in trouble.
Yeah.
And I almost died. 1990 and 2007. Yeah.
Wow.
But I've learned from it, and hopefully my experiences people will learn from.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a guy some years ago in Florida who killed, it was an older white man who killed this black man because the black man's girlfriend parked in the handicap spot. And the old white man that comes yelling at him and then like punches, he like hit or something, the black guy, as he's yelling at them about them parking in the handicap spot. He hit the black guy pushed him down. He pulls out his gun, shoots him, and kills him. Now, I happen to know that guy would never have put hands on the white guy would have never put hands on the black guy if he didn't have the gun.
Yeah.
So he had that security in knowing I have this gun.
Yeah.
That I can shoot him. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my hands on him and see what happens. You know.
Did he go to jail?
No.
They didn't arrest him?
No. They said it was self-defense, you know. And I'm like, but here in Nevada, you cannot call self-defense if you started it.
Right.
Even if it wasn't violent when you started it. So he started it by talking to them about why you parked in this handicap spot. You started it when you put your hands on this guy first. Then he pushed you down. He accelerated it, but still.
Yeah, the laws in Nevada are the same as they are here. So yeah. And that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's crazy.
And it's so important that people learn the rules. And I remember telling my daughter that. I'm like, she had a gun, and yes, we're in an open carry state, and you don't have to have a license. I said, but you need to take a class and get licensed, because you just need to know what you can and cannot do before the situation arises. You have to know it. Even though I was licensed in Tennessee, I still got licensed here in Nevada because I want to know the laws here. Because I don't want any problems. I'm not trying to do any time in jail. But I remember my daughter was celebrating her birthday and went to one of the casinos out here. And I had told her that it's open carry, but if you conceal, it's a felony.
Mhm.
So if you have the gun on your hip and it's visible, that's fine. If you put your jacket on and it covers it, that's a felony out here in Vegas.
Mhm.
So she puts her gun on her hip and goes in the casino. Yeah, that's one of them places you can't take your gun. So security is like, what are you doing? Like, you got to take that gun. She was like, but it's not concealed, right? So I'm like, but you can't carry the gun in the casino though.
Why?
So why?
Why?
Because they're afraid people gonna rob the casino.
Okay.
And in any other places where they have signs posted saying no guns. So there's some restaurants I go to, they'll have signs out that say no guns. Where was I yesterday? I don't know, some doctor's offices, different places that you'll drive by, you'll see the signs outside that say no
Mhm.
guns. If they have a sign, you can't come in with a gun. But the
Oh,
casinos,
that's how it is in Nevada.
yeah.
Uh,
And
here
so
in
he was,
here in Virginia, it's not against the law to conceal carry in a store that has a sign.
mm,
Now, open carry, whole nother subject, but conceal carry, you got to realize, and people, please, 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 if you're listening to the sound of my voice, check the laws where you live. I am speaking specifically on Virginia right now. Those signs have no force of law, meaning if I go into any store that has that sign, if it's not a prohibited location here in Virginia, it's not against the law. However, if someone notices and I'm asked to leave, now I must leave because now I'm trespassing if I don't leave.
okay.
And they have a special stipulation that they add: if you trespassing with a firearm and you've been asked to leave, you are going to jail. But it's not just because you walked in there doesn't mean you broke the law.
Okay.
Now, they're here in Virginia. They just actually proposed a bill that are making certain places. They're trying and I'm paraphrasing here. They're trying to make all buildings that are owned or leased by the Commonwealth of Virginia gun-free zones.
Okay.
And there are a lot of buildings that you don't know that are owned by the Commonwealth or state that you live in.
Mm-hmm.
That would make a lot. I mean, it might be the Dunkin' Donuts. It might be owned by the Commonwealth and leased by Dunkin' Donuts, so now you're telling me I can't walk in Dunkin' Donuts and grab me a coffee and
Yeah, that's huge.
donut?
Does it look like it's gonna pass?
Well, it just hit. I hope it doesn't. I mean, I don't
I'd be surprised if it did because
we just got a new governor and she's already signed 20 executive orders. So we don't know. We got our fingers crossed until July 1st and see.
I remember hearing about your governor's race.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just heard this morning and I looked right through them, and luckily none of them are involving gun laws or anything yet, but there's a lot of gun laws that are on the table. Some of them are going to get through. We just hope that people are still able to protect themselves. And I'm encouraging everyone within the sound of my voice, if you're able to, if you're not a prohibited person, exercise your Second Amendment right. Whether you decide you're going to use it, because you might get your concealed carry permit and decide you don't want to carry, and that's okay, right? It's up to you what you do.
Yeah.
Right. However, I will say this: get the permit, because if you need it, you don't have to wait to get it.
Mm-hmm.
You already have it.
Yep. My daddy always says better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Absolutely. And 2, train. You've got to train. You can't just get a gun, put it on a shelf, or any weapon. I don't want to just stick this just on guns. It's any weapon. It could be a knife. It could be whatever you decide, a stun gun or whatever. You have to learn how to use it if you expect it to be effective.
Yeah. Master it.
You can't expect that, in the moment I'm going to learn how to do it. That's like saying in the moment I'm going to learn karate because I have to now fight Jet Li.
Yeah, never.
I'm going to automatically know how to box because now Mike Tyson is in front of me. How does that make sense?
Crazy.
You have to train. And it is a perishable skill, so you have to stay training. It's something that you have to do, and you may not like it, and that's okay too. If you don't like it, at least you said, I exercised my right.
Yep.
And I'm choosing not to use my right at this moment.
Yep.
So hopefully.
Now, one of my first instructor in Memphis, he taught us, he said, don't let this like class to get your license, don't let this be the last class you take. He said, most people, that's the only class they take. But he told us, he said, you need to take tactical classes. He told us not to clear your house if you hear a noise, exactly what you were saying, like lock yourself in your room, call 911. He didn't tell us go out the window, but he said, lock yourself in your room, call 911, have your gun ready, but don't go out and try to, I heard a noise, I'm gonna go. You see people get disarmed all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And most of those people who are bad guys coming in your house, they know how to disarm you better than you know how to stay armed.
Well, people think that one person's going to come in the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to go get them. Well, it's 6 of them. Now what?
And I haven't been trained on that. Yeah.
They're not going to stand in the line and let you shoot them. They're not going to stand in the line and let you shoot them.
Yeah. One by one.
You also need to learn how to move and shoot too.
Yeah.
You can't do that on the indoor range.
Listen, I was on a cruise ship, and they had a like simulation, simulated clay duck thing hunting. And I had a rifle. I got like 0 out of 13 every time it was my turn. 0 out of 13. I cannot shoot a rifle, number one, but then also with the duck moving, I couldn't do it.
I'll come out to Nevada and I'll teach you.
Thank you. I might be on your side of the country too. But then there was some other guys that were in line with me. They different demographic, and they were killing it. They were 100%. And I was like, it was this one guy and his son, and he said, I'm a veteran. I don't need to do this shooting. I got in line so my son could get 2 turns. And his son got 2 turns. And he had it where they shot off two of the clay pigeons, birds, or whatever at the same time. And he was like, pow, pow, like he was hitting them. And I was like, I need more training.
I'll admit, shooting clays is probably one of the least bit of training I've done, shooting clays. But I do need to shoot more.
Yeah.
You need to shoot more.
One of the things that I learned in 2020 was with Kyle Rittenhouse, I think was his name, the guy that went down to the protests when they were protesting because of George Floyd. He was like 18 or 17 or something like that. And you see him running, huh?
I believe he was 18, but I could be wrong.
He was running, fell, tumbled, and from his back shot and killed 2 people and hit a 3rd person. And I said, I need some more classes. I need to be able to tumble. And I don't hope to ever have to do it, but I need to know how to tumble and still shoot.
Well, I got humbled 2 years ago. I mean, when I went to that class I told you about in Indiana, I got humbled bad. My feelings were hurt because they gave us a scenario and they said, I can't remember the beginning of that scenario, but I remember saying, him saying you may or may not have to use your gun. They kind of set it up as you're going to go in this place. You're going to do this. You may or may not have to use your gun. So they never tell you what's going to happen, but something's going to happen. Well, in this particular case, a guy comes around the corner with a knife running at me like Jason. And I'm like, oh, crap. And I pulled my gun. I got off the X and I started moving and I fired at him 4 times. I missed him all 4 times. All 4 times. I'm like, no way. He's like, you missed me. And my feelings were hurt. I'm like, there's no way I aimed at you. I pulled the trigger.
Wow.
He's like, so once that adrenaline's pumping and you start, there's no guarantees. And now I think about, where did those 4 bullets go? Because they went somewhere. did they hit somebody? I mean, in this particular case, they wouldn't, but would it have hit somebody? Would I have hurt somebody that wasn't even involved in the situation? So all those things play a role. And yeah, you say, I gotta practice more. Man, I realized after that moment, I slowed down, my breathing changed, I focused more because I didn't want that to happen again.
Yeah.
So
that's huge. There was somebody here, I want to say this Christmas that just passed out here in Vegas. There was a guy who had gotten a gun for Christmas, went in his backyard and decided to do practice. And the bullet went straight through his backyard, through somebody else's yard, and killed a lady on Christmas Day. And like, I can't even imagine.
It's heartbreaking.
I can't even imagine. Yeah, and there was, right at the beginning of, maybe like a couple of months ago, towards the beginning of this school year, there was a 10-year-old kid who got killed because he was in the back seat, his stepdad was driving, and there was another guy, 20 years old or something like that, in the other car, and the two of them are fighting for position to get on the freeway. Well, the 20-year-old shoots one shot into the other car, hits the 10-year-old kid in the back seat, in the head. He dies. He was like, I was just trying to scare him. I didn't know the kid was in the back seat. I shot the gun to try to scare him. And this is why people need classes before they carry guns, because you don't shoot your gun to scare somebody.
Right.
You shouldn't even be pulling it out because of traffic, because y'all trying to, whoever can get first in traffic. This kid is dead and you in prison probably for the rest of your life.
Here in Virginia, one of the biggest things to me is the fact that they give people concealed carry permits. Everyone, okay, let me preface it with this because I know I'm about to get canceled if I don't. Everyone deserves the right to exercise their Second Amendment right. That does not mean that you shouldn't know how to exercise your Second Amendment right.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is I don't particularly agree with giving someone a permit to conceal carry a firearm. Not that they can't own it, not saying that, but to walk around conceal carrying a gun without ever having fired said gun. Because here in Virginia, they don't require people to shoot in order to get the permit.
That's interesting.
I don't understand why you would sign your name on a certificate not knowing whether this person is a possible asset or detriment.
Yep.
I reserve the right in my class to give you a certificate or not based on your ability to at least hit a target. I'm not saying you have to be a bullseye. I'm not saying you have to have a perfect shot. I'm not saying it all has to go through one dot on the target. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I need to see that you can hold it, that you can pull a trigger and relatively hit a target that you are aiming at.
Yeah.
That whole thing's going to change. Like I said, I had done it for 28 years and still missed the target that was at 15 feet in front of me.
So you at least got to start with knowing how to hit the target.
Exactly. I see people on the range all the time. They think they know how to shoot and they're just all over the place. And I just keep thinking, where are those bullets going and who is it hurting?
Yeah.
So I again, everyone deserves the right to exercise their Second Amendment right in owning a firearm and protecting themselves. Everyone, I believe, that is everyone that has the capacity to learn and use said firearm should be afforded the right to do so. But I reserve the right to sign my name on something allowing you to conceal carry.
Because otherwise you would be in a lawsuit. People will be suing you because you signed off on their ability to use a gun, and
they don't realize that can roll all the way back. They do something stupid with their gun, they can roll all the way back to me.
Yep.
Now, will it? Chances are slim, but can it?
Yeah.
Where you get somebody really dedicated to? Oh, he signed. He let last year he signed 450. Not even that. What was it? How many came through my class last year? Probably close to 1,500 came through my class last year. Oh, we want to shut him down, so let's go after him.
Yeah. Now, I did have a question. My firearm instructor in Memphis said that, like, we were in Tennessee. He said you can carry open or concealed, but he recommended that we carry concealed. And he said, for example, you want to be in control of whether or not somebody knows that you have a gun.
True.
Because he said, for example, if you're in 7-Eleven, somebody's robbing the place and you have a gun on your hip, people gonna be like, you got a gun, do something. He's like, I want to be in charge of whether or not I do something. I don't want somebody else yelling out, notifying everybody that I got a gun, because then also you become the target.
Well, and that's what I was going to get at. What if they see you before you see them? You represent opposition.
Yep.
So if they're a bad actor and they come in and they're casing the joint and they want to do something and they see you with your gun, you are the first target before they say anything.
Yep.
What I will say is, if for some reason you don't have a concealed carry permit and you feel that you have to carry, by all means, open carry. I open carried before I got my concealed carry permit, right? When I first moved here to Virginia, I couldn't get a concealed carry permit. So I had to carry open even when I wasn't working. But the minute I could, I got it because you want to be the element of surprise.
Yep.
You absolutely want to be the element. You don't want anyone to know you have a gun until you decide, like you said, till you decide you're going to use it.
Yep.
Because if you're out to eat and somebody walks in the door and goes, everybody on the ground, you don't want that person, like you said, next to you going, hey, you got a gun, you do something.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I might not be ready. It might not be the opportune time.
Yep.
To use the gun. You might not have the opportune time.
Yeah.
In fact, what did I say earlier? It is not your job to protect everybody, and it's your job to go home with the same amount of holes in you that you left with.
Yep.
So, personally, if I got to get out, I'm getting out.
Yeah.
I'll call 911 when I'm out. I'm not a police officer.
Yeah.
I'm not an officer of the law of any kind. I don't have a shield, and my gun is not affixed for their bad behavior.
And you're not here to protect and serve.
I am not. The only people I protect and serve is myself and whoever might be with me at the moment. Now, I will say this, and my wife hates this. Everybody pretty much hates this about me. It is hard for me to see people getting hurt or hear people getting hurt and do nothing.
Yeah.
It is my dad raised me as a protector. It's one of the reasons I ended up in the hospital for 27 days. I've got a handle on it, on who gets that opportunity. But prime example, and I know we're almost at time, but few years back in Walmart, right here where I live, a manager was at work at Walmart, and I don't know what kind of mental issues he had going on or what happened in this day, but he just decided, I'm just going to go in the break room and start killing everybody. He went in the break room of the Walmart while he was working and just started shooting everybody that was in the break room. And I mean, they shut that Walmart down for like 2 years, but luckily there was a couple of police officers that were close by, came in and took care of it. But my daughter asked me, Dad, if you were in there, what would you have done? And I said, well,
She knows what you would have done.
Yeah. Well, I gave her two scenarios. I said, if you're with me, we're going out because you're my primary responsibility. We're going outside and we're calling the cops. If I'm in there by myself and I can hear the gunshots and I can hear the people screaming, I'm already figuring out a way to get in that room. Just because it's just, I don't know, it's just a switch that goes off. But if I can't get in that room safely, I can't. I'm not kicking in the door going, what's going on here? No, because now I'm dead.
Yeah.
Right. So there's always a level. And then there's, guys, just those of you that are listening right now and they're saying, yep, that's me. I'm going to make sure it happen. Realize in the moment, you feel like you're making a difference, right? Some people have a hero. I don't have a hero complex. I just know my limitations.
Mm-hmm.
But when the police show up, realize you may be seen as the bad guy.
Yep.
Because all they see is a person with a gun.
Yep.
So really, the first thing you should do is call 911 and wait for police. I just know I have my limitations on hearing people getting hurt.
Yep.
So it is, again, it's not your job. It's not your job to do anything other than be a good human and call 911.
Yep.
I don't want to get involved. I want to mind my business. Well, what would you want somebody to do for you or your loved one?
Yep.
Would you want everybody to just mind their business?
Yeah.
You do realize it's not illegal to hang up on 911 once you call it in, right?
Yeah, I had to call 911 because there was a couple walking down the street and looked like he was gonna beat her up. I called 911. They said, "Can we get your information?" I said, "I don't want to give my information.
Yeah.
This is the street. I don't know these people. They happen to be walking down this street. This is where they are. Send the police
and keep it pushing."
And I was gone. I was driving off when I saw it happening. But
Yeah.
I'm out of here. I'm not giving you my contact info, but send the police.
Yeah. Did they call you back after you hung up?
No, they didn't.
Oh, shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I've called 911, say, hey, there's an accident over here. Da, da, da. All right. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah.
Click. And they call right back.
Yeah. But because I specifically told her I'm not giving my info, is what it is. But if you hang up, they will call you back. But it is 1:01 over here on the West Coast. Thank you so much.
Yes. We got to
roll.
roll.
This time with me. Man, that time flew.
Yes, it did. Yes, it
Tell
did.
people again where they can find you and your podcast dropping next Monday.
Next Monday, the 26th, it's going to drop. It's called Prepared and Proven. We can be found on all of the social media except X. X is Prepared Proven. All the others is Prepared and Proven, A-N-D. Prepared, A-N-D, Proven. On Instagram, Threads, YouTube, Facebook. And also go over to my website, preparedandproven.com. Everyone that goes and subscribes will get my Home Defender 101 ebook.
Nice.
So you'll be able to defend your home. The primary the one thing you want to do is keep the bad guys out. In Home Defender 101, I give you all the resources to keep people out versus reacting once they're already in. So go over to preparedandproven.com, subscribe to the website, and everyone that subscribes, drop Kalisha's name, and I'll make sure you get that in your email. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, give me 1 minute. And we are back. Welcome again to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. I'm super excited to bring my next guest to the stage, Eddie Alexander II. He is a person who is near and dear to my heart. We met years ago at church, but let me tell you, I called this brother yesterday and said, "Can you fill in where I had a cancellation?" He said, "Absolutely." He said, "This was actually supposed to be my spot anyway. That person was just holding my place." I said, "Thank you." He is a believer. He is passionate about freedom through entrepreneurship. He has 10 children and he is actively single, dad to 5 of those, raising those by himself. Eddie Alexander the Great, welcome to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Super glad to have you. Thank you for coming and sharing some of the wisdom that you have as a super dad. Super excited to have you on the podcast. But a couple of things that I actually reached out to you to share on is, number one, being a single dad, because you don't often have that.
Right.
Also, your focus on entrepreneurship, because with 5 kids, you and punching somebody else's time clock, like it's going to be some problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But tell the folks a little bit about who you are and what it is that you do.
Okay. Well, as she said, my name is Eddie Alexander the Great. And currently I work doing 4 different pillars, I call them. I work with health with a company called LifeWave, doing stem cell reactivation technology. I work with IntelliTravel as a travel agent. I work as a trader, a day trader, which is how I make a good majority of my bread daily. And then I also work as a funding specialist for myself currently. So that's been underway. So I'm helping people with personal and business funding.
Nice. And I guess, how did you get to be a single dad raising 5 children?
All right. So just to go back a little bit, before I took on the single fatherhood of my 5, when I first started having children, I started very early. I started right out of high school. That was my first child. And I ended up having 3 boys, not all at the same time, but I started having 3 boys very early in life. And I was a deadbeat dad, man. Like I was not there for them financially. I wasn't there for them physically. I wasn't present, you know. I tried to bond with them, but it wasn't really what it needed to be. You know, I'm on the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. I need to be on the Already Screwed Up My Kids podcast.
We rebuilding over here. We rebuilding.
But what ended up happening was I started off trying to fight for my kids initially in the beginning. And when I got a taste of the court system and seeing that they literally were pro mom, it didn't matter what I said, it didn't matter what my background was, it didn't matter what my abilities were. It was the fact that I was a dad. And they were like, yo, you know, when I went to the first case, they said, we're going to allow you to have 2 hours a week, you know, on the weekends, monitored visitation at a place that she gets to choose. And I'm like, I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not no gangbanger. I'm gainfully employed. I have a place to live. And I was a part of this kid's life for 9 out of 12 of its months that it was alive. So I'm like, it's not like I'm a stranger to the kid. They were like, yeah, we need you to get back acclimated. And I'm like, so that was my beginning. And after that, it just was an uphill battle with that situation. And then again, with another situation and dealing with also just the bitterness of my children's mothers at the time, you know, of I'm going to use this kid as a weapon. And they was effective at it. You know, I had one tell me, you know, you divorce me, you divorce our kid too.
Wow.
And she lived to make sure I ate that. Like she lived that out. And so that was the beginning. And so what did I do? I threw my hands up. I said, forget it. You know, I'll get my kids when I'm supposed to have them. And I just went on and it started this pace of like, I'm just going to build my own family. And that kept happening over and over and over. And so it got to a place where when my kids were about, the oldest 3 were about roughly around like 10-ish, 12-ish age, I took them to a park and we had journals and we wrote in them and we meditated. And I said, I want you to write down everything that you feel or have experienced, or you think about me. And then we're going to talk about it. And they journaled it. And when they got done, I said, if you don't feel like sharing, you don't have to. But if you'd like to share, I'm more than willing. And they read me my rights. They let me have it. I wasn't prepared. I didn't realize that I affected them that much. I didn't think they thought about it that much. And listened, and then I apologized. And I said, man, I don't plan on being the perfect father, but I do plan on being a present father, and I want to be there for you guys. I want to make sure that I'm helping you the best ways I can. I want to communicate, I said, and so I want to turn over a new leaf if you guys will have me, and they forgave me. And that was the beginning of the new way I live my life in regards to my children. And so as I did that, fast forward, I ended up finally settling down, thinking it's my last time. And we have 4 children together. When we met, she had 2 already. And so I took on her 2 as my own as well. And we were doing this life. We had 6 kids, and 11 years later it ends. And that blew my mind that happened. But I was put in a predicament where I'm thinking we're going to break up and co-parent. And I realized very quickly that the turn that she took, without just being putting her out there too much, but the turn that she took wasn't conducive for my children. And I felt the urgency to make sure that I got a hold of them and put them in a safe environment, in a stable environment. And with that, there was an initial tug of back and forth, because my goal was I wanted to be able to give my kids without them going to the system. I've heard so many horror stories about what happens when they get in the system and how everybody becomes the enemy,
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go through that, and I didn't want my kids to experience that. And so I had to really, really believe and trust that God would open up a way for me to be able to get them without that trauma. And he did. And there was an initial back and forth about which ones I could get and how many she was going to keep versus I was going to keep. And I just kept pushing and pushing. And then I was able to get them all, well, 5 out of 6 of them. One of them ended up staying, but 5 out of 6, I have my 4 that we had together and her oldest. And we've been rocking ever since. And that's been a very interesting journey. Single dad, and it's a whole different ball.
Okay. That wasn't what you expected or signed up for.
Oh, not ever in my whole entire life.
Yeah.
Never saw that. I never really even saw myself as a dad, to be honest. I mean, I love my children, but the best part for me about fatherhood was creating them.
I knew you say that.
It's the truth. It's just the truth. That's just
only Eddie.
and as I started going, it was like, okay, I'm a dad, but I've never been like a kid person. I've always been an adult person. You know what I mean? Like, I connect with adults. I don't really bond with children like that. Like, I love them. I spend time with them. But I never saw myself having to open up and be the nurturer, open up and spend the majority of the time, getting ready, prepping, getting ready for bed, meals and things like that. It's just always been like, I always saw myself being the Robin, to somebody's Batman when it came to parenting. And so to be at the forefront is crazy.
It's so interesting to hear you say that, because I got to experience you as a father with your wife as well as without your wife, now as a single dad, and you master it. Like, the way you communicate with your kids, I've never seen before.
Wow.
And and so to see that and to hear you be like, I never saw myself as a father, I'm like, mind blown, because you master it. Like, you have this calm about it, like this same tone that you have right here, this same steady and calm is what you give with your kids, even if they bouncing off the walls. You're like, come over here, have a seat. You're like, what? I'd have snatched them out of, I'd have been, they at a 10, I'm at a 10. You at a 10, I'm at a 12, but you're still calm. And then you bring them back down, which is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's textbook. That's how you get kids to come back to this level. You don't get them to come down here when you're yelling at them here.
Yeah.
So You are so masterful
And that's
as a
interesting
father.
that you even say that. I mean, I do lose it sometimes too. I ain't gonna lie. I have to go to 12 sometimes, but it's not my norm. It's very rare. It has to be. They can't be bouncing off one wall. They got to be bouncing off four by that time. But I will say, what's interesting about that is I learned that from dog training. A lot of people, when I go, so my whole life, people have always complimented me. Oh my gosh, your children are so well behaved, and they're so well mannered, and that. My beginning discipline came from dog training, and guess what?
Very interesting.
You can't beat your dog to make it do what you want it to do. You can't yell at your dog to make it do what you want it to do. You have to speak in the exact same tone that you want them to respond in, because if you teach them, I only really mean listen when I'm yelling the command, then they'll only listen when you're yelling the command. And so you have to be able to speak at the exact same tone that you plan on executing when you're in your real life situation. And I don't want it to be where my kids are like, oh, he not serious because he ain't yelled at me yet.
Yep.
So we still got 5 more chances. And it's like, no, my very first time I said it was the one.
And I meant it.
And I meant it.
Yep. It's interesting. I was trying to see if I could pull it up right quick because I have, here it is. I just started reading the 4 Agreements. Now, listen, I've had this book. Have you read it?
I've read portions of it. I'm familiar with a few of the agreements.
So
I use them almost daily.
I have the book. I have the hard copy that I just finished reading. And I didn't finish it. I was listening to it on Audible. I have it on Kindle. I have it in hard copy, and I still hadn't read it. Okay. And so I just started reading it this weekend. And there's a part of it that talks about exactly what you just said. And I don't know exactly if I can find where it is really quickly. But one of the things he talks about is that we raise our kids basically like we do dogs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Yep. This is it right here. He said, he calls it the domestication of humans. Oh, no, that's not it. Let me see. But that's what he calls it, the domestication of humans. I think I'm a little bit past it in this book. But I can tell you exactly what it is that he talks about. He talks about when here it is, the domestication is so strong at a certain point in our lives, we no longer need anyone to domesticate us. That's not what I want to say. He goes, I'm gonna mess this up. If I just tell you what it said, it'd probably be better than me trying to read it. But he goes, we can now domesticate ourselves according to the same belief system we were given and using the same system of punishment and reward. Yeah, so that's not the part I wanted to read. He talks about how with dogs, we give them a system of punishment and rewards. If they do a good job according to what we want them to do, we say good boy, good girl.
Mm-hmm.
Same with our kids. Mm-hmm. If they don't do what we want them to do, we say good boy, bad girl. Mm-hmm. Same as we do with dogs and with our kids. Right. And he calls it the domestication of humans because we go through that same process that we do with dogs. And I was like, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing.
And even with because there's a book where they say there's no such thing as bad dogs, only bad owners.
That's interesting because I also say there's no such thing as bad kids. I don't say it's bad parents, but I don't believe there's such
bad parenting.
It is
bad parenting.
But I'm very curious about when you said you had to talk with your kids when they were 10 and 12 and you had them journal. What were some of the things that were surprising to you that you may not have thought that a kid that age was processing, but they had processed?
So one of the things they said was, one of the things they talked about was specific events. I realized that they attached themselves to these events that in my mind, it was just like, oh, I just didn't make it, and they understood when I said I didn't make it, but it was like, no, this was like the end of the world, for them, because they were like, man, I really, really wanted to see you for this, or you said you were going to pick me up, and you never did. And I was sitting there waiting. There was one time, even with the arguments that I would get into with their parents, with their moms, they highlighted some of those arguments. Different things they wanted me to do personally. They asked me like 4 that I said I would get or do and just didn't, because in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get it. And I'm working towards it, but then this comes up, this bill comes up, this situation comes up, and as time passes, I figure because I'm understanding of my finances and the priorities and the responsibilities that they also are as well, but they're not, you know. And so that kind of, and then they highlighted things that I thought were cool, but I was doing them kind of as like makeup. Like for me, it was kind of like, oh, I'm gonna just throw this thing in and do this with them real quick to kind of fill in where because I haven't been around. And they were like, this was heaven. You know what I mean? Like the time, oh, I love it when we were at Nana's house. And remember, you would have the gift bag, you would put all the prizes in the bag, and we would go through them, you know, and get to pick a prize, whatever we want. And I was like, I just thought that was a little basic little thing to kind of, and they were like, no, we love that, you know. So they share some pretty dope things.
You know, it's interesting because kids' mindsets are very different, which I don't know. I don't know why it feels different, but it is, because they see things in a different way than we see them. And that was huge for you to say, because one of my friends I was talking to recently, and she said she had promised her daughter she was going to take her to Las Vegas for her 10th birthday. I don't know why a 10-year-old wants to go to Vegas, but the 10-year-old wanted to go to Vegas.
Circus.
She would not think about circus.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. But she said she didn't want to cancel on her because she said, and this person is 40 years old, but she said, I remember when my dad used to say he was going to come and pick me up, and then he didn't, and he canceled on me. And because of that, I can't cancel on my daughter, even though my circumstances have changed to make it very difficult. And I was like, wow, those things that we sit with, our kids are also sitting with those things.
Man. You know? And that's big, because that was one of the things that drove me. One of the driving motivated forces for me getting my 5 was because when they were put in a situation, like it started off kind of good, but it escalated really badly. I mean, really quickly. And so I remember there was a time where I'm talking to my daughter, you know, and she's like, oh, you know, she's telling me about the circumstance and trying to tell me about her experience and how bad it is. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm working towards getting you guys in a better space. Like, so just know daddy is working. Like, I'm not just letting this stay like this. I'm going to get you guys a better spot. And we're going to do this, and this. And as I said that, it reminded me of back when I used to just kind of say stuff, you know? And so she would call me periodically, like, Daddy, so what's taking so long? You know, when are we going to have our place? When are you going to pick us up? When are you going to get this? And I'm like, oh, I'm working on it, baby. I'm working on it. And it's like, I'm working as fast as I can. Like, I'm doing 24-hour shifts, you know, driving for Uber. I'm doing whatever I can do to get as much finance as possible. And it feels like no matter how fast I'm digging, I can't dig fast enough. And so one day she calls me and she's like, Daddy, like, you got to come get us. Like, it's bad. She's 7 at the time. It's bad, you know? And I'm like, it's bad. She's like, yeah, you know, I have to, the pizza, you know, I don't like pizza. I don't like cold pizza. I was like, you don't like cold pizza? She's like, yeah, because mommy always gets home late, and then she brings the pizza late night when I'm already asleep. And then when I wake up, you know, I went to sleep hungry, but I'm still hungry. So I got to eat the cold pizza, and I hate cold pizza. And I was like, oh, okay, baby, you know, I'm gonna get you. And then she says, she said, do you know where we are? And I said, no. She said, well, on the way here, I saw a house by Walmart, you know? And she was like, you can get the house by Walmart for us. And I was like, huh? She was like, yeah, just any place, Daddy. Like, I don't care. Like, she's like, just get us a place. I just want you to come pick us up, you know? And I was like, I can't let them down no more. I can't let my kids down. So, you know, I just pushed as hard as I could to make sure that I didn't let my kids down again. You know, at this stage, what I say, I mean, you know, and if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And so I pushed the best I could to make sure that I got to them. And we've been rocking ever since, man. We've been rocking ever since.
Man. It comes from you building that relationship, though, even while you were still married, because she was willing to come and have that conversation with you.
Right.
Because you built that trust with her that she was willing to say, I'm in a bad situation and I need to stress this, that I'm in a bad situation. Because sometimes kids will cover it up and they will hide from the fact that things are bad, or they don't want to make the other parent look bad or whatever. So they cover that up. But for her to be stressing you, listen, I saw a house next to Walmart.
Yeah.
Come get us. We need anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was one of the things that I ended up realizing that I had to step back, because coming out of this situation, it was a situation where I already agreed to make sure that I was going to be present for my kids. I showed up at the basketball and the football games. I showed up at the practices. I was at gymnastics with the recorder on, I was helping with homework. I was doing all the things. I was the chief disciplinarian in the house. I was the one who made sure all the chores were clean and all this kind of stuff. And so it wasn't 100%, it wasn't every single time, but I was the lead for a lot of this stuff. I wasn't the lead for like bathing, for cooking. I wasn't the lead for getting dressed, things like that, doing hair. But for a good majority, I felt like I was holding my own, as a father. And then to come to the end and be like, you've never been present, you've never been there, you've never done anything, was like polarizing. It was like getting blindsided by a semi, because I was like, I've fought so hard to make sure that I've been present in all these areas. And not only that, to make sure that I didn't give up, because there's been so many times I wanted to give up on this situation, but I'm like, no, because that's you being weak. That's you taking the easy road out. You got to stay here for your family, for everything, not just to be it, not because we have kids, but just because what being a father presently in the home means. And am I fully showing up even as a husband to give up in that way? You know what I mean? What am I showing my kids as what they should expect in a man in regards to how he fights for and make sure that he does whatever he can for his family? Yeah. And can I come out of this saying I gave my all? And so when I came out, it was like, you've never done. Till this day, she'll say, I've never done anything for my kids for 11 years.
Wow.
It's other people who witnessed, who've been there through the process, who see, who they're the ones who brought me back and was like, yo, don't spiral, you need to stay here, because I've witnessed it. I've seen this, I've experienced this. And they were the ones who said, like, you got to realize, my dad told me this and it blew my mind. He said, for you to have her oldest son that's only lived with her his entire life, for him to choose you says a lot about who you've been in his life, the type of man that you represented to be in front of him, because ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody choosing a stepdaddy over their biological mom. And I step back and I'm like, I don't even put thought to that type of stuff. I just put thought to the need. He needs, so I'm going to provide. I've always been intentional about making sure that a lot of people don't even know that 2 of my kids are not my kids. They just think I have 10 kids. Most of the time, that's all I say. It wasn't until the later years that people started digging for whatever reason, where I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, 2 are my bonus kids. But I've never made a delineation between them. And as a matter of fact, that was a difficult thing for a long time, because it was like you treating somebody else's kids better than you treated your own kids when they were growing up. Mm-hmm. So I'm having to choose, like, not wanting to post experiences on social media because I'm afraid of how it's going to make my older children feel looking at me be a daddy to somebody else's kids, and I wasn't a daddy for them.
That's huge.
And so it's so I didn't realize it, but yeah, you're right.
Have you had that talk with your older kids about that?
I have, and that was difficult. I mean, I have a cousin. This dude, now you think I'm super, this dude is super dad. Like, but what happened was, when he was younger, he had a child. He wasn't that great of a dad, and then he had another child and he became super dad. And I'm telling you, looking on social media, like, oh my God, like, he in the grocery stores, running and playing like a little kid with her. They do everything. And one day somebody said to him, like, dang, you didn't do none of this stuff with your oldest. Like, and you doing all this for your youngest. And he said, so what? Because I was a deadbeat for my oldest, I owe it to my oldest to be a deadbeat to my youngest? Is that what you saying? Like,
Crazy.
And so, yeah, that's what I had to explain to them. Like, yo, like I hate that. I said, but our relationship has to start from here. And what I learned from that, I have to now implement in these children's lives. And these are your brothers and sisters. You should want the best for them. You know, this is not an in comparison type deal. This is just where I was at that time. And I hate that, you know, but we're humans, and you'll learn more of what that means. My auntie used to say this all the time: keep living.
Mm-hmm.
Keep living.
Yeah. You know, I had to.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I was going to say, but yeah, they were accepting. They seem to be understanding about it. I don't know internally, you know, how they really feel, but they seem to be pretty accepting and embracing.
Because my daughter is always like, you didn't do that with us. I'm like, I learned to be better.
Right.
You don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again. When you learn better, you do better, you know? So I see that exact same thing. And that's so good to hear.
I feel like it's ultra grace, to be honest, because none of how my children have reacted to this situation as a whole do I ever feel like I deserve. I always be like, I don't know how the heck I came out where I didn't do all the right stuff, but I still got the grace to be able to, you know, be accepted back and forgiven. And I don't know, but they do it. I'm always thankful for it. And I always let them know I appreciate it. I even had them defending me when I remember one time, one of my son's moms said, you know, now that he's an adult, you know, I owe him, you know, and so I need to pay back child support and give him, you know, this amount of money. I think it was like $10,000 or something. And he was like, man, I don't want that. He said, me and my dad have already squared that away. You know what I mean? Like, we've already talked about it. We good. Like, we've already got past that. And I was just like, dang, you turning away money for people to defend you for money. And it was huge for me, you know, and so I'm thankful, man.
Again, that's a relationship.
Yeah.
That's the relationship. People are in the chat asking for your social handles, whatever you feel comfortable giving out.
I'm going to give out everything. No, my social media handle is Eddie Alexander the Great, all one word. It's on everything, you know, on Facebook, Instagram, and anything else you can find me on. My email address, in case you were interested in any of the things I do, is EA2enterprises@gmail.com. And my phone number is 213-326-8720. Call me for any questions you may have or anything you want to talk about. I'm a single dad, so, you know, I need friends. No,
is that an emphasis on the single? Let me know. Don't school with your kids and hook up your dad.
It's not. This is dad gang. They jumped me in. I'm only focused on being a dad right now and entrepreneurship. This is the longest I've ever been single. I'm not an incel. I don't know if you know what an incel is. Involuntarily celibate. That's not me. I've definitely had people put their little bids in, but I can't do it right now because I'm focused. I've never been single before in my life. My first time being single was in my 40s. This past 2 years and 3 months. I can't believe it. It's a miracle. I've been reborn or something. I don't know, but I hate it and I love it. But I am going to continue the journey just until I get to a space where I feel like I truly have some things in place for my children that they deserve, both as a father and, you know, providing for them, you know, and then also when I feel like I have what I believe another person would deserve, you know, from me as well. You know, I don't want to offer breadcrumbs, and right now I'm broken into a million pieces. So, yeah.
You know, and then one of the biggest areas that I've seen that I wish I could redo is being single my whole life. You know, not my whole life, but while my kids were growing up, I was like, I ain't gonna be that person that got all these men running in and out the house. But then I stayed single and I didn't give my kids a representation of what a healthy relationship looks like.
See, and that's deep, because
That's the flip side of it.
For me, so they've gotten to see a little bit of both within my past relationship, right? It ended on a bad note, and my thing is, I want to make sure that I'm doing what I need to do to make sure that when I do connect with somebody on that level, they will see representation of health versus, a representation of thirst, which is me just, I'm ready for my next person. Because that's always been my way. What they say, the best way to get over a person is to get under a person. I was under them, around them, on top of them. I was whatever I needed to do to not have to think about what I just came out of. That's what I was. And I could care less about my kids at that time. It was like they with their mom. You know what I mean? Like, they gonna be good. Mama's gonna take care of their kids. So I thought.
Yeah.
But now it's like, no, I've taken on the responsibility of, these are my children. I brought them into this world. It's my responsibility to make sure that they're good. And that's a whole new world for me. I mean, not literally, I've been on it for a long time, but I guess because I'm holding who I used to be or how I was ever before me to keep me on the straight and narrow, that it always feels like I just started, but I've been on this journey for quite some time.
I love it, because I know other men who have been like, well, I'm gonna go get full custody of my kids, and they really just trying to keep them paying child support. And I'm like, you are crazy. You're not the person who should be getting full custody. You shouldn't be doing it because you want to get out of child support. You're gonna spend way more money full time than you ever would have spent just paying child support. And these are people that got $100, $200 child support. Bruh, what are you talking about? Like, you don't realize the responsibility of being a full-time dad. My kid's dad, when I moved to Sacramento, my daughter was 17. He was like, she can't go nowhere till she turned 18. It was July 27, 28 when I left LA to go to Sacramento. The first week of September, he was like, come pick her up and all of her stuff. You thought you wanted to be a full-time dad. You became a full-time dad.
Yeah,
okay. Man, so now I was there with my daughter wasn't even speaking to her dad no more after that. She was just like, I'm done with him. But there's a lot to be said about the work that goes into being a full-time dad. And I know you've had to make a ton of sacrifices. It takes the time. But what else can you share about the sacrifices that you've made to be that full-time dad?
So I'm currently sacrificing right now because, for example, I'm advancing within my field of funding, so much so too, they've thrown a big dinner, and a private dinner, and invited me out to Atlanta. I got to figure out childcare. It's not easy to find childcare for 5 children. Everybody ain't like me out. And then the ones that are, they say out of state. You know what I mean? And so that's one thing. Also having to sacrifice being able to, date if I wanted to, just because I'm dating. Just because I want to be in a relationship don't mean I don't want to go have fun, and watch a movie or go to a concert or go dancing or go eating. So I sacrifice in that way a lot, and then I also realize, like, a lot of dads, a lot of people in general, they don't realize that we literally have everything that we need within us to be a parent to our children. Now, provided it may not have been the design, it may not come to you as natural, but being with my children has shown me, like, I have the nurturing spirit that I thought I never had. I'm calm, I'm able to love on them in ways that I never thought was my responsibility before. So I didn't feel like it was in me, but it is, man. And as I start to sacrifice being who I'm so used to being so easily, that comes so effortlessly, I realized, like, you can tap into whatever you need to be for your children. And I've seen even mothers, like, I've heard mothers say, I can't be a dad. Like, you're right. You can't be a man, but you can play a fatherly role in your child's life if you understand how to tap into it, if you even believe it's possible.
Yeah.
But if you don't believe it's possible, then you won't. But I've seen a lot of mothers who are able to do that effectively, and their children, their boys grow up as great young men. And you be thinking, like, man, you had a great dad. And like, no, I had an awesome mom. You know what I mean? She showed me the loving and the nurturing. And she also, which I know you're going to disagree with this, but I'm just going to say, she also socked me in my chest, when I needed to get checked. Now, I don't mean that that's what you should be doing. I'm just saying the roughness of it, the rigidity of it. I've seen women embody that for the sake of making sure that their son could get what they felt they needed. Now, you can't do it perfectly. I'm not looking to be a woman. You know what I mean? Like, I can't hold them in my bosom unless I gain a whole lot of weight. But other than that, it's like you're not gonna feel that softness of my breast upon your cheek when you're crying. That's just a sacrifice of it. But that doesn't mean that I can't do my best to show them how I can show empathy for them in the ways that I can, which are very different from the way I normally would do when I'm not entertaining or don't believe it's even possible.
And the beautiful thing is you have other people around them who can give them, that cushy,
And that's a major part of what's helping me, honestly, is tapping into community. I've been blessed. Everybody doesn't have it. Everybody doesn't nurture it. But I think that, like you said, the same way I build bonds with my children are the same ways I build bonds with people, just in general. And when I connect with people, I think the love they feel is genuine, and the love that I receive from them is genuine. And so it makes where so many people are so much more apt to want to help me or to pitch in or to try to step in to do what they can. My brother and his wife have been pivotal in this journey for me, in not making it whether or not I could do it or not, but changing how hard that may be, how effective it may be. No matter what, it was going to get done, because that's just who I am. I'm going to figure it out, find a way, make a way, or get out the way. But in regards to just the way they stepped in to help and make sure that they had my back, has helped a lot in this journey for especially my girls specifically, because they now have another female role model that they can look up to, that they can connect with and bond with, that they can talk to in those ways. So that's been really good.
Huge, because when your daughter can't, depend on her mom to be that role model of what she needs to be or how she should show up as a woman later on in life, she has her aunt who can now show her that.
Right. And I'm intentional about looking for those role models and introducing those connections, because that's not something that my mom was intentional about when I was growing up without my dad. And the thing was, I think what she did was, and I think a lot of us do this, is we think that our selection for our next mate is automatically a good fit for the next father or mother for our children. And that's not necessarily the case. My dad was a stepdad. He was there, and I loved him to death. And it wasn't until an adult I really was able to appreciate his presence and what he did provide. But by no means was he the father figure that I needed to look up to teach me. I grew up most of my life thinking I was smarter than my not in the way that kids do, but I mean, literally, and because of that, I looked down on my stepdad growing up. When I became an adult, I realized, oh my gosh, you've been feeling and thinking and acting all this way, and you have no idea the role that he played, being present, played a lot. But I still feel like my mom should have made an intentional effort to see what was lacking and to figure out how she could fill it. And she didn't. She was more so focused on, the relationship and just living life and, whatever it is that we do as adults. And so I'm trying to be more, no, I'm not trying. I'm being more intentional about making sure that I'm making those connections for my children in general, even with myself. With my kids, I'm not a sports fanatic. I'm wearing this because I'm just trying to feel cool, but I don't really play sports like that now. And I got put out of sports because why are you shaking your head?
Why'd you get put out? You got put out?
Yeah,
it's one thing to be sitting on the bench. It's another thing to get put
not
out.
Sports as a whole. I had a big lawsuit with the Sports and Recreation. I can't play at any public recreational gym because I was in the gym and they trying to sue me for water damage. And I'm like, yeah, they said I was making it rain in the gym.
Boy, I tell you about people.
So I'm not allowed to go to any public gym, but no, I never really got fully into sports like that. But my kids love sports, and so I'm not going to not allow them to be able to explore that the best ways they can, connecting with coaches and other people who are really good at sports, because that's where I lack is important to me, and the same for my daughters and whatever it is I can't provide for them.
I love that. And I was going to ask you about your upbringing and your childhood and your relationship with your dad, because, usually I find that people either are doing the exact same thing, like emulating what they had when they had great parents, or they're going the opposite. And like, I want to do the exact opposite of what my parents did because it wasn't what I wanted or what I needed. And so I would love for you to share a little bit about what your upbringing was as a kid.
When you just said that for the first time, I just made a connection. Because I was gonna say, well, I wasn't really raised with my dad. My dad was there, but he lived in another state with his new wife and his new kids, and we got to see them a few times, like a handful, maybe a handful of times on the lower end of the hand. We went out and visited because I think he and my mom didn't really connect well in regards to like the co-parenting space. So when I was younger, I didn't really have my dad. It was over the phone every now and then, and maybe some presents that he mailed, And then if he would come out and visit, we'd see him for a couple of days. And then I think we went out to where he lived in Oregon for the summer 1 or 2 times. Other than that, and so when I grew up and everybody saw how great of a relationship I had with my dad, they're baffled. And I was like, I don't know why, but I love my dad. I have a great relationship. I don't feel like I blame him for anything like that and all of that. And I'm like, there are people who, they live with their dad every day and they can't stand him. And so just now when you said that and I thought I was like, the same grace I had on my dad with my childhood and forgiving him and continue to move forward and build a great relationship with him is the same grace I'm receiving from my children.
Yep.
And didn't even realize it.
That's huge.
Dang. Well, yeah, growing up, I didn't have a relationship with my dad. And I was raised by my mom and my stepdad. And even then, it was hands on, hands off. I actually had my mom was there. She did everything she could for us as a mother, but she was very much so involved with her life. My mom was just like I was, very selfish. She focused on her. She focused on her life. And then we were there too. And she did what she could for us the way she could provide and all that. But like, she wasn't a very involved mother. She wasn't showing up to no games. She wasn't showing up to no practices. She would just kind of pitch us off to my auntie or, whoever was willing to take on that responsibility. Where she showed up was discipline. And if we got a bad report at school, that's what she was going to show up at. But other than that, it was just a regular schmegular relationship coming.
How did you feel about that growing up? Were you consciously like, she should do better as a mom, or you just didn't think about it until later?
I realized growing up that I took my destiny into my own hands. I felt like I was responsible because when I was coming up, man, like it was one day when I realized like, oh man, I'm responsible for this. I got to be Neo. I wasn't Neo at the time, but later on I realized that was Neo from the Matrix. We were having a conversation about like something. It was like heaven or hell. And I was asking like, how do we know, if you saved? And we're talking about it. And I asked them the question and she was just like, I don't know. I'm like, you don't know? Like you, my mama, like you
know everything.
You gotta know. And that was the beginning of me starting to like pay attention. And as I started paying attention more, I started noticing more of her. I'm sorry, I'm on a podcast right now, speaking to the world. Single fatherhood.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I just realized very quickly that I started noticing and paying attention a lot more. And I realized hardly nobody had their stuff together. Nobody really knew what they were doing. They were just kind of going at it. I was like, I got to do this. I got to be the one. I'm going to be the. And from there, I took on the forefront of my childhood and I started making adult decisions that I shouldn't have been making.
Wow.
You know, and it's
been nobody had their stuff together.
That's what it felt like, man. Yeah. And even when I look back now, like including myself, like when I look at how I've had to spend most of my time getting my stuff together as opposed to being a parent, you know, it sucks. But I feel like that's how most people are who started having children early or who just start before they're ready. You know, they still are working on themselves. They still working on their growth, their finances. They're getting themselves together. So I feel like it would have been so much different if I got my stuff together in place. And now I'm going on the next journey, which is I'm ready to have children and pour into them what I've set in place for myself and for them as well. But it's like I'm playing catch up my whole life. Like, okay, look, y'all go sit over here while I go handle this stuff real quick. And it's never real quick. You know?
Yep. You know, it's crazy because I felt, I forgot what I was gonna say, but that's huge. I lost my train of thought, but coming back with the next thing I was going to ask you was, for those people that might feel like it's too late and I need to get, oh no, I remember. Let me go back to where I was thinking. Mm-hmm. So many times they say that the absent parent is glorified, right? Like that person, they're like, oh, that's my hero. That's the superhero, because when they do come around, they got gifts and stuff, and it's like, you know, they're exalted, but the parent that's there doing the hard work every day, right, is seen as the bad guy and is not often appreciated. Would you agree that that's how, I don't know if that's how it was for you as a kid, but how do you feel about how that might have played out with all of your children?
So I've got to experience both worlds. Like I've seen that was not the case for me. My dad was not super glorified to me. He just was my dad, you know. But I feel like maybe he didn't do enough of the things that get you there. Maybe if it would have been more gifts or showing up a little bit more frequent than he did, then maybe I could have felt like that. But no, when I was married, I got to see it in one of my children because he had another dad, and that dad would do that. You know, he would bring him to the birthday parties. He would get him the gifts for Christmas. He'd get him the gifts for his birthday. And as a result, his dad could do no wrong, you know? And it was like, dude. So, and then for me, it's been a blend because I would not say that my children felt like that about me. No, because I was always positioned as a disciplinary all of my children's lives, the ones that were not in my home, they always brought me in when they were in trouble, when it was time to whoop somebody, when it was time to put somebody on punishment. So I don't think I was ever positioned to, and I always struggled financially. So I wasn't showing up with the gifts either. Yeah. And so I don't think I ever got positioned in that seat. But now in this current situation, it's not the case either. Like they don't glorify. Yeah, I'm very shocked, but they don't glorify her as the glorified parent. And I feel like she's trying to position herself to be that, to start going in that direction. But I'm learning that it's a part of the journey, man. Like, and there's not really much you can do about it, but love your children the best that you can. I think that for me, I initially was considering all the things that I'm doing for them now to be something that's going to pay me back in the future, in relationship, in bonding, and whatever it is. And I'm learning as I go through the journey that love is for that moment. Like when you choose to love somebody, whether it be a spouse or a child, we love a lot of times to get something back transactionally. Like I'm doing this so that you'll do this, or because you're going to do this. Like I'm sacrificing this way because I've committed the rest of my life for you. So I'm loving for tomorrow, always, always, always. But now I'm learning that we have to love for today. It's kind of like when you go to an arcade and you put your money in that machine and you have the best time of your life. You're not putting your money in that machine because you're saying, when I go home tonight and I go to sleep and I wake up, the machine is going to follow me home and be there and come for me to play again. You're literally saying, I want to do this right now in this moment. And I think that's how we should love in that way, because when you do, it frees you of the expectation of the outcome.
Yep.
Which then allows you to be able to receive that love back in some way, but not necessarily through that specific person or individual.
Yeah.
And as I do that with my children right now, it helps me to love them in a way that I feel they deserve versus, because there's no time. Man, I've heard so many single father stories, single mother stories where the kid will grow up and they don't want nothing to do with that parent.
Yeah.
They throw away everything that parent put into them and instilled in, and they go a whole different direction. Now that parent feels like they failed. They feel like they didn't get the return on their investment or whatever it is. And I'm like, love is inexhaustible. And if you truly love somebody because you're choosing to love them, that is the best way to love to me. And that's what I'm working on every day with my children. Now, later on, when they start acting crazy and if they start doing all that, then of course, I'm going to have feelings. I'm a human, but I'm hoping that the practice of this mindset and the discipline of it helps me through that time if it ever does come,
Yeah. I love that so much. And I didn't know, like, I've never had this unconditional love in relationships, but the kids and the grandkids is that's just something different. And I don't even know, for me personally, I don't know if I'm capable of loving a spouse unconditionally. I don't know if I'm cut out for it, because there's conditions, because there's things I just ain't gonna tolerate, right? So it's conditions for me. The only people that get the unconditional are my kids and grandkids.
I think unconditional I get, but I think it's the transactional that I'm more so tapping into.
Okay.
Like, I'm going to love you because you're going to love me back.
Because I want something in return.
To love you. I'm going to give you this because I'm choosing it. This is how I want to love you at this moment, at this time. And if you never give me anything back, I still feel great about my choice to do this for you because that was my choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that's huge. Now that's with 100% of the people that I interact, because I always say, if I'm gonna do something for you, I want to do it out of the kindness of my heart, even if you never do anything for me back.
Right.
And I give trust 100% up front. And if you mess it up, you may never get it back.
Right.
But I give it to you in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I give it to you freely.
Yeah.
You don't have to earn it. And so similarly, if I do something for somebody, I want to do it because it's in my heart to do it, not because I'm expecting something back. So we have a few minutes left. What would you say to parents in that need to make the transformation, that need to do better with their kids or have messed up before and want to get it right now? What would you say to those parents?
I would say, one, children are extremely forgiving, man. Extremely forgiving. And if you would stop condemning yourself and thinking that you've already messed up so much that you can't repair it, you can start taking the steps, and I know it feels a lot of times like this is just so much and you want to do all of these things. But I say this all the time. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And the same way you eat chicken, the same way you eat broccoli or whatever else, you just have to take the steps and just take one step of choosing to do something. As you already have seen, more than likely, it takes very little for a kid to think that you're Superman or Superwoman, because you have parents, as you just discussed, that are barely ever there and they are able to do that. But for me, he showed me, I saw a vision one time where I was in a position where I was like, being super dad, there are people who spend way less time with their kids, give them way less stuff and support them way less, but they're super dad in their kids' minds. And it's because of the connection and the authenticity within that connection that spawns that. And so if you focus more so on how you bond, not whether you bond, that's where the difference maker is, because I didn't have my kids in the beginning, and to be able to get them and for them to love me the way they have can only speak to the bond that I made with them, and that can be so simple, man. Like, I always let money be my thing that stopped me. You you don't need money, man. Kids are not looking for money. They're looking for experiences. They're looking for time. And we have that when we create it. And because you create time for the things that you care about and that you want to do. And if you make them that priority, you'll make time for them too.
100%. I honestly believe that everybody has time for what they want to have time for. And they have money for what they want to have money for.
Absolutely.
And people that say, like, I don't have time, it's like, okay, well, let me see your phone usage.
Yeah, man.
How much time were you on Instagram? How much time were you on YouTube? How much time were you on Netflix?
Once I changed my mind about it, like I was doing stuff like writing little notes, you know what I'm saying, and folding it up into a little special and then hiding under her pillow or sitting on her pillow with some little dollar candy, something. I used to do just the most basic stuff, but to see her light up the way she did, to see my kids, right now, every day I hired them to help each other get ready in the mornings, to expose them to money and work and things like that, to see them go crazy on Sundays for payday for their little 50 cents and they $2, but they are excited. I'm teaching them, how to work with business, attitude, quality of work, all of that stuff, through the smallest thing. I don't have to wait till I can pay them $100. Kids deal in dollars a lot of times, change. Yeah. So, just it's not about what you do, it's about how you do it and you being intentional about doing it. And once you change your mind about that, you're going to see doors open up everywhere in ways that you can do that.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for taking this time to talk with me, especially with the last minute request. Super amazing. The chat's been going a little crazy. I know that when people watch this replay, it's on and cracking. Yeah. But thank you so much for sharing and being so transparent. I appreciate that. And I knew you would, I knew you would, which is a part of the reason why I invited you. Final words and where people can find you.
I will say where people can find me is, again, my email address, ea2enterprises@gmail.com, my phone number 213-326-8720, and my Instagram handle is at Eddie Alexander the Great, all one word. And my last words are, man, just be, be whatever it is you're looking for and whatever it is you desire. There's nothing stopping you from being that but you. And as you erase that blockage in your mind and allow yourself to start searching for the answers to who you want to be and how you want to be, you'll find out they're everywhere, just waiting for you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Have a good one.
Thanks for having me.
Y'all give me 1 moment, 1 minute. Well, welcome back to the Don't Script Your Kids podcast. I am super excited to bring up our next guests. My cousins, Taryn and Gregory. He filled out his form and said Gregory. I don't even know if I knew his name was Gregory, because I've only called him Greg, but super excited to bring my cousins to the line. They have a blended family of 10. My cousins she had 4 kids, he had 4 kids. Together they've become a family of 10, like real life Brady Bunch, and done it as seamlessly as I've ever seen done. I'm bringing to the front my cousins, Greg and Taryn Nolan. Welcome.
Hey.
I said Gregory.
You don't gotta hit me with the Gregory. You know, auto text do what it do. So I just
okay. Super excited to have you guys share. Tell us just a little bit about yourselves. I know you guys are, what are we on? 3.5 years married?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And I was one of the lucky ones to be at the wedding. Got to witness it myself. But I could go on and on about you guys, because both of you guys are individually amazing people and together just fantastic. But share a little bit about yourselves and your family.
Appreciate it. Pi, go ahead.
So I'm Taryn Nolan. I'm originally from California. Moved to Las Vegas about 20 years ago now. I actually met Greg in high school, so in 1998. We were friends first. Yeah. We kind of dated, he said a week, I'm like a day, because I couldn't really date, so I was sneaking a boyfriend. But it didn't last so long, because I was like, my mom's crazy and we can't do this. But we went our separate ways. We kind of remained friends, like through social media, like MySpace back in the day. We connected and just kind of stayed in contact. I launched my real estate career in 2020 and my travel business in 2021. He and I started dating in 2020, got engaged in 2021, married in 2022, and we just been working really hard to be the best parents and show them a different route of life, not just the traditional way.
I love that.
I'm Greg Nolan. I'm also originally from LA. Like she said, we met in high school. It was about a week. I feel like it was about a week, maybe not a full week, but you give it a week. She did not tell me that her mom was crazy. She just said, hey, we can't do this. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, respectfully. And we just stay friends. So I've been in aerospace and defense 20 something years now. I can't even give you an exact number right now. I was still in California up until 2020. Life changed. A lot of things happened really fast. And Taryn texted me while I was on a flight, and I didn't know it was her number because I got a new phone. And I was like, she texted us like, hey, is this Greg? And I'm like, yeah, who is this? And she's like, it's Taryn. I said, okay, as soon as I land, I'm going to call you. Because I felt like at that moment, it was my opportunity to pursue her the way I wanted to. And we talked really quick, real brief. And I told her, like, I'm not leaving your life ever again. So if somebody's in the way, he gonna have to deal with me, and he's not better than me. So he'll deal with it and we'll move forward. And everything else she said is pretty much how it went. 2020, we started dating. 21, we got engaged. 22, we were married, and we've been working at this to give our kids a better life and give better understanding of life to them. And I'm learning so much from my wife as well. Like, I know a lot, and I'm also ever learning. I feel like if you stop learning, you die. And so she's pouring into me things that I didn't even think about, honestly. So I'm still learning.
I love it. So what are the ages of the kids?
So our youngest is 6. And then we have literally today, an 11-year-old.
11-year-old today.
And then we have another 11-year-old, 12, 13, 14, 18, and 21.
Right. So in all fairness, these kids do overlap in pockets because, again, like Kalisha said, we had 4 and 4. My wife had her daughter and 3 boys, and I had 3 girls and my son. So literally we have pockets where we have the same age for a month, a few weeks, a couple months, and then they shift up. So it's quite fun. But
like
we
one year we had like 3 graduations. I'm like, what the heck? No, 4 graduations. I'm 4. Like, how did we sign up for this?
I remember that. Because even the baby was graduating kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then all of the kids are involved in sports and activities, and I don't even know how y'all manage all of that. But what activities are the kids all involved in?
So I'm definitely like, I'm a Capricorn, so I'm like a calendar gal. So I live by a calendar, where he's Aries, he's more free and spontaneous. Yeah. So I kind of keep it together with my organization skills.
And then she tell me like, babe, we need, and I'm like, all right, everybody in, let's go.
And then he's like the enforcer. So when I'm like, we gotta be out by this time, he gotta, you know. But we have a major ed, we have volleyball, we have football, we have track, we have wrestling.
Some of them are still dealing with music. We have violin, we have cello,
and then aerialist and gymnastics.
And one of them was actually in a bilingual class, where his class taught nothing but our baby boy. His teacher spoke nothing but Spanish, and he was reading at a 3rd grade level.
In kindergarten.
Leaving kindergarten, yeah. Reading Spanish, English and Spanish fluent.
I love that. So how you all have blended the family beautifully. And you know, anytime I hear either of you talking about the kids, it's my kid, my daughter, my son, my daughter, my son. Yeah. It don't matter who gave birth to them. And I've never seen it the way you guys have done that. But I know that it has to be good for the kids to be that way. How did you guys end up? How did that develop?
It was very organic, actually. It wasn't even like a lot of thought put into it. So originally, when we first started dating, he was in California and I was in Nevada. Correct. And I was very adamant on like, you're not meeting my kids yet. Even though we were friends first, it's like now we're dating, so you're not meeting them yet. However, Alasia was like, I had to take her, you know, to school or pick her up, and he may be on the phone. So she knew of him. And so he would just kind of, you know, like say little things to her. And immediately I feel like he would pour into her. So she immediately like, that's going to be my dad. Like she instantly like grasped that. And then I was like, oh, we'll see what happens, you know, because it's still like new. Yeah. But it was just like, if we're going to make this work, then we have to be a family and together. And I didn't want the whole step or sister or brother, like it's just a one. And we didn't force our kids to call each other like mom or call us mom or dad. It was something that they wanted. It's like, I'm Taryn, but you can call me mom. Like, I'm Greg, you can call me dad. And I just told him, like, I'm not your stepmom, I'm your bonus mom. You know, and he's not your stepdad, he's your bonus dad. So we're here. Like, you're blessed to have 2 moms and 2 dads. Like, take the advantage of it. So it was just kind of like that. So just kind of being there and showing up for them and being present and just pouring into them, they organically just called.
That's who we were.
Who we are, mom and dad, yes.
And in all fairness, I was dealing with separating from my kid's mom, divorcing, that whole process. So my half of the kids were out of the way. They were actually being hidden from me, honestly, in all reality. I had to resort to some other tactics to make sure I found my kids, to be honest, and we can discuss later. But even when the kids, like when they would come to the house in California and just stay the weekend or stay days, whatever, they're like, oh, well, when we gonna meet my sisters? When we gonna meet our brothers? Like the kids attached too. So it wasn't like your kids. It wasn't like, well, when we gonna meet your kids? It was like, when we gonna meet my sisters? When we gonna meet my brother? Like they saw their rooms and saw their personalities. So it was like they were spending this space, and it's like, well, when do we meet?
Yes.
This other half of who we are. You know what I mean?
I love that.
So that's
because I wanted them to feel like when they came to the house in Nevada from California, that they felt like they were at home. I remember like my parents like not being together and having like custody space. And when I went to my dad's house, I didn't have my own bed or my own room or my own space. Like I had to pack a bag and go to my dad's house. And I didn't want them to feel like that. So we made sure they had their own clothes and their own shoes and their own bed and their own dresser, like their own space. So when they came to visit or to our house, which is their house, they felt like they were at home too. It wasn't like 2 separate spaces. So it was just very important that they felt like they were at home, not that they were just visiting their dad for the weekend or the summer, you know.
And that was pretty crazy too, because we had clothes and shoes and stuff that they were outgrowing, because literally for 2 years, this woman was hiding my kids and fighting, giving me my kids and letting me see them, talk to them, and like literally no communication for 2 years. So literally we showed them like all of this stuff, like toys they would never play with at the time because they had grown up, clothes that were too small, shoes that were too small. Like it was a bunch of stuff all the time. And it was just like, sorry, but we kept moving forward. And my wife was integral in making sure things move forward and making sure her other children felt at home.
Now, let's go ahead, and I think it's a great time to talk about the fight that you had in order to get to your kids.
Okay. First, I want to thank my wife because she helped keep me together when it came to that, because she'll tell you, initially I didn't cry, I didn't hurt. It was just in my head and I was trying to figure it out. And that's just the reality. And being that I don't like to have to go into darker spaces and use and utilize other tactics that I can and have had to use growing up where we grew up. I was just like going through it and I'm putting in paperwork. I'm in the courts. I'm getting shot down. The paperwork's wrong. The paperwork's wrong. The paperwork's wrong. And it was a point I told my wife, I'm like, I'm done. I'm so done. Like, it's too much. It's frustrating. It's hard. And she was like, no, let's just sit down. We'll walk through it again and we'll do it and we'll just put it in. Oh,
so originally his ex-wife had found out about me, and that's more so why she kind of took the kids into hiding. And I say hiding because he didn't know where they were. And he would send emails after email trying to, I just want to see my kids. Can you send me photos of the kids? Can you, like, where are you guys at? What do they need? He was just reaching out, doing the best he can to communicate. And she's like, the kids are fine. We're having the best life ever. She'll send pictures of herself and just randomness. And I was like, you know what? You're going to have to go to court. You're going to have to go file paperwork.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know everything, but I have had to file paperwork to, gain custody of my children. So let's just try it. And every court system is completely different. And his paperwork, he would literally, I want to say, like April of 2021, he started like filing paperwork. And, it's a process. When you file it, it's not like they go look at it right away. It takes some weeks. And it was like rejection. And then May, rejection. Like every month it was like rejected. I'm like, just go down there and talk to them. Like, what do you want me to do?
She literally told me, like, look, just drive to California, go to the courthouse and walk through it. And I was like, all right, cool. So I jumped in the car, drove down, stayed, and like went through the whole process and got somebody to really like look through the paperwork, see it in a moment. Okay, I need you to do this. Okay, cool. All right, I need you to do this. All right, cool. And it was like, it's literally little adjustments, but it seems so big when you're being like shut down. And it's like, I just want my kids. I was not a bad dad. I was not in their lives. I was not a deadbeat. She decided she wanted to run off with my kids and hide them from me, and decided she wanted to get on assistance where I was actually taking care of my kids. So now I'm having to deal with arrears and all of this other crap because you decided you didn't want me. You made it clear to me that you didn't need me, but you go get the system, and now they're on my back. You know what I mean?
And they don't care about the emails of her saying she don't need help.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, she has the kids 100% of the time, even though she's keeping them from them. It was like that battle too. So I want to say it was like 9 months of like rejection.
For sure.
And finally, it was like the paperwork is approved, but he has to serve her. Well, where is she?
Yeah.
How do we serve a person? We don't know where she's at.
Yeah.
So he literally had people like sitting outside her grandma's house, like sitting outside the kids' school, just hoping to catch her one day. And finally, one day, one of his friends was like, I think this is her. Like, it was a different car, but she was sitting outside her grandma's house, and he knocked on the window, and the window was cracked, and was like, you've been served. And from there, it was just a relief, and we were able to move forward.
It was really tough. Like I had to have different people at different times. Like it was like a moving situation. Like I said, didn't want to have to get dark, but it's like, look, don't do nothing, but I need my kids. And my friend that actually did the actual survey, he was like she said, I think it's her. And I'm like, okay, cool. I said, when you see my kids, tell them I love them. And I said, hi, and I'll see them soon. He served them, and he literally looked back in the back seat and said all that to my kids. And he said they lit up immediately. So that was the fight.
And that's so hard because it's a time limit on when you can serve them, right? Or the documents expire, right?
Right.
And you have to start over again. That's crazy. That's crazy. The system is not set up for you to make it easy. And it's
even harder. It's even harder for men, and I think that's the part that's like really it's a biased situation. We automatically end up being the ones at fault or in the wrong. And like I said, even in this space, like the fact that you were keeping kids from their dad and you decided you wanted to go get on assistance, even though dad is saying, hey, he'll help you. Like, how is it my fault? Why am I paying for her choice to not allow dad to be the dad he's always been?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a tricky space. Luckily I had a great judge. Once we finally got going and get the going, listen, sister judge was not playing with the X.
I love that. Because I remember you were also trying to get the kids' passports.
Yes.
That was a struggle too.
Yeah.
So we wrote it in the paperwork. We had to go back to court for it.
Yeah.
So originally the first court day was February.
It was February. It was Valentine's Day.
February 14, 2022.
It was Valentine's Day.
And that was his court day. And he was like, I haven't talked to my kids since 2020. I don't know how they're doing. She was like, oh, he knows the number. He's like, I do not. So the judge made her pull out the phone and text him right then.
Yeah, so she was like, my phone number is on the paperwork. I said, I have no paperwork from you, and the paperwork that I do have is completely blank when it comes to your name. So that's not fair. The judge was like, Miss Such and Such, can you pick up your phone real quick? Mr. Nolan, what's your phone number? I gave it to her on the phone. She said, I need you to text him right now. Mr. Nolan, as soon as that message comes through, I need you to let me know you got the message.
She was not playing.
She said, if you don't talk to those babies today after school, you call back up here immediately.
I love it.
And that was the start
of everything. The start of the process.
Yes.
Hold on really quick.
We have a glare coming through the window, so she's going to fix it. From there, the judge was asking, like, when was the last time he's seen them? And so we had got our first visit April 28th of 2020. And then 2022. She allowed us to get summer. She allowed us to get spring break, winter break. She asked, like, where do he live? And he's like, Nevada. So she allowed him to come 1 weekend a month to pick up. So we live in Nevada. The kids are in California. We never asked for anything. We would drive, like Friday, drive down there, get the kids. Sometimes we'll bring them back to Vegas. Sometimes we'll just stay in California. Like the first weekend we got the kids, we just rented a cabin in Big Bear. Because we was like, what are we going to do with them? We don't live here. It was just it was like a learning curve. Like just trying to figure out, like, where do we put all these people? Like, and we didn't want to drive because we had a baby shower too. So we didn't want to drive all the way back to Nevada.
Right.
So it was just like trying to figure out like how to make it work. Like literally we had just bought a bigger vehicle because we didn't have a car big enough to hold as many people. So we had to get the Nissan Armada. It just was crazy. It was like, how did we end up here? How did we go from, because even though we were together and we knew we had a family of 10, we haven't experienced a family
all
of 10.
Together.
So it was like, oh, we need a new car. We need a lot.
Yeah.
And I saw y'all took a road trip from Nevada to Georgia last summer.
Yeah.
I was like, crazy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we actually rented a 15-passenger van because I'm like, again, how are we going to fit all these kids? And they were excited just to go somewhere different because we love to vacay. His family was having their first family reunion. His mom wanted all her grandkids and kids. So literally it was like 3 15-passenger vans going from the West Coast to Georgia. And it was fun. We stopped like, where did we go? I can't remember. We were like Nevada to Arizona to New Mexico, like just all the way. And we would get out and take pictures in front of the signs. It was really fun. No one complained, which was good. Like we prepared like snacks and restroom breaks, like all of the things, because we just know like with kids it can be hard, but it was really easy.
Yeah, the kids were pretty chill. It wasn't crazy. Everybody picked their seats according to how they felt in the moment. Like it wasn't no chaos. Like our kids genuinely love each other, and I feel like, and reality is too. I meant to say this earlier. Our kids don't like to step anything space. Like they be ready to fight when somebody be like, "Oh, I heard that's your step." They like, "No, that's my brother." Or I heard that's your steps. No, that's my sister. Yeah. Who told you that? Where you get that from? Like our kids are frustrated. They get frustrated with it. So literally their bonds are legitimately real. Our older two kids are older. So it's the space where it's like they're kind of like their space, but the bottom six, they float around each other and it's all good. They do what they do. And you know, the travel was great. The room spaces were great. It was a good learning space. It was pretty intense. They got to see a lot of the stuff that I would see when I went back
like his
down
childhood,
south.
Yes.
It was stuff that we experienced, that my mom experienced, that I didn't experience yet. All of my siblings were there except two as well. One of which passed away. The other one was just on his own mission. So it was what it was. But it was a beautiful moment. It was a beautiful thing for sure.
Yeah, I remember seeing the picture with like the whole family, and I was like, "Wow, it's huge, but it is so beautiful to see."
How many? That was just his mom kids. Yeah, I'm like that was just his mom kids and grandkids. That wasn't even like the whole family reunion. His mom has 28 grandkids.
Yeah, and that's just from the top three kids.
Yeah.
So my bottom three siblings have no kids. So my brother under me, and my brother that passed away. That's just our kids.
28 grandkids.
Yeah.
So your mom had five? It's five of you?
Six.
Six? Okay.
It's six. I'm the oldest of six. 5 boys and 1 girl.
I think it was not this Christmas or
Christmas before, not 2 years ago.
She was like, I want all my grandkids at my house for Christmas. I'm like, all of them? That's a lot. And she bought them all matching pajamas. And they literally, everybody was there except one because he was playing football in Hawaii. Yeah. At the Hawaii Bowl or whatever they call it.
He plays ball at San Jose State. So
yeah.
He was out in Hawaii playing.
Yeah, and they all spent the night. You know, kids don't care. They just want to be with their cousins. So it was fun for them.
Yeah.
And now some of the kids still live in LA full time?
So they're in Rialto or Riverside County, I guess you want to call it. Rialto, somewhere that way now, because she kind of floats around with him. Yes, that is the current situation, and the wife and I are contemplating how we want to move forward because there are things that are going on that we don't like. There are also and have also been legitimate conversations where the bottom two were ready to move with us, and then it became a bribery game. Like my ex literally was starting to buy them all kind of junk and creating this space, and that mentality actually kind of backfired when it came to my son. And as of recent, there are some things that have been said and are being alleged and documented that aren't true. And I don't like that. We can talk about it and move forward into it. But currently, yes, they do live with their mom.
And it's just the youngest two, right?
The youngest two, yes.
Mm-hmm. Tell me what you all's childhood was like and how that has formed who you are as parents.
You go first or me go first?
Yeah.
So my childhood was pretty good, even though I grew up in Compton and Watts. Like I grew up in some of the craziest spaces you can grow up in the 80s and 90s. Absolutely. You know, of course, gang violence is our space. Like that's what LA was for and about, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm around it. Yeah, it's the space and all of that. But overall, my mom was amazing, you know. My biological father, Big is what I call him. He calls me Big now. He's like, I'm not big no more, you Big. He was a great guy though. He was an amazing guy. He was not in our lives 100% because he was in and out of jail. And I learned young, most of the time my dad was in jail was because he was helping somebody else. So it's like, it still proved that he was a great guy. He just ended up in situations helping somebody else out that took him away from us. He was amazing. in all reality. And I've told him as I've gotten older, I've actually let him know, like, honestly, I didn't need you to be a dad for me, but my siblings needed you more than anything. And I think you need to take that into account. So I grew up in a blended family technically too. So the top three of my siblings, me, my brother under me, and my brother that passed away, are by my biological father. My mom met my younger three siblings' dad when I was like 8 or so. They started dating. He was a great guy too. Ex-Navy, cool guy overall. Until I started to become me. So right around the time I turned 12 or 13, he started like doing this little thing where he would pick at me and create issues and like try to like bully me almost. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because as a 13-year-old, you don't think this mindset, but because I am who I am and I know where I come from, I know who my dad was. I told him, like, you're not gonna punk me. I'm not afraid of you. These dudes around here might be a little afraid of you because you have military experience. Even though if I say something is up, like, it'll be what it is. And I don't think all of them were afraid, but he had a little bit of a presence that made it what it was for him. But I told him, like, I'm not afraid of you. If it's up, basically. And literally, he and I fought like at different times, like physically fist fought until I was like 22. And I told him, like, I will kill you at this point. Like, I'm not here to play with you no more. Like, you tried it with me, you tried it with my siblings. Like, it's time to stop, you know? Yeah. But overall, my mom held everything down. She is and was everything. She was a mom and a dad. She did everything she could to provide us a great life. We played sports, we're into everything we were wanting to be into. I met this beautiful woman at the school I decided I wanted to go to in high school. And yeah, overall, it was a good space.
Okay.
Okay, my childhood was a lot different than his. My mom and dad broke up, I don't know, when I was an infant. My mom raised me and my brother. So it was two of us in her household. And my dad has 6 kids. It was me and he had another child. So basically 4 women we've had kids with. My dad ended up marrying one of those who became my stepmom. It's kind of crazy because she was in my life since I was like 4, my stepmom. But I wasn't around my dad as often because my dad and my mom did not get along. So becoming a mom, that was really important to me, is to make sure that I had a healthy relationship, like with my kids' dad. Like, so even with my ex, like it's not healthy because it takes 2 to make a healthy relationship, and it's just not that it's just not easy. They're not willing to like help and make things easy. So I kind of just leave it at is what it is. But based off my experience growing up, my parents did take me in and out of court. It was like a custody battle instead of a custody agreement. So when it came to me, getting custody of my children, it was like, okay, let's work together. Like, what can this look like? And if you didn't want to work and you made your choice and the judge had to decide differently, that was on you. But I'm always willing to work because I didn't like getting picked up at the police station and the police getting called out and restraining orders. Like, to me, it was just very ghetto. And I just didn't like any of that. And just I always felt like I had to choose a side. And it's like, why can't I just have both my parents? Like, why can't you both be here? And it wasn't until I was like out of high school, they want to be best friends. Like, I don't need y'all to be friends now. Like, when I needed y'all to be friends, you didn't want to. So becoming a mom, I'm like, okay, how can I make sure my kids have a childhood that they don't have to heal from? So I'm always asking them, like, how am I doing as a parent? What do you like about me as your mom? What do you hate about me as your mom? Like, what can I do better? And I take whatever feedback they give me, whatever it is. And then I'm like, okay, let's talk through. You're not going to get in trouble. However you answer, it's your true feelings. Because I don't want them to grow up and be 25 and like, when I was 10 or when I don't want any of that because you have the opportunity. So let's talk through it. I often apologize to my kids if I'm wrong. I apologize to them, especially my oldest. I'm like, I had you at 19 and, now in my 40s. And I'm just like, I wouldn't say I made mistakes. I don't look at it, just lessons. And some things that I've done with you, I just didn't know. Like I was literally like, you don't get a handbook like this is how you become a parent. You figuring it out, like you're winging it. So if you feel like some of your other siblings are getting more, they probably are because I know more and I have more to offer versus as a teenager, I didn't have the resources, even though I took the classes and all those things. So like basically a lot of things in the ways that my parents raised me, I did not like. So I'm like, how do I be the opposite of them? Like, what are the tools and the resources that I can use to be better for my kids or our kids, together? Because it's just one of those things like, I don't want them to grow up and just be like evil and just hate us and don't want to be around us. Like I'll enjoy family time and us traveling together. And I want us to last, forever. So I feel like just growing up. And then like I said, I did have step parents. I did call them step parents back then because I wasn't taught anything differently. And my stepdad, I didn't really have I wouldn't have a relationship with him. Like it was kind of like spun up on me, like this is happening. And I'm like, whoa, okay, hey. So I never really looked at him as a dad. And then, he passed not too long after. But my stepmom, I remember, I think this is probably why I don't, I feel what I feel towards like my bonus children. I remember one day we were in the mall and she was like, oh, this is my daughter. And I remember my mom saying like, that's your stepmom, And so I was like, no, I'm her stepdaughter. And I can see her face and the hurt on her face. And it hurt me because it was like, I didn't mean to hurt her. I just repeated what I've heard someone else say to me. And it was very hurtful. And she didn't treat me like a stepdaughter, right? She didn't treat me any different than she treated my brother and sister. So why am I like doing that to her? So at that moment, it changed like our relationship to where she was one of my favorite persons. And when she passed, it hurt me to my core because I felt like I lost my mom, because she poured into me, she poured into my kids, and it's just like, dang, like it the way you say things and do things, you just never know how to affect the person. And we were able to heal from that. And we never necessarily had the conversation because I didn't know at 9 years old to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but I realized how I hurt her. So I just acted different from that moment on. And we were great.
Yeah. And then just to add to it, because I didn't talk about the space of me growing up, but I just want to touch on the space where she did say she heard something and repeated it. And I tell our kids often, wherever you pick that up at, go put it back.
Yes.
Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of the stuff that is learned or new behaviors or things spoken, somebody said it and the kid picked it up. That behavior is something that somebody picked up. That's not who you are. So we push when it's new and it's something that we're like, something's off. What's up? Like, wherever literally it's like, hey, whatever that is, whoever gave you that, go give it back to them. Go drop that back off where it's at. So
Yeah.
she caught it quick because she saw the reaction. But to add to the space of my parenting style or who I am today, just being, my mom taught me a whole lot. She taught me how to be a partner to him, and she taught me that it doesn't have to be gender roles. She made it clear of the way she wanted to be treated as a woman. So she wanted her sons to treat women the way she wanted to be treated. So we picked up all of these things. I was, again, I'm the oldest of 6. I literally helped my mom raise every single one of my kids. She'll tell you, if you talk to my mom today, she'll tell you my last two siblings were my kids. Like people would ask if they were mine, like literally if I'm the whole space. So I learned early how to deal with and how to be a parent, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was, I take that back. I didn't want to be a parent. I literally was like, I don't want no kids. I raised mine already. Like literally that was my mindset. Like high school, I raised all of mine. I'm good. You know what I mean? But also understood too that I did want to be a husband. And if my wife wanted kids, then we're having kids, and I know how to handle that space. I also believe that in 2020, not having my kids around changed me in a way that I did not realize it changed me. So I was angry. I was short. I was not so understanding, but my wife also pouring into me and teaching me like, babe, why are you doing that? Like, you don't have to yell. And then it's like, I'm like, my voice is just loud. And it's like, my voice is loud, but I also know that I can tone it down. But I was accepting what I felt was necessary because of my trauma, right? And the kids didn't deserve that. My wife didn't deserve it. There was times where she really thought I was yelling at her until she heard me yell at somebody. She was like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. You know what I mean? So, and even that moment wasn't even really me yelling. It was just like I was irritated. So I gave like a different tonal space. And she was like, okay, I get it. But she was so used to everything being so calm and not having somebody. I don't want to downplay anybody she's ever been with. She didn't have somebody that was as strong as I am or has as strong personality as I do. So it was different. And it was different for the kids. You know, we were hanging out at my mom's house with all of my nephews and nieces, and Taryn's at the house. We were hanging out, whatever. It just the volume just kept escalating. And I just was like, yo, but the way who I am, it shook everybody. And Tara ran and grabbed Taryn. And I'm like, Tara, you okay? And she was like, I was like, what happened? She was like, your voice is like, it's hard. Like it rattles people. So it just scared him. He's not used to it. And I had to bend down to talk to him. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like that wasn't the intention, but it just got to be too much. It was like, okay, bring it back. But those things are who I am. I don't want to be, and I told my wife too, I don't ever want my bonus children to feel like they have to fight with me either. Like, I don't want that experience with the kids because we don't have to be that. Yeah. He chose to pick at me. He chose to pick at my siblings. He chose to like find ways to fight with me. And I'm not somebody you're going to walk over. So it just became what it was. And for clarity, when I made the comment about me killing him, it wasn't literal. It was like, I know I can really hurt you at this point. Mm-hmm. And if I really go there, it could be bad. So that's what I meant when I said it. But you know, we're good now. We moved past it. He and I talked. He's grown up and I've grown up, and you know, we're cool. It's no bad blood. He realized, you know, what he was doing, but you know, we moved past it. But
you know, one thing
I've learned. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing that is so important is women have so much power in all of these situations, because I'm hearing you talk about how like what his ex-wife did that was very damaging, but you also being that person that was like, no, we're gonna keep fighting. You tired, but we're gonna keep fighting. Because I never understand those women who will be like, they got somebody who has kids that they're not involved with. And I'm like, why would you be with somebody who has kids they're not involved with? Like, how could you even date somebody that's intentionally not fighting for their kids? And yeah, but if you had a woman who was just glad that you're just gonna be daddy to her kids and was like, F them kids, right? It would have been a whole different situation. But you guys created family even before all of you were there together. Y'all created family. And you created that family mindset in the kids so that they're looking for their siblings and like, where are my siblings? Not like pretending they don't exist. And that's huge. And that's so much power that women have in those situations, that we got to choose to be the best, because look at the outcome of that. Look at the outcome of that. This beautiful family of 10.
Yeah. I won't even be friends with anyone that's not taking care of their kids. Because for me, it's just like, if you're not showing up for your kids, you're not going to show up for me. Right. So I don't need you in my life. Like your kids depend on you and they need you forever. It's not until they're 18, it's forever. So it's just, for me, you have to be there. And I feel like even like with parenting styles and things like that, I had like examples where I had a mom and I had a bonus mom. And my mom would like go from 0 to 100 and yell and scream. And my bonus mom, I never even heard her yell. I never even heard her curse. So it's like, which mom do you want to be? Like, I want to be more like my bonus mom. And it's like, how can I be a better bonus mom? And we get compliments all the time. Like, we travel. People think that they're all like mine. Like I birthed all 8. I'm like, okay, I'm not that great. I didn't push 8 out. But it's a compliment. And like, a lot of people don't even realize that some of the kids are not mine. So I'm like, oh, well, she won't be at practice today because she has to go with her mom. They're like, what do you mean her mom? You're not her mom? Right. I'm like, no, I'm bonus. Because it's not everybody's business. It's only on a need to know basis. So we just leave it at that.
And I feel like, it's gotten to the point where, they say when you love on somebody or you love somebody, you start to look like or mimic and have this space, right? Like people have stopped us when we was out in school with Alasia. Like I thought y'all were sister and brothers. I'm like, no, that's my wife. And then it's like the kids are even dealing with it. Like some of their friends are like, oh, your mom is so pretty.
You look just like your
mom. And it's like, oh, okay.
They're like, thank you.
Yeah. And they keep it moving because the reality is this is their mom. Like they have, and even in that, like, the wife spoke on not minimizing the traumas that the kids have. The kids had traumas with their biological mom, like to the point where it was like that girl in California. Like that's how they addressed her.
Wow.
The two that live with us at this point. It was that girl in California or the lady in California. Those two. They had their own version of the saying. But again, mom here still pouring into them, and they got over it and they grew and they like it's not that big a deal anymore. Yeah, it was times where they didn't want to go at all. And mom here still having the conversation, like, and I tell people all the time, and I think I told you this when we sat down in Jamaica too. My choice to marry Taryn, my choice to be with her, to make her my wife. Again, if we could have started all over and she could have just told me her mama was crazy and I could have had my other auntie be friends with her, we would have been married. But reality is leaving the situation I was in. Yes, Taryn was for me, but she was also for my children. And I stand on that because my kids going through the trauma they went through and becoming who they are now, today, coming out of being 2 years removed from the complete separation, they're different than when we first got them. My kids were hostile. They were aggressive and mean. They said some stuff that I was like, where did you get that from? And it was like, it was so hard. Like even when I heard it, it made me tell them like, y'all can go back. And my wife was like, don't do that. And it's like, because I don't deal with disrespect and I don't like the craziness, I'll deal with it the way I need to deal with it. But because you are my children, you make your choice then. And that's where we're going to be. But like I said, my wife kept me grounded. She kept my head clear. She's been a big part of me healing from the space. And I'm still healing. I'm not where I want to be, but I know I'm not where I was. And I think that's the big point. And just to add to one more thing real quick, because we were talking about her not being friends with people that don't take care of their kids and all of that. I had a family member tell me, don't worry about them kids. You got the woman you want to be with. Go make some noise. I literally don't talk to her at all anymore. This was a woman that said this to me. And I was like, I can't, because if I snap, you're going to feel a way about it. And I'm not forgiving if you cross me in the right way. I don't care if we're friends or family or none of that. Yeah. So to not talk to her was more respect than me acting the way I want to act. So there's that too.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It is, and I'm not just saying this because Taryn's my blood cousin. But when you have a good woman, and she's always been such a wonderful person, this smile that you see, like I've seen it my whole life, and even when she was going through so many hard times, she still had this huge smile and just always, optimistic and always loving, and some of the things that I've talked to her about when she was older, I was like, I didn't even know those things were going on, because she never.
I was around her every day and didn't know she was going through the stuff she was going through. Like literally, like known her your whole life. I'm just shy of the same amount of time as you. You know what I mean? She was 13, I was 14. Like I've known her quite a bit of time too. And it's like, wait, what? Like hearing some of the stuff she went through, I'm like, you could have just came this way.
Yeah. But I'm so glad that you all are together now. And I remember sitting down and talking to you in Jamaica. I love the sound of that, first of all. When you go on and run that back.
Yeah, it's on the plans. It's on the plans.
But I was like, oh yeah, this is a good guy for my cousin, And one of the things that I love is that you said you weren't fully healed and still are not. That transparency I love. But what was it that kept you in the fight, Taryn, even though it was a fight, even though y'all were struggling to get the kids? It's a lot. It's a lot when you're not married yet. What kept you in the fight?
Well, first, Greg, my husband, I call him Apple. He was there for me and my children, like before we were married, so they weren't his, but he still looked at them as his. And so to have a person that like pour into you and don't have access to their kids, that's not fair. So it's like, okay, how do we become one? How do I make him happy? Because he's made me happy. And to make him happy is to get his kids back in his life. And because I have experience like being the child where, like I feel like my mom and his ex-wife are a lot alike, so like being raised by a woman that's similar to, my mom and his ex-wife, it was like, okay, well, I know how to handle her. So let's get this going. And I'm like, the only way it's going to move is if we do paperwork. And it is frustrating to be told no, but they always like, don't give up because you don't know how close you are to that yes. And so when they come back, I'm like, are you serious? What they say? And they'd be like one thing, and you fix the one thing, and it's like a whole nother one thing. I'm like, well, why didn't you just mark the whole paper up like I did when you were in school? All in red. Just tell me what I did wrong so I can fix it. So it was like, I just knew that he's already great, but once he have his kids, he can be better. So it's like, okay, how do I get there? And it's like, you just can't give up. So, and it didn't affect our relationships. It just, he'll have moments where he'll break down because we're doing things like my 4 and him and I, and then his is missing. Yeah. Even just like the wedding, like we had access to them, but they couldn't go to the wedding because we didn't have passports because it was so close, Yeah. So it's like, well, now we got to go back and do it again because I need them in the photos because it's not fair. Like it wasn't their space. It wasn't their fault. Like their mom held them back. So now that we have in the court paperwork and approved for passports, we can go back and do it again for our family so that everybody can experience it. Like even his 4 was like, we've never been to a wedding. I'm like, really? Well, yeah. Like their parents got married first and then they had kids. So of course they never been to a wedding, but it's something you don't even think about. And it's important to them too. So I want them to be happy and experience that as well. Like we're one, we're a union. We do everything as a team. I tell them all the time, like if you're not helping and you're not a part of the team, so what are you doing? Like we gotta fight for each other, no matter what it is. Like y'all doing homework. If we're not here to help, then y'all should be helping each other. You a grade higher, you in the same grade, y'all got the same teachers. Like let's work together. So I just worked with him, and I just kept his mind, like focused. There's distractions. You can do things to distract, but it's only for so long. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. If you don't fix it, it's that pain. Like, okay, 10 years later, we're together and we're married. His kids hate me and him. Like that ain't gonna sit well with me,
Yeah. Man, I love that. What advice would you have for other families that are going through something similar, who are in the fight for custody, whether married or single? Like what would you say to those parents who are fighting for custody to be with their kids?
So one thing I tell him, especially when we first, because it was like 2 years that a year and a half, 2 years, I think, that he didn't see them. So they had a lot of hate towards him. Even though they didn't show, they're like, oh, I'm happy to see Dad. They still had some resentment there because of the things their mom told them. And they believed it because that's all they saw. But then over time, I'm like, just show up, just call, just pick them up, just give them experiences. Like, don't stop. It don't matter what a person say. One day the truth will come out. And so, and they're going to remember the time that you were at their awards ceremony. Like we literally be in Vegas and they're like, oh, we got a award ceremony in 2 days. I'm like, on a Wednesday, we get up at 6 a.m. and drive down there just to be there and then drive back home the same day. They're going to remember you driving 6 hours on the road back and forth just to be there for a 5-second hand me, here go your award. So just like show up. When you're filing court paperwork, literally go in and talk to the self-help person. We didn't hire an attorney. We did this all by ourselves. Yeah. But it was like, don't stop because you're one step closer. Yeah. And it may be 2 months for you or 5 years, but you just don't stop. And then you can show your kids, like, I've always cared about you. Yeah. Like, I've always been there. I've been doing this since this day. Like he said, we had clothes and stuff that they can see we're buying them stuff. But by the time we got them, they couldn't fit it. So we kept it so they can see, like, even though you weren't here, we still loved you and cared about you, and these are your things. But now we gotta donate it because we can't take it back. But it's just like they can see it, and so that's how it was easy for the two older ones to come live with us, because they were like, okay, my dad do love me, he do care. And then the other two want to come, but she won't let them go. She's like, it's fair for 2 and 2. But it's just showing up and being present and just constant, like, just don't give up. If you give up, that's when you fail.
Yeah,
but if you keep going, you're winning. You just don't know how close you are to winning.
Yeah,
I love that.
I would say definitely, like she said, stay in the game, because if you're not in the game, then you never even got on the court. You never even been able to put your best foot forward. One thing I would say to the men for sure, even though it seemed like everything is against us, it don't matter. At the end of the day, those kids remember who you were. Even if that woman is talking crazy about you, at some point it's gonna click. You know, our oldest from my half, we saw them on April 28th, and that Tuesday she texted and said, "Dad, can I live with you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't have no problem with it." Literally, she didn't even believe it. She kept checking back in to
and
make
every
sure.
couple of days, like, are you serious? Are you for real? So we felt her mom was like, he just pulling your horse, you know?
And then it got to the point where it's like, okay, well, what's the plan? Like, when the summer is over, like, am I going? No, you're staying here. Yeah. And it's just that whole process. And it's Taryn's, again, been my friend forever. She's heard my kids like light up when I walk through the door from being at work. The lie of me abandoning my kids. I was at work, lady. Like, why are you telling these kids that I don't care and I'm not there for them? So, men, like, don't let, however she's acting, her weaponizing your kids, whatever that is, don't let that stop you from being a great dad. If you are a great dad and you truly know that's who you are in your life and you truly care about that child, keep fighting. Don't give up. You don't even have to have a woman in your corner. Mm-hmm. Just keep showing up. Like she said, go to the courthouse, sit down with somebody, make them walk you through it. They get paid for that. Yeah. And if you don't show up and they just on the clock getting paid for nothing, then like, have somebody walk you through what's wrong. What did I get wrong? It's tough. I held on to all the paperwork because it was just crazy. Like literally, I have stacks of paper. Like,
and it's not even hard, really. It's just
the technical.
What are they looking for? Yeah. We don't always understand what the judge is looking for. They don't understand your story. So we include so much detail and everything else, but it's like, well, you didn't check this box. What box? Just like little things. So like, don't get frustrated. It's just like, it's a core memory. Like, your kids are going to remember when you showed up for them. Yeah. And they're going to remember when you said you were coming and you didn't show up. So it's like, you always want to make sure you keep your word and keep, just moving forward. Like, even blended families is not necessarily easy either, but we're very transparent and honest, like, with everything when it comes to the kids, and they respect it and appreciate it as well. Yeah. And then I think it helps too when we go out and people compliment our family dynamic. It makes the kids like want to be a part of the family a little bit more, if that makes sense. For sure. Yeah. So that's why we're just like, okay, how do we grow this? How do we help other people? Because I didn't realize it was a struggle. Like, people came to us like, I wish I had a stepmom like you, or, I wish that I could have been that. Like, we didn't blend our families. I'm like, well, what did you do? Because I feel like it's the only way to do it. Like, I didn't, I didn't understand that it's a lot of people who just aren't doing it. They keeping everything separate, Yeah. We literally talk about everything. And even like, if he's, disciplining a kid, I'm like, okay, when he's done, we're going to have a conversation about what went well and what didn't, and vice versa. If he don't want to be the bad person, okay, you go talk to the kids. We just talk a lot, so the kids can't. Yeah, they can't mismatch our words.
She don't discipline the kids. That's the conversation. Like, you need to get on. That's more so the conversation on that end. It ain't what did you do wrong or what could have been different when it comes to discipline. No, she does, but she is super lenient, and I do appreciate it, because everything doesn't have to go to immediate discipline, and it don't have to be discipline the way we were taught what discipline is either. You know what I mean? So
you guys,
it's definitely big conversation based. Yeah. She's, like I said, she's ever working on me, and I'm there for her in every other thing else she needs. So it's a work in progress. I'm coming back to who I am and becoming a better person than I was before. But Yeah, it's definitely, we make it clear to everybody. We have conversations. We adjust. Everything is not something for you to get scolded for or beat up about.
And I think what helped too, like with our families, is we designate time like game nights or movie nights or like outings. Like, no, you have to go. Like, you can't stay home. Like, you have to go.
No.
So it makes them grow a stronger bond because they have to spend time together, not just. So now even like when the other two come up from like California, I'm like, why are y'all all on one bunk bed? You know, like it's like spread out, but they want to be up under each other playing their games and spending time, is because that's what we made okay for our family.
I love that. You know, when you said, Greg, when you said that your daughter was like, "Can I stay with y'all?" That tells you everything you need to know about how safe she felt.
Yeah.
Because to leave the house that she's been in, where her siblings are, that she's grown up with the whole time, to say, I need something different, and I trust you as my bonus mom to provide safety for me. Like that to me is huge. Now, I know you guys are planning to launch a podcast soon, and you have a community on Facebook. I'm super excited. Can you share a little bit about that before we end?
Because we get so much, we have so much kind of conversations about like, how do we blend our family? How did we make it work? Why do it look so easy for y'all? And I'm like, well, I guess we should start a podcast. So originally we started a Facebook group called Blended Families of Southern Nevada, but we haven't been as active on there, which there's no excuse for that. We just haven't been. But we're definitely going to start posting and sharing experiences on there, and just hopefully growing that community. But also launching a podcast where we have real conversations. So we're basically calling Blessed and Blended with the Nolans. And we're going to be on Spotify and Apple podcasts as well, and YouTube. And we're just going to we already outlined all the conversations, but just sit down and have like real life conversation about like what worked, how we made it work, and just go into depth and details and just explain that, because it's not as easy as it looks. And I know we're saying like, oh, it just worked, but it was a lot of like planning and conversations and prepping for it. We didn't just like throw everybody into it. We like planned and prepped for it. So like that's our goal, and just to show people like you can be blended. You don't have to separate his and hers or hers and mine. Like you don't have to do that. You can literally just be one. And family doesn't make, and blood doesn't make you family. It's the commitment and the bond you have with each other that makes you family. So we just kind of want to help more families become united versus divided.
Yeah, we want to give people resources that, you know, may not have been on your radar. Again, your lifestyle, the way you grew up, the communities you've been in, learned behaviors that you need to sit down and give back to other people. All of these things are out there, and the reality is if nobody's talking about it, then you can't teach somebody. They can't learn another way. They can't learn a better way. And I think that's been the hardest thing about the way society has gone in the past 20 or so years. Like, it's a lot of people that don't want to talk about nothing no more. Mm-hmm. Like, let's get back to having real conversations. Like, everything used to be about conversation, and now everybody is so stuck in their own mode, and or they drum more their issues, and then it's like no conversation. So we want to be able to provide a resource to let people know, like, hey, you're not alone. It did happen. It does happen. And even if it did not start out the way you wanted it to, you can correct that. It's a way to change everything.
Yep. And we want to focus too on like co-parenting as well. Because just because you're not, like, you may be dating someone with kids and you don't have kids, or you just never know what your future holds. So we just want to like focus on like co-parenting, because I think that's most important. Like, to have 2 parents is great. To have 4 is even better. But just that you can, because I feel like the way society is, like, once you break up, we have to hate each other and we can't get along and we can't work it through. And it's like, why? Like, who said that? Like, who made that up? So like, let's just getting back to like being one, because if we can work together, like, that's your village. Like, it can just be the 4 parents or the 2 or whatever it looks like, the 3 parents. Yeah. If we can lean on each other and help each other, life will just be so much easier.
Yeah, we had a whole fight with the word parallel parent. I'm like, where did that come from?
Never heard of it.
Never heard it until my ex hit me with it. Like, nah, I want a parallel parent. Like, wait.
We had to Google that. Like, are you serious?
This way? Okay, cool.
But I mean, even being me and not feeding into like the drama and everything else, Like, we actually have a decent relationship with his ex now, where she'll group text us and communicate with us. But I never fed into any of the ugliness. Like, when she called me out my name, I never called her back out her name. I never like argue with her or anything. I'm just like, okay, and just move forward. And now she's coming around because it's for the kids, because we're stuck with her. I told her, like, we're a family, even though you don't see it like that. These kids gonna have kids one day, so we're gonna have grandkids and great grandkids. Like, we stuck together, girl. So you better get with it.
So you might as well get over it.
Get over it.
Well, thank you so much for joining me on the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. You know, I wish you guys much success when you do branch out with your podcast. And I definitely encourage you to open up that blended families beyond Southern Nevada, because I know there are people all over the country who need what you all have to offer. And you all are creating a blueprint for success for generations to come. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Have a great one.
Bye-bye. All right, y'all. Give me 1 minute. Welcome back to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast. I am super excited to bring to the front my next guest. First of all, hopefully y'all have been enjoying this so far. We are 6 hours in. I'm loving it. My butt's not necessarily loving sitting in the same spot for 6 hours, but I'm enjoying this so much. I hope you all are as well, and learning so much. I get the honor and privilege of bringing to the front of the line one of my friends who I graduated high school with. And we got to take a trip to, speaking of Jamaica, a trip to Jamaica together, where we really started to bond. And then we took some more trips together, and we in each other's lives for life. But she's also a therapist. And so I definitely had to have her on the podcast to share some of her professional expertise. And I get to bring to the front Shavonna Gaylor. I'm going to let her go ahead and tell you a little bit about her background and her life. Go ahead and share, please.
Hello, beautiful people. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. I am Shavonna Gaylor, licensed marriage and family therapist. And I like to say that healing is my gift, but really I partner with people in the deepest of their hurts, the darkest moments, the most difficult moments that people tend to shy away from. For whatever reason, I've been gifted to walk with people in that journey during that season, and we make it to the other side of that and heal together. I learn something from the people I serve, and they learn something from me. And that's led me to operating over the last 25 years as a therapist in so many different capacities, a lot of non-traditional clinical environments like Mardi Gras and Stagecoach and Coachella and major music tours, and now supporting other organizations and capacities where I take care of the people who take care of everyone else. So those with lived experience or those who are in social services. I am intentional about wellness initiatives and plans and programs where I help organizations take care of their staff to boost morale, retention, things of that nature.
You know, I did not know you were working when I see you at Coachella, because you and your husband, y'all be taking the pictures and posing, and I'm like, don't worry about the baby. But listen, we do life, you know, and so I would see you guys at all the events. I was like, they always gone, but I didn't know you were sitting there doing work at that time and helping the
Well,
people who were there. That is absolutely amazing.
yeah, I had not attended a Coachella until I worked it for the first time. And a lot of the travel sometimes that you'll see me participate in will be professional travel that maybe if I have an NDA because I'm on a major music tour, I'm offering trauma services in that setting, and I can't necessarily say who I'm there serving or what that
Yep.
capacity is, but I can post the trip or the experience, or in a best when it's best, my husband is able to meet me there and we extend the work to also having new experiences and new adventures together.
I love that. So, husband, kids, grandkids, tell us about that.
Yes. So, my husband and I, we have 4 children and 3 amazing grandchildren. We have been together. We're celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary next month. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes, 25 years. It was a dream for me in middle school. I would say that I didn't really have a model of what healthy relationships look like. I didn't know. I didn't have that two-parent family. Early on, I noticed that none of the women in my family were married to the father of their children.
Wow.
So I was, I guess, keenly aware of that around middle school. And I was like, I want to break that generational cycle. And I was very intentional about, I want to break the cycle of I want to be married. I want a family. I want to be married to the father of my children. I want a family. I want, I want kids, I want a career, I want degrees. So I started on that trajectory. However, high school, we were at Washington, and my 16, 17-year-old brain started making lifelong decisions with 16 and 17-year-old wisdom, very limited. And
Same,
so,
same.
it's very limited. And I was blessed with a wonderful child, with a not so wonderful partner. So it just is what it is. And I was trying really hard to make that work because of that model of, I don't want to be a baby mama, you know. I knew I wanted to be a parent. I really was intentional about the way that I parented my son. I really knew that no matter what, my life had changed for the better, to be committed to and loyal to offering him what he needed. But I was misguided in thinking that what he needed was his bio father and me together. Once I realized that and we were not together, I was really blessed with a partner who could be everything that I hoped my child would have. So we have raised our children of 4. We blended our families, but we don't do step, half, partial. Blended our families of 4. So we have 4 children, 3 sons, 1 daughter, and 3 extraordinary granddaughters. And being a grandmother, my granddaughters are my loves and my legacy. And being a parent and a wife and a lover to all are really, really major parts of my identity.
I love that. It's huge when you said that you thought that what your kid needed was this biological father. And once you were able to get out of that situation, you could find the person that was perfect for you. Like, I've been around the two of y'all together and I was like, oh, I love this so much. Sometimes you can be around relationships, you like, is that the right one? But you two together, I was like, oh, this is magic. This is magic. And so I absolutely love that. And one of the things I was sharing previously is that one of my regrets is that I didn't get to show my kids what a healthy relationship looked like so they could have a blueprint, And I heard you say you didn't have that blueprint before you, but now you get to be the blueprint for your kids and grandkids, which is beautiful to see. Yeah.
You know
Now,
where my model. Can you hear me? Okay.
yes.
My model for what that looked like, which I know is taboo today, or maybe perceived taboo from others, was the Cosby Show. I wanted to be Claire Huxtable. I wanted the husband, I wanted the career, I wanted the children, I wanted the poise, and I wanted the respect, but also the fun and flirty side. And so that was my example, and that's what I wanted.
I love that. That was an example for a lot of us. And, even when we don't have that example in our house, we can adopt, the example from somewhere else. We can adopt the role models. And Cliff Huxtable is not Bill Cosby. So, like, I'm gonna just keep those two separate for real. But honestly, it's so good to even recognize that you had that as the role model. You're like, even though I don't see this with my family, this is what I'm gonna shoot for. And I would say y'all have that. I think that y'all have that. Now your expertise is in trauma, right?
Absolutely. So that has, what I find is, as a clinician, you start doing your work, your expertise finds you. So as a clinician, I start working with clients in different capacities. And what I found was the most success, the most connection, the most healing came from people who had the deepest hurts. So that's led to me having expertise in areas like human trafficking awareness, especially as it relates to foster youth. So CSEC, that's child sexually exploited, commercial sexually exploited children. Also suicide prevention and awareness, significant grief, high acuity mental health. So that's significant mental health issues with high needs mental health, substance use issues, and just heavy trauma. Those areas which I wish I could prevent. I wish that I could take the pain away in the entire world. I absolutely wish I could. But I can't erase it. I can start being a part of the healing that I want to see in the world. And what I pray is that if anyone is suffering, that I and anyone connected to me, maybe a team of clinicians, and ultimately a team of clinicians, Shavana Gaylor clinicians, will be deployed to other places in the world to be salve to the soul for those who are hurting.
I love that. Ooh, you said suicide and it struck a nerve. A couple of one of my former students committed suicide, I think like last year. And he was in his 20s. He had 2 kids. And then one of the students who was at the same school committed suicide, I think like last week or week before last, and she left 3 kids behind. And I'm like, what is happening nowadays that's causing people to, and they were in their 20s, both of them. What's causing people to say, I'm done, let me end it all? And what causes people to get to that breaking point? I don't know if you have answers for that.
I do. So first and foremost, I know that as we continue, you are a woman of words, and there's so much power in your words, and I know you love to grow, and so I wanted to just give a little language. So we've been saying the language we've transitioned to is completed suicide or unalive themselves, because what people found is when they say commit suicide, it's like a crime. People commit crimes.
Okay.
And really, to take your own life is not you're not committing a crime. That's a person who really got to that point of despair. So just FYI. So
I appreciate that.
No problem. And I know, especially because you are so powerful with your words. You are, I know how you pay attention to words and how profound you are with your words. So just a little bit, just want to give that. So what I found is the best way I can describe it is, how you, have you ever had like a paper towel roll and then it's empty and you look through that paper towel roll, right? When a person has reached a point of despair and things are really dark and that depression is kind of weighing in on them, and maybe they feel pressed at every point. So when they reach that point, they can only see the darkness at the end of that paper towel tunnel. Now, outside of that darkness, you might think, wow, her kids, right? Or their kids and sunshine and another day and another chance to get it right. And so outside of that is all of this. Hope for a new future, maybe a parent or a loved one or a friend. All of that is outside of there. But when a person decides to take their life in that moment, all they can see is that darkness. It's literally like tunnel vision, and they're unable to see outside of that tunnel. And all the things that you would perceive to tell them in that moment just makes them feel like all those things will be better if I wasn't here. They have convinced themselves that, okay, my children are going to be better if I'm not here because I'm such a bad person or I'm so inefficient. Okay, there is not going to be hope for tomorrow. Or so they can only see that tunnel. So the beauty, it's really important that when a person struggles with depression, that we remove some of the options like the pills, the guns, the things like that, because when they're in that moment that they can only see in the tunnel, then it makes it easy to make a lifelong decision, right?
Yeah.
In that moment. But if you take that access away, right, then that causes a little bit of effort to think and a little moment of a pause. So that's why it's really important to kind of, if somebody is in that season and you think, maybe that means making sure they're like, hey, do they have access to those things? That doesn't mean that we can prevent every suicide,
Yeah.
but there are preventable aspects of suicide. Another aspect is it's okay to ask somebody, are your thoughts scaring you? Have you been thinking about taking your life? People think that if you ask that question, it will put that on somebody's mind. No. If I'm not thinking about taking my life and you ask me, I'm like, no, girl, what you talking about? Right? But if I am, then I'm relieved. My thoughts have been scaring me. I have been struggling. Right? So the best thing that you can do is ask. And if you're wrong, then they're like, psh, what the heck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Right? That's the
You
worst
know,
case scenario.
you're right, because when my grandmother died, I was super depressed. Like I would go to work, come home, go to work, come home, and that was it. And I missed everybody's wedding, all the baby showers, all the events that I normally would have been to. I didn't go to any of them. And I remember reaching out to Kaiser and saying, I need to talk to somebody. And they had all these questions and stuff that I had to answer. And I remember them asking me, do you sometimes feel like the world would be a better place without you? And I was like, what? Absolutely not. The world would be a better place without some of these other people, but not me. And so it was never going to plant that in my brain to commit to even attempt suicide, because that wasn't a part of what I was thinking or feeling. But if you open that door for
Mhm.
somebody to be able to talk about it, then it gives them the opportunity to consider other options. And now you can give them other options on how to deal with the pain that they're feeling at that time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And another misconception, especially in the Black community, and I think in all communities, is that suicide is selfish. That person does not believe that they are leaving other people pain. In that moment, while they're looking in that dark tunnel, all they believe is that they're giving relief to, they want to end their pain that is so unbearable, and they perceive that they don't have enough value, so that if they leave, they're not going to give you that the relief that other people will feel will outweigh the pain. We know that's not true, because I
Yeah.
know that the two students that you had, you loved them, and they were a gift to this world, and the world needed them. So many people in this world need them, and their loss was a void that no one can ever replace. In that moment, they don't realize that.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm so glad you said that, because when you first said people think they're selfish, I'm like, yeah, they are selfish. So I'm glad you corrected my thinking on that, because that's understandable. If they think that the world will be a better place without them, that's not them being selfish. That
If they
is
like,
them.
I'm just messing on my kids. I'm
Yeah.
destroying them. Everything that I do is messing it up. I want to make their life better, and if I'm gone, maybe they'll have better opportunities. Maybe they'll have a better chance. So that's what they're thinking in that moment. It's not in that moment, they are not thinking, I just want to end my pain and give it to someone else. Not at all, because that level of despair means that they really have thought, I think that things will be better without me. We could
Wow.
think, oh, how could you think that way? That's illogical. That doesn't make any sense. But as a person in that darkest despair, they're not thinking clearly.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when there's so much negativity in the world. People play people play around with, like, on social media, talking about you should kill yourself. You're like, what? What? Why is that even a thing for you to think about? But
Hmm.
people are using that, and especially young people, and they're on social media, and if they get mad at somebody, they'll say kill yourself, and because of that, people who are already internalizing some feelings of I shouldn't be here, they do take action on that at times, or attempt to. And I would love for you to speak about the difference between men and women, because I had read that women attempt suicide more, but men complete suicide more. Do you have any thoughts or understand help us understand that?
Yes, because men tend to choose more lethal options. So that's why their completion rate tends to be higher. Women tend to choose other pathways that don't lead as quickly or as readily to completion. And both are tragic and difficult. Also, depression in men tend to manifest differently. And I know we're going to be talking about children. Sometimes trauma and difficult situations in children tend to manifest differently as well. Sometimes men, because it's socially acceptable to be more angry than it is to be sad, they may be more irritable and more angry and more agitated. What I also have found in the Black community, and especially in our youth, like, and what I cannot stand the word at risk, the phrase at risk youth, but the youth who may be struggling with different dynamics. What I have seen is different aspects of the way suicidal thoughts and high levels of depression can manifest themselves. So, there's self-harm strategies, right? Techniques, and self-harm is not suicide. Self-harm is an escape. Suicide can be perceived as an escape. They're just different. People who self-harm, that's what they use as far as cutting or different forms of self-harm. That is to escape the emotional pain that they're feeling in that moment. And I know I'll venture down a whole nother subject, but when individuals are completing suicide or having suicidal thoughts, they want to completely escape the entire emotion, usually when entire world and existence. It's like it's different. But what I have found is that in our males, I think about, yeah, I'm from LA. We went to Washington. I think about, the Bloods or the Crips in my neighborhood. They've been through significant trauma, right? And they're losing so many loved ones, losing people they cared about, difficult circumstances that contributed to them going into gangs because they needed a sense of community, sense of stability, a sense of connection. But that hurt, do they still feel it? Heck yeah. Are they going to go cut? No. But will they start a fight?
Yeah.
And then that physical pain from a fight lead them to have the same emotional escape that someone else did, because I escaped it through beating this, or me and him fighting and going at it, so I don't have to feel. Or when it's really, really at that point of despair and suicidal thoughts are there, which they may not identify it as that, am I going to go cause a shootout either with law enforcement or with an opposing gang? And that's how I completed a suicide. But
Wow.
people are not going to say, oh, he was depressed, he took his life, because that's not socially acceptable. But, oh, he went out with valor because he got shot by the opposing gang or he got shot by the cops.
Yeah. So growing up right there by Washington High School, I knew a lot of the gang members. We grew up together. We played handball in my backyard together. We played school together, even before we were in kindergarten. And I remember as guys were killed in my neighborhood, they would just announce it over the PA system at Washington. You come in homeroom, they're making the announcement, this person just died, and I'm like, we had to just deal with it. We had to go to the next class. The bell rang, we went to the next class, and we sucked it up. But we had a shooting when I was assistant principal. My last job, we had a shooting that was off campus, but one of the students got shot through the leg because he was off campus going at lunchtime, going to get something to eat. And one of the teachers got shot in the arm because she had gone off campus to get some notebooks from the 99-cent store. And so she got shot in the arm. And we had all of LAUSD sent therapists and all this stuff to talk to the kids. And the kids were all out of class with like the whole time lined up to talk to these therapists. And I'm like, we had people that were shooting at our friends and killed our friends. And we had to suck it up and go to class. It kind of makes you feel like this generation they can't handle what we had to handle. But I don't know what's different between what we dealt with and had to deal with. Is it a problem that we dealt with it the way we did? Was it a problem with calling it over the PA system? I feel like it was, and I feel like we needed more to be able to handle that. But we also sucked it up and we're survivors. So where should the line be?
Well, I mean, we were in survival mode, and I think it's a blessing that we're not training up another generation to just survive. That we are teaching them that emotional well-being is necessary and they can actually thrive. So I think it's a blessing that we have that. We were in survival mode, and that gave us some grit, and that also gave us some really troubled relationships. Would I have leaned into the relationship that I led into? I don't want to say relationship. The relationships that I led into, romantic or friendship or otherwise, and all the sketchy situations I put myself in, if I had really appropriately dealt with my emotions? Absolutely, I don't think so. I think that, but did I survive some stuff? And like I say all the time, Washington put out some good output, put out some good products. We made it to 4-year universities. We graduated. People succeeded. People made it through. But the things that we had to endure to make it through, and a lot of the uncomfortable conversations and growth that was required. I know I just recently had to have a conversation with my oldest, and him telling, we had a very tearful conversation, and him saying, we were talking about my parenting approach, and I thought I really did a good job. I thought, okay, as parents, they need a recipe. I felt like it's like a cake, right? They need, okay, education. They need they need love. They need spirituality. They need special, activities. They need outings and trips. They need family and friends. They need social. I thought I put all the good ingredients, and I was like, I went to Whole Foods and got the good ingredients. I really took time with these kids. Make good ingredients, they need a father and a mother, they need all that. So I thought I would put all the good ingredients in the pan and mixed it up, and they was not looking like a cake. They were not looking like the recipe. They were looking, sometimes in different seasons, they kind of were looking flapjackets ish. And I realized a couple things. First of all, they had to go back in the oven. Sometimes they just weren't done. But second of all, there were things that I thought was the perfect recipe, but actually I wasn't really listening. And so one of the things that I realized is, as a teen mom, when certain situations happen that frightened me, so that, and now you're telling me this, I didn't think about it till this moment, because I had seen and known about so many Black men who died in the streets. So many Black men who were imprisoned, including my father being in and out of prison. So many Black men in close proximity to me who had gone down dangerous paths. When there were behaviors that were indicative of that, then I overreacted. My response was out of fear. My response was, oh no, you stole a Game Boy from your friend at school and you lied about it. I'm going to whoop your ass. I'm going to be so hard on you that you have to see you can never do this again, because that will land you in jail or dead. But what I learned recently from my 32-year-old son was that he didn't get the message that that's really, really, really bad and my mom loves me. He got, my mom hates me and I'm a really bad kid.
Yeah.
And I had to apologize and say, in those moments, I parented you out of fear and not love, and I'm sorry. And what can I do to fix that now?
I love that so much. That's huge. I remember when I was my second year teaching, I taught 5th grade. And one of my students, I was on her because they had to wear a uniform. She would take her little sweater and tie it up into a midriff. And I was like, girl, if you don't untie your shirt, and so, but there was a day when I pulled her, she was giving me all this attitude, and I pulled her in the side. I said, what's going on? And I said, I'm fussing at you because I love you and I see you going down this wrong path, and I don't want to see you go down that wrong path. And there's no reason for you to be sexy in 5th grade. You're beautiful, but you don't have to be sexy. I was like, this can backfire. I don't want anything to happen to you. And so I'm crying. She's crying. That next day, she wrote me a letter and she said, all this time I thought you hated me. And now I know that you love me. And we were like this the rest of the year, but it was sometimes what we intend to communicate is not what's received. And the beautiful part of it is that you don't feel free to ask your question in the chat, Jerry. The beautiful part of it is that you can't discount what that kid is feeling, because their feelings are real. And I've been the parent who's discounted the feel. My daughter, when she was writing her college letters, she she wrote about living in two households because me and her dad had joint custody. And she was like, and I sometimes I'm at my mom's house and then sometimes I'm at my dad's house and they have different rules. And this was like her big life challenge. And I was like, that's your big life challenge. I don't know if you're still there because your screen went black. But I was like, that's your big life challenge, is that you lived in two different households? Like, if you know a bit of what I've been through in life, it's not that. It's way different from that. And so I discounted her feelings in that time. And I didn't say that to her, but that's what I was thinking. And I was even mad that this was in her college letters. I was like, this is your big college story? Come on now. You can do better. But I'm so glad that when your son came to you, and now, of course, you're a therapist, and so you know a lot better than most of us do, but I'm glad that you didn't discount his feelings, because his feelings are his feelings. And he gets to have whatever feelings he wants to have, or he has. It's not even a matter of him wanting to have those feelings. That's the hurt that he experienced.
Absolutely. And we took it another step to, I said, what do you need from me now? I know he's 32, he has two children, and I feel like, I give my whole heart and soul and time and energy, very intentional as a grandparent. But I also needed to know, like, what do you need from me as my son? And he said, I heard about this guy. I saw my friend was telling me that he has kind of dates with his mom and they go do some things. And I think I would like to do that with you. Maybe we could do that once a month. So for the last 2 months, we've had mother-son time. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot out of my schedule, out of my time, but he's worth it. He's worth it.
That is so good to hear, because people tend to think that kids don't want the relationship once they get older. And there's so many people that will say stuff like, well, you grown now, they dismiss their kids because they turned 18. And I was like, what is that? It's a number that society has said, now you're able to do certain things, but how much has changed in a kid from 17 to 18? Nothing. And so it's so good to hear that he really wanted that. And it's funny, there's a guy, one of my coaches in business, he was saying that his daughter is 15 now. He's like, I don't even know where to start. Is it too late? And I'm like, it's never too late.
Never.
As long as the person is still alive, it's never too late. Jerry typed a question in the chat. He said, what are the steps that teens have to follow? I don't know if you can respond to that, or we need clarification on more about what he's asking. He just said, so what are the steps teens have to follow?
Jerry, we've talked about quite a few things. We talked about healing. We talked about suicide prevention and awareness. We've talked about some self-harm. We've gotten to a lot of topics. So what do you mean by steps? Because I would love to answer your question. Just steps to follow there's a lot of different areas. So hopefully if you could give a little more clarification, I would love to answer. And thank you for being here, Jerry.
Yeah, all the way from West Africa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. But one of the things while Jerry's typing this question, you said you apologize to your son. And that's one of the things that's so important to me. So many times parents don't feel like they need to apologize for the things that have been done, but that damage still stays there if you don't apologize. And one of the challenges for me, my mom died in 1991. I didn't forgive her until 2019. She couldn't apologize. Mm-hmm. I had to go within myself in order to get to that place of forgiveness and healing for myself. And it just kept me stagnant the whole time. I'm holding her hostage to what I'm feeling from 1991, where she couldn't even apologize. And I started thinking about it like, if she could have, would she have? I believe she would have. And that helped me get to a better place. Just thinking about the good that she had done and what I don't think she tried to hurt me at all, even though some of the things that she did hurt me a lot. But she was dealing with her own pain and trauma, which is always the case. Those hurt people hurt people. Okay, Jerry said he means on self-awareness. What are the steps that teens need to do for self-awareness?
Oh, I can definitely answer that. And before we get to that, I do want to talk about what you were saying as far as the apology. And there's a both and. A lot of times people struggle with forgiveness and that healing because they believe that if I heal, then that's letting the person off the hook, right? Like with your mom, you can forgive her and acknowledge and love her while also acknowledging that and know that she did the best that she could with what she had,
Mm-hmm.
while at the same time acknowledging that that best still hurt you and
Mm-hmm.
wasn't what you needed or wasn't good enough or the best that you needed in that season. Both can exist. Forgiving a person and saying, okay, I'm gonna heal for my sake doesn't mean that you're ignoring the fact that it happened. Doesn't mean that you're letting them off the hook. You can forgive with boundaries. It's possible that if your mother had have remained alive, which we hope, that you would have still forgiven her. But if she hadn't have acknowledged and made some changes, you may not have had given her access to your life.
Yep. Yeah. There are so many people who don't. Like there was an episode of Oprah I was watching where these kids were, I mean, they were adults, but they called it, I forget, they had a term for it where they're like separating from their families and like really never talking to them again.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the term they use for it, but it's happening.
Mm-hmm. But Gary, for your question, what are the steps that these can take for self-awareness? Um, I would say it's kind of adding. It's a factor of emotional intelligence is a really good first step. We with any kind of intelligence, as we expand our intelligence and we're able to communicate, then that allows us to appropriately process our emotions. So sometimes we only have like anger, sadness, frustration. Those are the very basics. That's like, our primary colors. But when we actually take the time to get to know different emotions, then once we're upset, it could be we have that language to be able to say, I'm really disappointed, as opposed to I'm mad. I'm mad at you. Right now, my 5 and 3-year-old granddaughters are in the season where they say, I don't like you. And so what we do is go back and say, well, you love your mommy. Tell me what happened. Tell me what you're upset about. And they say, well, mommy didn't let me have a piece of candy. So you cannot like that mommy didn't let you have a piece of candy. We can talk about how that made you feel. It made you sad. It made you angry. Made you frustrated. You felt like it wasn't fair. But you can separate the person. You love mommy and mommy loves you. You don't like what mommy said or did. So that emotional intelligence of and giving that voice. Can we talk about what you're feeling? So maybe as a caregiver, I'm assuming that you have youth in your life, then honoring that voice. It's really hard because I know sometimes it can feel disrespectful. It can feel like, okay, for my granddaughter, I don't like you, mommy. And her mom is like, no. And I say that's totally unacceptable for you to say you don't like your mommy. But once we have that conversation of, I didn't like that mommy said I can't have candy, for her to be able to say, mommy, I didn't like that you said I can't have candy. Will she get the candy? No. But to actually be able to have the conversation is powerful. To just be able to say, hey, I get you're disappointed. Mm, you're still not going to get the candy, but I can hear you're disappointed, and maybe we can take different steps tomorrow. Or,
Yeah.
but those healing conversations expand our emotional intelligence and allow us to be able to communicate or process it in a healthy way. So we model it as parents and we give them space to have that for themselves. That's a really good first step.
That's so important for people to be able to separate the person from what they did. That's why I always say I don't think there's a such thing as bad kids. Kids are doing things that we don't want them to do, or we haven't taught them to do differently. But I don't think there's a such thing as bad kids, And so when you teach kids that skill of separating the person from what they did now at 3 and 5 years old, can you imagine when they're married?
Mm-hmm.
They're able to have those skills so that they're not saying you're a bad husband or I don't like you, and now it's just a better situation for them as people. Those are character development. That's people skills that's going to take them anywhere they want to go, you know.
And I've seen you model that with Sincere. I've seen you live that. You have shown him that. I've seen you pour life into him and speak life into him, regardless of the decision he's making in that moment, and not validating the decision, the choice, but really being able to say, I see greatness in you, and that choice wasn't okay, but you still are worthy. You still are loved. You still are valuable. I've seen you model that with him.
Boy, I was so embarrassed that first time we came over your house. And he took all of Callie's toys. He's riding her bike. I was like, give her bike back. He's got the balls came out. He took all the balls. He's like, I'm taking all the. I was like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. He was the only kid at that time, but she was also an only kid. And
Yep.
he was so patient with him, but he was trying to take all the toys. I was like, I am so embarrassed. You were like, y'all can spend a night. I was like, we going to the hotel room because this kid right here, I'm embarrassed. Ain't no telling what he gonna do by the time we are done.
But you didn't make him feel like he should be ashamed.
Yeah.
You know, you were like, okay, we got to work on some stuff. Like you said, like, we got some stuff we got to work on. But it wasn't your kid is horrible. This kid is horrible. It was, it was data. Okay, some things we got to work on.
Yep. Because I hadn't seen that before because he was the only child. So he never had to share. So I didn't get to see that. And so now I'm like, oh, now I get to see how he is with other kids. He hadn't been to daycare before. So now I'm like, that is data. And now we see what we need to work on with. Maybe I'm going to take something from him and play with it and see how and teach him how to be okay with somebody else playing with his toys. So yeah, I love that. Something else you said, one of the things I think, and I want you to tell me if I'm on the right track or not, when you're teaching kids, like when you're teaching your grandkids, it's not okay to say, I don't like you. I believe that teaching the why behind it is important. And with most things, like even when it's like, you can't have the candy right now, here's why. Because, and my daughter is now at a place where my grandson is always asking why, driving her crazy. But I was like, you have to answer that why question so they understand how to think for themselves when you're not there. And because I said so can't be the answer.
That's how they learn. You and I both know that's how they learn. The why is they're trying to understand, and you can say it 8 different times. The why today, the why 8, and sometimes. So I'm gonna offer a concept because I want to make sure that this also has to do with the question that Jerry asked, and it's called the wise mind. Right? So in dialectical behavioral therapy, or DBT, the concept is called the wise mind. And the wise mind is a balance between logic and reasoning and emotion. So the belief is that it's kind of, well, I like to call it a seesaw. So our brains are kind of like a seesaw, and our responses are like a seesaw. And when our logic and reasoning is really high, so that's statistically speaking, but there's no emotion in it, then our emotions are low, right? And we're highly ineffective. But when our emotions are really high, our logic and reasoning is low, and we're ineffective there too. But we are in our wise mind when there's a balance between the two. I'm explaining that because I can't be the therapist to my kids. It's important to know your triggers. And a kid can talk to me that I'm working with professionally, and they can tell me that they're struggling with wanting to attempt suicide, right? So that's what they're telling me. Here, all those 25 years of being a therapist, and then all the degrees and the information and the techniques and the trainings, combined with my authentic love for the people I serve, keep me in the wise mind. But what do you think happens if my kid says that? Emotional here, and all that learning went right out the door. What do you mean? What the hell? I don't understand. And I am completely ineffective.
That's huge.
Completely ineffective. So sometimes I'm not the person to respond. That's why they all got their own therapist. That's not me, right? So really understanding what your triggers are, and maybe stepping back. Sometimes that it can be you, but stepping back and saying, okay, I'm here. Let me wait until I'm back here, and then we'll have that conversation. But like if like your daughter, if she's answered why 8 different times, 8,000 different times today, and she really is here, and she has no more capacity for the why, that's when tag, you're it. I need to tap out for a minute because I'm not, I need to come back to the wise mind. I need to come back to the logic of knowing, like, okay, I know why they're asking. I know I love my kid, and I have the rationale and understanding behind it. So that's for free for all of us. Really knowing what takes you into each place, because I'm sure you have many stories about educators who are all here, logic and reasoning and rationale and da 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 da, and no heart and don't give a darn about them kids. And they are probably the worst to be interacting with the kids. But also the ones who love them, but don't have any boundaries and don't respect any of the rules and guidelines. They're highly ineffective too.
Yep, 100%. We had a lady in the front office used to drive me crazy. Because the kids would go hide out in the front office with her instead of coming to class, so that because they didn't do their homework or whatever, and they thought they were going to come turn it in later. Absolutely not. And now I'm in her office, like, don't let these kids hang out in your office no more, because you're not helping them, and I'm still not accepting the homework. So let them come to class so they don't miss today's lesson. So true, so true. And then I don't know if it's pronounced Cam or Com, but he said, when you forgive for yourself. And I know that's 100% true. I used to hear people say it, and I'll take their word for it. But I know the difference that I felt when I finally forgave my mom, and I wish I had done it sooner. And I don't think I had the power to do it. I don't think there was, like, I was like intentionally, like, I'm not going to forgive you. But there was so much hurt there that I didn't deal with at that time that I couldn't forgive her. And she wasn't there to say, hey, I'm sorry or forgive me or anything like that. And the regret that I have is that my grandma was there. And because I didn't forgive my mom, my grandma was hurt because I kept talking about how bad my mom was to her. And what I'm doing is saying, you were a bad mom. Even I wasn't trying to say that to my grandma. She was great to me, but my mom didn't turn out okay. And so now my grandma's feeling bad every time I say it. She never said that to me, but I could tell the deflation that happened when I would talk about how bad my mom was. And if I had been able to heal that part of me sooner, then my grandma was already dead by the time I forgave my mom. So she didn't get to see that. She didn't get to see the healing happen in me.
I'm going to say a couple things. One, her being able to hold space for you to process those conversations led you there. So she really served and loved you in the ways that she could. And even though she wasn't there to see it, I'm sure that the seeds that she planted through hearing you and understanding you and giving you that space really blessed her soul. That's one.
Yeah.
Number two, I think we do have to talk about the reality that sometimes that unforgiveness, that anger, that resentment serves a purpose. And we have to ask ourselves, what purpose is it serving? I'm going to give a couple of examples that if I'm in a destructive relationship, right? And that person is no good for me. And I'm trying to leave and trying to leave and trying to leave. That anger, if I finally left, that anger and resentment, I might hold on to it for years, because as long as I'm holding on to the anger and resentment, then it's going to prevent me and block me from going back. But maybe I don't trust myself enough to be safe to not go back to that if I'm not angry, or maybe there was some kind of heavy abuse, and my anger keeps me more vigilant, and I feel safer when I'm angry because I'm protecting myself. And until I feel safe, really safe, and I'm talking emotionally safe, I don't feel safe enough to release the anger or resentment. So we do have to talk about what kind of what underlying need that unforgiveness or that anger or resentment could be serving, so that we can get to the nitty gritty of it and maybe meet that underlying need and give our mind, body, and soul permission to release it. Because I'd imagine that you probably were in a season in your life that allowed you and cultivated you being able to release that anger, but you had to be there. You had to be safe.
Yeah. That is so good. Where can people find you?
People can find me Instagram, well, the easiest place is Shavonna.com. Having that unique spelling of my name, I was able to snatch that website. So CHEVONNA.com, and all things Shavonna tend to be there. It has a contact me button. It can take you to my number. It can take you to my an email address. You can reach me there. My book is there. Also, social media, Instagram and Facebook, Shavonna LMFT. That's licensed marriage and family therapist. So at Shavonna LMFT on all social media, especially Instagram and Facebook. And there's one thing that I wanted to talk about that we didn't get a chance to talk about as we were talking about children and trauma. We talked about so many things. So the last thing I do want to make sure that people know is that trauma in children, especially small children, can show up and manifest in different ways than it would necessarily in older children and adults. And we didn't really get a chance to talk about that. And I was like, I want to make sure I get to that because sometimes it's somatic or environmental. So you might find that a kid is having sleep difficulties, or they're saying my stomach hurts, my head hurts. It might show up as physical ailments or a very firm resistance to an environment. It could be a smell, a touch, a blanket, and you're like, why are they so having such an averse reaction to this thing? So maybe sometimes it may show up in those ways because children may not have the language to tell us what they're feeling, so it may come out in other ways. Think about sleep difficulties, physical ailments, or environmental like touch, smell, different kinds of concerns, and maybe that can usher in something that they're struggling with, that they maybe didn't have the language at that time, and you can broach those conversations, giving them comfort, giving them support, letting them know that they are loved and that they're safe with you, and ultimately providing the space for them to have that conversation with you.
I love that. And also bedwetting, right?
Yes. Bedwetting, nightmares, having a hard time sleeping. Yes. Oh, I don't like this. It's itchy. Where you're like, wait, where it's not, it's their reaction seems to be very much heightened to certain stimuli where you're like, what is this about? Yes, but definitely bedwetting.
I had never thought about this, but when I was principal, I had one of my parents was getting divorced, and she said she was putting her kid in therapy, and he was in kindergarten, I think. And so I was like, something I never thought about is putting kids in therapy when there are breakups in the relationship, but how important is that for kids?
Definitely. I think that there are many ways to heal from a traumatic situation. It doesn't have to always be therapy. Therapy is a great option and avenue, but I think there are so many different ways that people can heal. Kind of equated to like the difference between the cold and a flu and pneumonia, right? If you and I were as friends, or you're like, oh girl, I'm having a cold, I'm not feeling well, right? So what am I going to tell you? Oh girl, take some vitamin C. Have some. I'm gonna give you all those natural remedies, the over-the-counter things. There are a lot of things you can do, right? And so we're gonna talk about some of these natural ways in our environment that we can support your healing. But if I'm on the phone with you and you are like hacking, you sound like you're hacking up a lung, and your face is sunken, and you look like depleted. I would be wrong to tell you as your friend to be like, girl, have some orange juice and go take a nap. And you look like you're about to go into a coma. Yeah, get you some ginger ale. What kind of friend would I be? My first response would be, hey, you need to go to the doctor. I want you to be okay. I want you to be safe. So when you're dealing with your kids or a friend or a loved one, know when you're dealing with a cold or something bigger. Because would that make you a bad person to be like, hey, I'm thinking we were praying together and we went for some walks and we tried some things, but right now I really think that maybe you should consider therapy because it seems like things are big. If it was pneumonia, you would, or you don't have the skills to assess whether it's bronchitis, pneumonia, COVID. So you would want them to get the help that they need. So the same way when you're dealing with those emotions, it's one thing to be like, I'm having a rough day. But when you're like, okay, I think that we've talked and we've tried all these other natural ways and environmental ways, and it seems to be heavier, then we look at other options.
That's good. I guess, That time has flown so quickly.
It did.
I do want to hear a bit about your book. Can you tell us, what your book is about?
Absolutely. It's called The Emerging Healer, Adding Insight and Impact to Your Mental Health Work. And it's for anyone who is seeking a deeper connection and wants to learn more about mental health experiences. It's a clinical guide, but also a memoir. It's kind of a self-help book, clinical guide, and a memoir all in one braid. So it's a good read for anyone who wants to learn a little bit more about mental health services, who wants to learn a little bit more about having deeper connections with other folks, and who wants to maybe dig a little deeper into their own story. It's really transparent, and so it's everywhere books are sold, Barnes and Noble, Amazon. It's an ebook, it's a physical book, and I'm really proud of it. It was a while ago. I've been trying to force myself to write the next one, but it's coming. It's coming.
What's the next one going to be about?
It's actually going to be about trauma. It's going to be about I want to do a clinical guide, but I also want to tell the story of my family experience, but also I have one client who has been a very big inspiration in my life and who has given me permission and actually encouraged me to share her story. And each aspect, there's some interwoven themes, but each aspect I want to look at it from a clinical lens. So kind of like the psychological, I won't say thriller because these are actual real lives and real stories and real experiences, and not to romanticize pain, but to understand, like you were saying, being able to understand the multi-layered dynamics between your mom and your grandma. I want to be able to look at the story from those layers of experience, pain, understanding.
Thank you so much. Well, I honestly think you need a podcast. I'm going to be on your back about that too, because there's so much value that you just offered, and so many people need to hear it that don't have the money for a therapist, but could benefit from here some strategies to get to a better place. So thank you so much for coming on my podcast and sharing. It's always a blessing for me anytime I get to spend some time with you. And thank you for sharing that with everyone. See, my cousin Taryn in the comments says she definitely needs a podcast.
So, thank you. And thank you for being you. I know you got to hop to your next person. Thank you for doing this. It is just, I can't wait to continue to see you shine. I will always celebrate you. I will always cheer for you. I will always support you in any capacity. I love you and keep shining.
I love you too. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to take this 1 more minute break. This is the last one. And we're back. I am super excited to bring our last guests to the front. I am super excited. Miss Angela Marcano and her husband, her son, Conrad. I reached out to her because I saw her on Facebook. We've been Facebook friends for a long time. I noticed her. She first caught my attention because she travels a lot. She's always all over the world, and I love it. Y'all know that I have a travel business, so that always catches my attention. But just seeing the relationship between her and her son, who is grown, and I'm like, wow, this is something people need to see and learn from and experience. Now, what I didn't know until now is that she was an educator too. educator, retired elementary school teacher, district administrator. She's an author. She and her husband have been married 42 years, and they have one child, her son, who is an airline pilot, and they have an amazing relationship. I'm super excited to bring Angela and Conrad to the front. Welcome to the Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast.
All right.
Thank you. Hi, Kalisha. Good afternoon. So nice to finally talk to you in person. We have been Facebook friends for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell the folks a little bit about you and I don't know, a little bit about your story.
Okay. Well, I was an only child, and my son is an only child. I got used to just being by myself, and I don't know, when we got married, we just thought, well, also careers and everything. We just thought that one child was enough. And when we had him, I'm just going to start out and be honest, he was a handful. I found out later on all boys are, they're kind of hyper and when they're young and run around and do things. I was a teacher for like 6 years, and then I started getting administrative positions that required more and more time. And Conrad was in daycare for a while, but then my mom came to live with us, so she was doing a lot of babysitting. So he spent time with my mom, and then his dad is from Trinidad, and when she would come and visit, which was often, she would take care of him. He had two cultures, actually several cultures that he was raised with, and grandparents, extended family. My dad is from Cuba, and he came over before Castro years ago, and he met my mom. They were both working in Harlem Hospital. My dad's a doctor, my mom's a nurse. So me growing up, it wasn't if I was going to college, it was where. From, a very young age, education was always stressed. I wouldn't say they were very, very strict, but they taught me right from wrong. We did go to church. Religion wasn't forced down my throat because both of them grew up Catholic. And they didn't like the way the nuns were very strict with them. So they didn't send me to a Catholic school, but grades K through 8, I was in a private school, and I begged them, please, for high school, I don't want to go to a private school. They sent me actually to a Seventh-day Adventist school. That was the private school. And it was very strict. But I learned a lot about the Bible, which was great. And that's lasted throughout my life. It was not Seventh-day Adventist. We just happened. Well, we lived in Compton. We were actually the first Black family on our block in Compton. Compton was all white when we moved in. This is like 1962. This is a long time ago. And as the neighborhood started to change and everything, they wanted to put me in private school, so I went to the Seventh-day Adventist school. And then we moved to Orange County later on, and I was one of 3 Black students in my class. There were 800 in my graduating class, 3,000 on campus. I think total there were maybe 6. Wow. So but this was 1977. I was class of 77, Los Alamitos High School. And it was a different time. It really was. Now that I look back, I would say I was a token. Back then, I just felt like, oh, well, I have so many friends and everybody likes me. Everybody knew me, of course. How could they not? And I was very active. I was in just about every club on campus and the drill team and all that. So when Conrad came along, and my mom always had me in activities. So there was no time to mess up. I had to have piano lessons, and on weekends I went to dance class. There was always something. In summer there were activities, and I kind of raised Conrad the same way when he came along. So I'm going to let him tell you about his experience growing up, and then we'll get into the questions that you have.
Good afternoon. I thank you for your time and invited me to come to just today for your podcast. So I was born 1985, only child, 40, had a big 4-0 last year. And yeah, you know, growing up with no siblings there's definitely benefits. There's definitely a lot of challenges as well. One of the benefits being, well, shoot, you're the center of attention. That can also be a challenge. And then not getting experience from your siblings or older siblings through just social interactions and how to do like social things. Kind of like my entire life, I pretty much was on my own. I had to figure it out. I had later in my life, I did have mentors, a lot of them in my fraternity later, but in my early years, I did not have, other than my parents, a lot of adult figures or people like close in age that I kind of had something to learn from, or like a older brother kind of experience. I didn't have that. So everything I did literally was on my own. I messed up, you know, as far as like relationships and everything was just like I didn't know. So it's like I was that kind of guy. But yeah, one thing, my dad worked for American. He's been working for American for 30 plus years. I got into aviation through him, just being associated, traveling a lot, meeting other pilots, being invited to the flight deck when I was like 5, and that stuck with me. So that was a passion I always had, and I worked hard to make it become a reality. There was times it wasn't that easy, and then even when I was an undergrad in college, I was like, okay, do I really want to go this way, or do I go to law school? Do I go to grad school, et cetera, et cetera? So I put a lot of sacrifice, and I'm a captain for American Airlines on an Airbus 321 fleet, and it's an honor. It's definitely, I thank God Almighty, but it's an honor in the sense of humility, because the leadership role, the professionalism, the performance, that's kind of one of our things that we put in as captains, and being able to have that responsibility, definitely it comes with a price. And you know, the passengers' lives are in my hands, and as far as keeping the tone with my crew members. So that's one thing that you know, I prepare for every trip. I go through all my manuals, go through I take my like a whole systems test and everything. I don't have to do that. Most guys don't do that. They usually study like that when they're going to a recurrent. Recurrent is like every year we have to go to recurrency training. I do that every week. That's just me. I hold myself to a high level because.
Where'd you learn that?
Because and
Grandpa.
my mother always was about excellence.
It wasn't me. Well, yeah.
Oh yes, my grandfather was a doctor, so he was all about excellence. So that has transferred to me as in my role now as an adult. So that's a little bit about, you know, my upbringing and, you know, a little introduction. So
yeah, I love that. And what you're showing me is that there's multiple layers of support there, multiple layers of excellence that led to you becoming who you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I remember you saying, Angela, when we were talking about this, you were saying you were the disciplinarian. How did you and your husband decide that you would take on that role?
Well, my husband being from Trinidad, I don't know if you've heard, but they have, or the men. I was always told when I got married, oh, you know, they have a temper, and they do. They might blow up, but then they're done. You know, so if Conrad would do something when he was young, my husband might have taken it to the extreme. You want to tell maybe one story? I remember once what did you do? Something with your stuffed animal or something, and he just took it and threw it. Your beloved stuffed animal.
I don't know what I did, but when I was young, I used to be really rough with my toys. So like my parents would buy me these really nice collectible either stuffed animals or collectible models, and I would play as a boy would play. I'll be really rough and I'll break it. And my dad had this particular stuff. There was like a Disney character, I can't remember, but he had to repair it several times. He just got one day like when I came to him, or when he saw like it was broken, like the nose is coming off the face or whatever, he just took it and chugged it like a football, like Peyton Manning, and threw it across. We were living at another apartment at the time, and he threw it across, and it went to like there was a U-Haul storage, like a U-Haul storage facility, and it went like, I mean, he threw it like
on the roof.
He threw a 60-yard pass, and it went on the roof of the other building. So, and it stayed there for years.
Yes.
Wow.
Chippendale. It was a Chippendale toy.
Chippendale. Yeah. And yeah, anyway, so yeah, because you would take his nose, the nose was hard, you would bang it on windows.
I was just rough. I was just a boy playing, you know.
And he told you several times. So anyway, because of his temper, he said, you handle it. You just whatever he does. So my background was in psychology. That's what I got my degree in. And I just didn't believe in spanking. My mom, being old school, she was from Buffalo, New York. I think her grandmother was involved. Her grandmother was from Richmond, Virginia. But anyway, she was old school. So she did spank me when I was young, but I wouldn't say it was a beating. It was if I did something wrong, it was usually talking back. Disrespecting, things like that. And she had what was called a red belt. It was a red belt and it was leather. And if I did something, she would just hit me on the legs. It was immediate, and then it was over. And like I'd be crying and like, oh, why did you do that? She said, I'm finished. I'm done with that. And you could tell she still loved you, but she had to teach you a lesson at that moment. Well, I didn't even want to do that. I think I might have tried that maybe when he was very young, 2 or 3, because I had read studies show that when it's not effective, that spanking isn't effective. Maybe when they are 2 or 3 and don't understand, you can't reason with them. A little hit, a slap on the leg, on the hand, that's basically all I did. So once he understood consequences, I was all about consequences. You understand, Conrad, if you do this, this is going to happen. You're going to lose a toy, lose a privilege. And then I also had a lot of positive reinforcement. He would get a toy at the end of the week. He could go pick out something in the store. I even had a calendar at one point, and I would put little dots on it. If he had a good day and got all 5 dots, he got something at the end of the week. We belonged to Disneyland. They had the annual pass. They weren't expensive back then. They really are now. And I would take him to Disneyland because we live 15 minutes away, in Orange County. So I'd pick him up on Friday after school, and we'd go to Disneyland, ride a few rides, and go home. It wasn't a long, big thing, but that was, and maybe he even got a toy on the way out. So that's how I reinforced positive behavior. And I remember once when you were 7, I don't know what he had done, but he had done something, maybe a bad report from school, who didn't stay in his seat. He had a lot of teachers that really weren't very tolerant. And I would get these reports, that he had a bad day. And I said, well, what was a bad day? Well, he wouldn't stay in his seat. Well, maybe he was a tactical learner. He didn't learn that way. Maybe he needed to get up and move around and learn with hands-on and not be given a lecture at 7 years old. Right. So, but that's another story. So yeah, it was probably a bad report or something. And I don't remember, it must have been really bad because I got in the car and drove all the way to Skid Row. And the Skid Row back then was one street or maybe 2. It wasn't like it is today. Right. Yeah. So I wanted to show him what would happen if he continued in this path, that behavior. If I said, this is what's going to happen. If you don't follow the rules, you don't listen to your teacher, you don't graduate from school, this is where you're going to end up. And when you saw that, how did that, because you remember that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I remember just seeing people living out of a tent and living on the street. And that was certainly it was definitely a warning. It was educational, put it that way. So
I think it was a cold night too, so there were fires and trash cans, and it was a pretty and that was shocking. Some people might not agree. Well, maybe I scared him or whatever, and some people might not agree with the buying of the toys. I've heard, well, that's bribing them, and that doesn't work. But it worked for him. It worked for us. You have to find a way that works for you and your child. But I definitely don't believe in beating. It seems like, and I'm just learning today, a lot of my friends were beaten for nothing. I mean, one man told me that his dad would just come home from work and he'd get a beating every night for nothing. He didn't even know what he had done. Wow. And Christmas Day, this was really shocking. We went over a friend's house and she told me that her ex-husband would wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning every night because when he grew up, his father would wake him up at 2 a.m. every night and beat him. And he had to take his clothes off. And I couldn't believe that. And she looked at me like I was crazy. She said, Angela, that's how it was. That's old school. I said, oh, I'm glad that I wasn't raised like that. And I know a lot of women that were also beaten for nothing. I think the parents were either taking out their anger and frustration living in racist America on their kids, or they didn't want. I remember one woman told me, if you don't beat him, the police will.
People say that all the time.
They do. I think we were on a plane.
Yeah.
and then I had some family members that said, just give me 1 week with him. Like if we went to a party or something, he acted up, and I wasn't going to send my child to this person for 1 week because I knew what he was going to do. And I didn't want to break that beautiful childhood spirit. He's got a sense of humor. He's creative. And I feel that when you beat them, you're beating all that out of them. 100%. And they don't have a mind of their own.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. And it's so good that you had that mindset, but also because you had that psychology background, so you had the data, like Shavana, who was just on, you had the data plus the emotion, right? You had the logic and the emotion at the same time that allowed you to really be balanced in how you viewed your child. And boys are busy. My grandson, I know he will climb on your head. The little girls are not as much like that. Usually those little boys will climb on your head and don't even care. My 3-year-old, if I'm sitting over my daughter's house, I'm sitting on the couch, he'll just climb across the top of the couch and not to where he's going. But I'm like, what are you even doing up there?
Right.
That's just how kids are. And they're still happy kids. I'm like, don't change that in them.
Yes.
You have the power as adults to either nourish that in kids or to beat it out of them, and even you see it so much more when boys are sensitive, and then they're like, oh, boys don't cry and stuff like that. And I hate that because I'm like, crying is just an emotion, just like anger is. And oftentimes anger is an acceptable emotion for boys, but crying is not. And I'm like, why are we like that? And we have to change the way we think and reprogram ourselves on that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, you went to USC?
I did.
Yeah, yes. I went to USC. Class of
2000. All right.
Yeah, I double majored in history and political science. But, and also my grandparents integrated the neighborhood I grew up in, right on 113th and Dinker. They were one of the first 3 Black families to move into that area, right by Southwest College in Washington. And so that's where I grew up.
Oh, because Black people couldn't cross Central Avenue at that time. So,
yeah. And they had a house over on Avalon first, and then they bought this one where I grew up. But yeah, that was that time period. And you do have people who will say stuff like, one of the things I was going to say is people will say stuff like, you got to have tough love. But most of the time it's the tough and they leave out the love. So I'm like, let's just stop using that because you're just being tough and you're not giving that love. So when folks would say, oh, let me have him for 1 week. So you can do what?
Right.
Absolutely not. And I'm so glad that you had the mindset to not give your son to them, which would have just changed his whole spirit.
It would have.
Yeah. Definitely. What advice would you have for today's parents? Because parenting has changed so much, some in good ways, some in bad ways. But for those parents that want to do well and have a great relationship with their kids when they're older, when they're grown, and have a choice to either be close with their parents or not, what are some things you would tell today's parents to help build that relationship?
Well, when I told my mom I was pregnant, I remember her saying, your life is going to change. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, you'll see. And then her friend told me, you're going to have to sacrifice. And I'm not sacrificing anything. And because we were traveling then, Anthony was working for American Airlines and, oh no, he wasn't, but we were still traveling then because I had the summer and Easter and Christmas off. And I said, he's going to have to fit into my schedule. I'm sorry. I'm taking him everywhere I go. He is going to fit into our schedule. And I see a lot of parents today, and now in retrospect, did I sacrifice? I might have changed some of the ways and things that I did, but I wouldn't say it was a sacrifice because I wanted him to be involved in our life. Me not having sisters or brothers, and my husband coming from Trinidad, not really having family here all the time. It was just the three of us. So we included him in everything. And I do see some parents today not wanting to maybe take kids with them on trips. What else? They're just not that involved in their kids' lives. If they can afford it, they might have a nanny raising them. If they can't, the kid is pawned off to, different family members for babysitting. And I just feel like they should be more engaged in their child's learning in everything. Let them talk to you about whatever they want to talk about. And then I'm going to ask him to tell you, was that his experience? Because I hope so. But anyway, I remember another one of my mom's friends saying, we took him to Europe when he was, I believe, 3. Well, why are you traveling with him? What? He's not going to remember anything. You're just wasting your time and wasting your money. And I said, oh no. I said, I'm not. And what he learned at 3 was Paris is far away. They have a lot of old buildings and people speak a different language. If it was just those 3 things, I'm fine. He didn't have to learn about the French Revolution or, art in the Louvre. I mean, that could be done later. And it was. Each time we went back, there was another layer added, another layer of learning. But he had that experience, and that little piece that he learned, was good for 3 years old. And I just feel like there's always a learning experience. When I picked him up from school, we're looking at stop signs and any sign, and I'm asking him to sound out the words. And I wasn't. Well, we didn't have phones back then. I wasn't always on my cell phone. And see, that's a problem today. Parents are on the cell phone. If the child's in a restaurant or somewhere and they want them to be quiet, they hand them a cell phone. They're online. They're on some device. We didn't have that. The only thing that we had was conversation. And I think that should come back. And instead of the spankings, consequences. If you do this, this is going to happen. And it could be my consequences or consequences in life. I remember once when I was principal, his principal called me and said that they were in an assembly and he had his Sony Walkman. They were Walkmans back then. He had it with him in the 90s in an assembly. And I think he was either handing it to another kid or playing with it. And she said, you're not supposed to have that. Give it to me. And I think you gave it to her, but then you went and snatched it back.
She took it from me and I took it back. Yeah.
Principal took it in front of everybody else at an assembly, and he took it back. So she called me and said, he's suspended. You need to come get him. I had to leave my school and go pick him up. And I said, oh, but you're not going home. He thought he was going to go home and watch TV. I said, what is his name? Roosevelt, my custodian, is starting his afternoon route because I couldn't go home until 4:30. And it was, who knows, 1:30 or something. I said, you're going to go with Roosevelt and you are going to do the job that he does. You're going to be a custodian for a day to see how it feels, because if you continue in this path, that's the only job you're going to be able to get. And I felt bad because it made Roosevelt look bad. And we did put gloves on him, but I think he learned something, and I'll let him tell you his perspective.
Yeah, it was eye-opening because I was now doing manual labor.
Oh, you're in middle school.
And middle school. And I never did manual labor before. I mean, other than cleaning up your room, but it was cleaning bathrooms, cleaning classrooms, after lunch, throwing away food. It was disgusting. And I'm like, this is not something that I want to do like every day. It felt like it was just a lot of work. I remember just being really tired, and because I was there for about 2-3 hours, and it's like, man, this is a lot of work. It was definitely a what do they call it? It was that Scared Straight program. It was a
Yeah.
show. Yeah, it was kind of like that. And I was like, okay, I'm good. Yeah.
And you had to write an apology letter
Yes.
to your principal, and
Yes.
yeah. And I don't think you ever had another discipline problem
No,
after
no,
that. No.
no.
That is amazing. I love what you said about being parents needing to be more engaged with their kids, because that is huge. That is so important. And we find time for everything that we want to do. We just have to find the time to spend with our kids in that way and take the trips and do the things. I remember my daughter is one of those who is like, they're not going to remember. I wanted to take my grandkids and go to do the Polar Express this last Christmas.
Oh.
And she was like, they're not going to remember because she said, I know they're not going to remember because you took me to Philly when I was 10 and I don't remember that. So I know they're not going to remember this. My oldest grandson is 6. And I'm like, but we'll have the pictures and I'll remember and I'll refreshen his memory. Like, it's okay.
Yes.
You know, but it is having those experiences. And I try to do that with my kids. And well, I did some of it with my kids. I took my kids to Mexico when my son turned 6. We just drove down for the day. I mean, my son turned 10. My daughter turned 10. I flew them to Philly and we took some other trips in between. And I didn't have a lot of money, but I was still able to do it. If you want to do it, you'll do it. You'll find the money.
You will do it.
Find the time.
Right.
And sometimes it's going to the park. It may not be going out of the country, especially not right now, but it may be just going to the park or going to the beach or going somewhere else.
Yes.
Going to a local hotel is still an experience for the kids. If you don't have a pool at home, go to a local hotel that does have a pool.
Yes.
And be able to do those things and spend that time. But you have to want to do that. Now, had you planned ahead to have him?
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely. Let's see. We married in 83, September of 83. And then we had him in 85. April of 85. So yeah, definitely. It was time. But I kind of always thought I just wanted one. And I had a C-section, so the birth wasn't that pleasant. It was a surprise. It was an emergency. So I kind of didn't want to go through that again either. So it was not wanting to go through that again. Also the career. And he was a handful. I said, I want to put all of my time, effort, and energy into this one child and to making one child the best he can be, as opposed to having more and having to spread out the love. And I know other people might see that differently and are able to juggle more than one and love them all. Again, that's just what worked for us. And, you know, and I know it's hard. We have a lot of distractions today, like we said, the devices and technology, but also people choose to go to the club, to, you know, just be involved in a lot of activities and put their kids with daycare and, you know, with people every day, all day, and even on weekends, because they say, well, it's my weekend. I deserve to have fun. I've worked all week, but your child really needs you. And they've worked hard during, you know, the week as well in school. And so I don't know, maybe it's cultural. Like I said, my dad's Cuban and husband's Trini. So in the Caribbean culture, family is really important, the multi-generational family. And so you just stay together on what you go to parties together, you do things together. And yes, I don't know, did we say, we didn't talk about fraternities and sororities, but I was very active in AKA. But when I had him, I took a 10-year absence because that was the most important job that I needed to do at that time. So, you know, there was always time to go back, and I'm back now. In fact, where's my shirt? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, today's MLK Day, and there's a parade and a lot of things going on. So anyway,
that's important. That is the sacrifice that you made.
In retrospect, I did sacrifice, but I wanted to. See, I always thought sacrifice was forced on you. You've got to do this, and it wasn't, because once you see that little baby, you know, you fall in love and you want to take care of them and just make them the best human being. And I guess also being a teacher, I took those those skills from the classroom home. So I'm always teaching him something and talking the vocabulary. And, like I said, driving down the street, there was never a moment, and I'm sure he got tired of it, and I'll let him speak, of him having to learn something. What do you think of this? Go ahead.
No. It was always, she's being a teacher. She's a natural teacher. So throughout travel or just throughout the day, even correcting me on how I speak or write or pointing something out was always like, it was always a curriculum growing up. So that was, you can't.
Yeah,
can't
but
help
that
it.
sounds bad.
Yeah. No, yeah,
Were there fun? What were
absolutely.
the lessons fun? I always made them hands-on. Yeah. Well, I mean, thank the Lord that Anthony worked for American Airlines. So when he had papers to write, we would go to that place and we would get the information. I remember the gold rush. We went up to Sacramento. He actually panned for gold. They still have gold up there. So we did that, and then he could write about that. And one of his teachers thought that he was making things up. I got called in when he was young. They said, "Oh, he really has a vivid memory. Are you sure he's okay? He said he went, to Spain this past summer." And I said, "Yeah, he did." This teacher didn't know us that well, and I said he did, and he was describing what he saw. So anyway,
Yeah. Now, was Conrad were you in predominantly white schools or multicultural school? What was your schooling like?
It's multicultural.
Multicultural.
Yeah.
Long Beach Unified School District.
Okay.
I did not put him in Los Alamitos. That's where I went, and it was okay for me. But I said, no, I don't want my child to go through that. It's different, for males. And then again, he had those little problems being very active, and I didn't want him to be treated a certain way. So since I worked in Long Beach Unified, at the time, I knew the principals, and I would pick the best schools. They allowed district employees to put their kid in whatever school they wanted to. So, and Long Beach Unified is very multicultural. It's a beautiful melting pot. Long Beach Poly, I don't know if you're aware, that's where he went to high school. And they just have just about every culture on campus, and they're all celebrated. So that was a really good place for him to be.
That's so good. So good. And I love that he got to get just that in-person learning, hands-on learning, that education that now when you're looking back on the quality of education, what you had at home definitely was a gift to be able to have that to go alongside what you're learning at school. Because some kids, when you have to just imagine it, it's hard to imagine without being able to see some of those things up front and experience them. And I remember when my first year's teaching, I was in Linwood Unified School District, and my student, out of 100 kindergartners, we had one Black kid, one white kid, and the rest were Latino. But when I taught 5th grade, my students had never been to the beach. They had never been like outside of Linwood, really.
I believe it.
And I took them on a trip
like that. Yeah.
I took them to the Getty Museum, and I mean, the kids were just going across the tracks. So we were maybe 10 minutes away from the school, and they were just like, wow. And then as we were on the train going up the hill, one of the students was like, thank you so much, teacher, for bringing us here. But you just saw the kids' eyes widen, and they got to learn so much more. And so to be able to have that is priceless. Those are priceless moments. And to be able to do it with family, it makes it even better.
It's really sad. I experienced that being a teacher. Kids had never been to the beach, never been to Disneyland, just in their own neighborhood. The parents were working 2 and 3 jobs.
Yeah.
They didn't have time. And now they've cut out a lot of those programs. So standardized testing, reading and math, no field trips. So it's really important that parents do those things. And again, you don't have to, I know Disneyland is $200 a day per person or some ridiculous amount. It doesn't have to be that, but you could take them to the beach and just, go on a little nature walk somewhere, pick up the flowers, ask them, the name of it, talk about it. Now you can just look on your phone and get the names. There's so much knowledge out there right at your fingertips. So learning experiences are really easy today. You don't have to be a teacher.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, were you allowed as a kid to spend the night over family's house or friends' houses as a kid?
It didn't happen that often. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up, like in certain areas, like because the problem is I'll get to know someone in the neighborhood and then they'll move. No, that was my problem for a while. So rarely, but yes, I did on occasion have that.
With who?
Corey, remember?
Corey.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Well, so there was only one person that I trusted, and that was how I was raised. There was only one, and it was like my mother's best friend. She knew the family. She knew, which is, I'll get to that in a minute. So she let me spend the night over that girlfriend's house. They were friends from church. She knew who they were, but nobody else. And my mother was very, I guess, again, this is old school, just very protective, very concerned about, being molested or whatever. So she was on top of things. She, really, if there was any strictness, that's where it was. Oh no, you're not going over there. No, I don't know those people. That
Yep.
kind of thing. But it's interesting, the one family that she let me spend the night over, this was one of the ladies that said, my mother was horrible. She beat me every day. And I'm like, oh my God, she seemed so nice, when I went over there. So you never know. You really don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
Yeah, and I was raised the same way. That's why I asked, because my grandmother didn't let me spend the night over anybody's house. And my best friend since third grade is from Trinidad. Her parents are from Trinidad. And so she would always have parties and stuff, but I always had to come home after the party. I'm coming home.
Yes. Yes.
And I mean, it was literally right around the corner. But even then, my grandma was like, she can come spend the night over here, but you can't go spend the night over there.
Oh, yes. Yes. I had people over, but I couldn't go over there.
Yep. And then I remember in elementary school, in sixth grade, we had a school field trip where we were supposed to go camping. To this day, I still haven't been camping before. But my grandma was like, absolutely not. And I was like, didn't my mom get to go on her camping trip? She said, absolutely not. And you're not going either. And so I didn't get to go. And
I did let him go on a fifth grade camping trip because it's such a wonderful experience. And again, I knew who the teachers were, the administrators, and how everything was run.
Yeah.
So that
but
was.
I think it's so much better to be more protective than less protective, because there are so many bad actors out there who will do bad things to kids.
Yes.
Boys and girls, and we're hearing about it all the time. And I have been way more protective of my daughter than my son. I just didn't expect things to happen to him, and nothing has, as far as I know. But there are people that will still take advantage of boys and girls, and you do have to be very protective.
You do, especially today.
Yeah.
Although it's been going on forever, but it just seems to be more prevalent.
It's being exposed today.
Yes,
Definitely a difference.
Yeah. The access is so much bigger. And so even back in the days, you might have cousins that had magazines and stuff, but they might have had one and they, that they stole from somebody or whatever. Now you have all the porn is on the phone. Everything is easily accessible.
Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. What advice would you have for parents that might be struggling with discipline today?
Conrad, do you want to answer that? Conrad was recently in a relationship and actually learned about the young lady had a daughter. She was 2.
Yeah,
when they broke up, she was 4. So he learned a lot about discipline and a little bit. So why don't you start?
Well, I mean, I wasn't one for 24 hours a day, but from my understanding, she would give a verbal warning, and she would threaten like she called it a pow pow, I guess, like whatever it is. But I mean, the girl would understand. She was smart enough, and she'll have her tantrums. Kids have their tantrums. She had the time. Now she was going to a private school, but the time she had a daycare or worker or daycare. Daycare person that she would go to. It's a private house, and this lady wrote. At the time she only had one kid, and it would be her and my ex's daughter. And then it came down to it where I guess that kid moved on and got older, and it was just the daughter. So like when she would be out in public. I mean, when we went to the LA County Fair, she was crying. She would call her, and then she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna call. I think Miss Hazel's her name. Miss Hazel. I'm gonna call Miss Hazel like that." And then she acted up.
Miss
she
Hazel
straightened
was
it up.
old school.
Yeah, old
Yeah,
school.
she didn't.
Yeah.
Play.
So but she didn't spank her in front of me. So I mean, she disciplined. How she disciplined.
She was a therapist too,
yeah,
so she used all of those therapy techniques. Yeah. So anyway, but so what advice would I give? I would say spend a lot of time with them, love them. They need to know that you love them and you want the best for them. Respect them. I didn't force Conrad into any career. I told him, follow your passion. We're there to support you. He didn't go the military route. Now that's when I actually put my foot down. I was pretty strict about that. He knew someone who was going to get him into the Air Force Reserve, but he would have had to go through basic training and be in the military and give them back, I don't know, 10 years before he could work in the airlines. I said, no, there's another way to do this. And most people aren't doing the military route anymore. 50-50. Okay, 50-50. Yeah. But you can pay to do it. And I'll say we sacrificed and we paid for his lessons.
No.
Because this was on. Okay, yes, he did. He worked at Disneyland and paid for some lessons. Actually, okay, this is something that people might want to know. So the flight lessons are very expensive. And he can just go once a week to get his hours. So I would pay 1 week. His dad would pay 1 week. His grandfather would pay 1 week. And Conrad paid 1 week. And that added up, who knows, to $1,000, maybe over $1,000. But we shared it. We shared the responsibility and got him through flight school to the point where he was a flight instructor and then he started making money. So, family's important. And I'm sorry, my dogs are really barking right now. I have 2 big German Shepherds, and when other dogs are walking, they bark. So they should stop in a minute. Just really spend a lot of time with them, respect them, hear what they want to do with their lives. Let them talk. I've also noticed parents, they tell the child to shut up and they want them to do whatever they want to do. They're very controlling. I don't see a child as someone that I own. I see him as someone, God gave to me to raise and send him out into the world to do whatever he wants, whatever his calling was, his purpose in life was. It's not my purpose. I was told when I was young to be a doctor. Oh, you got to be a doctor. You're going to follow in your father's footsteps. But, and he even took me to the hospital. I saw an autopsy. I saw surgeries. I knew I didn't want to do that at a young age. I tried. I got all the way to sophomore year, bio major. And I really found out then it wasn't for me, because when I got organic chemistry classes and physics, they were not for me. I was more artistic because my mom was taking me to ballets and, I was learning the piano and doing all of these artistic things. I found myself through that. I was not the science person. I was the artistic person. So find your child's let them find their passion and then nourish it. Conrad, I tried to put in piano lessons and dance and things, and it didn't work with him. He was more scientific. And now that's how he has to be that way with the plane, or it's going to crash.
Yeah. I love that. You said let kids find their passion.
Yes.
And that's important, because then if they are passionate about it, that's when they're going to put their all into it. In you all building you all's relationship, like how did you all get to foster this relationship? Or what repeatable things can parents do in order to build a strong relationship with their kids of any age, whether they're kids or adults?
Trust. I think trust is a big thing, and I believe that I was younger, I didn't really listen, or maybe I didn't really take things seriously, because you're at that age in middle school, high school. But um, she was consistently saying a lot of the advice, and my mom has always been a big portion of like advice and a go-to. So then when I started following it, it became true. And I realized for myself, so there's like, we gotta trust someone and understanding, be able to be open and receptive. So that's, yeah.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah, we felt like he didn't trust us. Like we would give him advice and then he'd still and it's not anything serious. It was like, well, even with your career. I remember his dad works for American Airlines. He knew some of the managers in the flight portion of the company. And he came home and told Conrad, "Oh, they're going to be hiring soon, like 5 years or something. All these pilots are going to retire. Keep doing what you're doing, and you'll be hired." But Conrad didn't listen. Conrad went and talked to somebody, one of his friends. His friend said, "Oh no, they're not hiring. You'll never get in there. You need to go over here. You need to do this." And there was that time that he would listen to other people, the kids. When we
Colleagues,
had
equals.
colleagues, and this is I just gave one example. It was relationship problem. I mean, and we'd tell him, and then he'd go out and find, "Oh wow, you were right," or he'd come back, "My frat brother said the same thing," or "Wow, mom, how'd you know that?" And we keep telling him, we have experience, we're older, and so maybe that's also something that young people raising kids should do. Have a mentor, go to an older person, a parent who's done it before. Nothing is new.
No.
You think that, kids think that they're doing something that has never been done before. It was being done decades ago.
Mhm.
And so there's always someone that's had that experience. I remember I took him to a baby shower. He was young when during those active years, and he stuck his finger in the cake. And I was mortified. I was ready to take him home. And the grandmother came over. She took me aside. She said, "Angela, I know what you're going through. Don't worry. It's okay." She said, "My son was the same way. They change as they get older." And I was so glad that someone, you're not alone. And so I would start turning down invitations. We weren't going places, but then I found out everybody was going through the same thing. So reach out to other parents, get advice. And if they're older and have been through it and have raised, kids that are doing well. They don't have to be doing well, but you know what I mean. They're not. Yeah, they're productive members of society. Listen to them. Find out their secrets. We can all learn from each other.
I love
Iron
that.
sharpens iron.
Yep,
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Now, what was the impact of having the grandparents in your lives? Because I only had one grandparent when I was born. That was my grandmother, and she was my everything. But she also raised me. So my relationship with her was more like a mom than a grandmother. But what was it like having your grandparents in your life?
I'm gonna let him answer.
Oh, it was very good. Growing up, my grandmother was, before she got older, she was living with us. So, she was kind of, if I wanted to get something I really wanted that my parents said no, or I wanted to get away with something, she was like kind of she was a good cop in the household, and the parents would be. So I had that. Margaret was my grandmother, my mom's side, my mom's mom was very nice in that sense. And she would take my side sometimes. And then sometimes, when my behavior was a certain way, she would agree. But it was unique. And then, of course, my grandfather, watching him into his senior years, even when I was in the airlines, he was still working very impressively well into his 80s. He worked for a pathologist for years and laboratories when my mom was young. And then he remarried a third time, a younger lady, and opened up a clinic in his 80s and was running like a laser spa, kind of like a beauty clinic. And we'll see him sometimes I'll spend some time up. They lived out in Riverside. He always lived out like out in that area. So I'll visit him. He would come home with his lab coat on, and sometimes visit him in his office. So it was very impressive to see someone working the longevity. I mean, he passed away at 95. He probably worked darn near to his 90s. So, but he was so busy, unfortunately, he always said one day, next time, because he was struggling.
Well, you didn't tell him what to do, what to fly with you.
Yeah, well, I'm not there yet. That's my point. He was struggling with his business, so he never had the time. So I would always invite him up, take him on a flight, him and his wife, but he never did it. But after he passed away, I had a very special flight last year. I didn't even bid for it, but I had a flight going. It was a Miami, Holguin, Cuba. It was a turns. I land, come back, and didn't plan it that way. And this happens to be his birth city in Cuba. This is where he was from. So I felt like his spirit was with me, and I did probably one of the best landings.
Wow.
I just greased it. Beautiful day, beautiful in the whole Cuban countryside, and it was just, you know, it's like I took him home. I felt like, you know, in a way. So it was nice having that experience. Yeah.
And then Joyce.
Yes,
Joyce. Okay, tell about your dad's mom.
Joyce was great too. She'll come.
You visited
Trinidad several years, and one time I had a little cousin. He was kind of closest to a brother I had, and he's an only child, and we're 4 years apart, so we're roughhousing it. And this is in the 90s, and I pushed him to a river. Like in Trinidad, there's like a little creek, a small creek. I mean, like knee high or whatever, nothing crazy. But we're wrestling, pushed him into the water, and he got out crying, and he went up to my grandmother and talked, you know, and she was consoling him, and sure enough, Joyce said she wanted to talk to me, and I slammed the door, and I didn't want to talk because I knew I was going to get a whooping, and I kind of even said no, I locked the door. She's like, open that door, and my cousin's name is Curry, and she's like, Curry, go outside and get the switch. There was like this plant, and literally he got that switch, and I opened the door, and bottom line, she tore me up pretty bad, and then the funny thing of it is, my dad comes home because my dad was visiting family. He was there. There's a lot of extended cousins he had, so he was out all day fixing, because he always had that mechanic fixing kind of skill. So he was fixing people's pumps and all this. So he came home, and it was Curry, my cousin, had like one of these little Tonka trucks, and he just picked up the truck and threw it at me across the room. So and then his dad, Curry, my cousin's dad, came home, and he found out that I pushed him in the river, so I got it from him. So after that, I couldn't sit down for a day, but I learned that, and I didn't act up again when I went and visited my cousins. So
yep.
Lesson learned.
Yes.
Yep.
So that was his experience with his grandmother on that side of the family.
Love that. You know, I went to Cuba in 2017, right when Trump first took office, and he was threatening to close the border and end our ability to go. I booked my ticket 3 hours before he made that official announcement.
Good.
And so they said that if you had purchased any part of your ticket before he made the official announcement, you could still go. And if you hadn't, you couldn't. And none of my friends had purchased their ticket, so I ended up going by myself. Now, that was my first, but not my last international solo trip. And it was at times a little scary being out there by myself in Cuba because it's a dictatorship. You just don't know what to expect. And I had taken a tour. Well, I rented a car and drove around too. But
I've not done that.
Yeah, and I usually don't. When I'm in foreign countries, I don't. And I had taken a taxi to my hotel, but then there was a rental car place in the parking lot where my hotel was. And I was like, let me mosey over here and see how much it costs to rent a car. So I rented the car. I had gone to this farm, and they were telling me that they were afraid of the police. Well, when they said that, then I became afraid of the police.
Yes.
But there was when one day I was driving down the street and I saw the police, and I had my phone. I was trying to take a picture of him, and he turned around, and I freaked out because I was like, oh my God, he's gonna see me driving with my phone up and take a picture of him. I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yes.
But it was okay. But I had such a beautiful time. The people were amazing.
Yes.
The fruit was so fresh. And one of the things I started this day today with the ultra processed foods, but in Cuba they were saying we don't use any chemicals on our food at all.
Yeah.
And the one guy I was talking to was saying his grandfather lived to be 94 years old because of that, because they had that fresh food.
Yes.
You would see mangoes on the side of the road this big, and they grew everything at this farm. They had like the potatoes, they had goats and chickens and cows, and they had the mangoes and avocados, and just really all of the food that they could possibly grow, they grew right there. And
Yes.
it was just so good to be able to see that. So, hearing that was home for your father, your grandfather, is so amazing,
Yes.
for me to imagine.
And
Um,
in Cuba, the reason why they don't have processed foods is because of that embargo from the United States.
everything's
So we can't send all of our, bad foods,
Yep.
ketchup, and all the horrible things. Everything they're eating is natural. And I would venture to bet if you were to test the kids, they would be very healthy and not have some of the problems that our kids have.
Yep. And the obesity and all of the stuff that we deal with.
Right.
Yep.
I don't see that there.
Yeah, childhood diabetes is all the things that are because of the food that we're eating.
Cancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And oh man, I love Trinidadian food. It's my favorite. Anytime I go, my best friend and her mom both live in Atlanta now. So anytime I go to Atlanta, I stay with them. And most of the time they'll cook for me. And I appreciate it. But what is anything that you all are working on that people should be aware of, or any plans you all have upcoming?
Well, we have a cruise.
We're going to Alaska. The family's going to go to Alaska for the first time.
What cruise line?
Royal Caribbean.
Royal Caribbean. We went on this timeshare presentation, and they gave us a cruise for listening. We upgraded, and so it's a whole week, and we have a nice stateroom, so it should be nice. And we're going in May, but I'm just enjoying my retirement. I am writing. I have one book that has been out for years, and I'm determined to finish the second one. African American Heiress was the name of the first book, and it's about a young lady whose great grandfather was a gold miner here in California. So she's a third generation Californian, and it's fiction, but based on historical fact. So money was passed down, and then there's some love thrown in there and some suspense. So that was my first book. The second book's going to be about a Cuban young lady. The family asked me to write about Afro-Cubans and their experiences. Oh, did you hear that? See, now we talked about, we have a good relationship, but we could go head to head. He just said, when you finish it up. He's been on me.
You need to finish it up.
You need to fit,
You have to.
I read the first 7 pages of it, first 7 chapters. I was on a vacation, and I was like, wow, this is really good. So you need to definitely
Yes.
You gotta finish it.
So and he's on me, just like I used to be on him to finish the book. So I will.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I definitely want to check out this book. And I love historical fiction. When I was teaching, I used to use historical fiction books, and I would read them aloud to the kids when they come in from recess and lunch. I'm like, okay, sit down, calm down. One of my 5th graders, they come in all drenched in sweat. I'm like, sit down, and I'm going to read aloud to you guys for 10 minutes before we get back into the rest of the lesson. Get people
I did the same thing. We have so much in common. And you said that, and I can smell the room when I know that after lunch. Yeah. And I would put the lights out. I'd read, and they loved it. They needed that transition period before they got back into learning.
And their reading scores went up because of that, because I would ask them questions and they loved it so much. They would go, I think Facebook just ended. No, it's okay.
Yeah, well, it's 5:00. Yeah.
Yep. So I didn't know that Facebook was gonna cut it at 8 hours, but I guess they just cut it on Facebook, but we're still live on YouTube. But thank you so much for this. It has been so helpful, and I'm so glad to have heard from both of you all from just another perspective. My goal with the whole Don't Screw Up Your Kids podcast is so that we can all learn from each other, some of our mistakes, some of our successes, and we can become better for the next generation. So thank you so much for spending the time to talk with me. And for sure, now that I know there's a book that needs to be finished, I'm going to be checking in with you about it.
Okay, good.
I know
Accountability.
you are going to love Alaska. I haven't been on Royal. I love cruising. It was, check the weather, but I went in June and it was like 70 something degrees the whole time.
Oh,
So I
good.
took this huge ski jacket thinking it was going to be cold. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just needed a windbreaker because in some places it did sprinkle, but when you go to Glacier Bay and by the glaciers, it's freezing cold there. A lot of
Okay.
people just had blankets on the top deck. I just went on my balcony and looked, and what they did is they pulled into the bay and they spinned around a few times so that you could see all of the glaciers from every angle, and I loved it. I went out on my balcony, took some pictures, and came back in, and came back out, took some pictures, and came back in. That was it.
Right.
It was freezing cold there, but the rest of the time when you get off the boat, it was warm and it was amazing.
Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
So
you,
hope you all
Kalisha.
have a great rest of your day. Yep.
We will.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much
Yeah,
for inviting us.
absolutely.
We've
And how
never
do-
been asked.
Right.
Oh,
to-
thank you.
We've never been asked to.
Now, how do people
share.
get your book?
Amazon.
Okay.
Amazon. Yes, African American Heiress is the name of the book.
Got it.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a
Right.
great rest of your day. Thank you
You
both
too.
of you for making the time to come.
You too.
Yes.
Happy
All
MLK
right.
Day.
Definitely.
Thank you. Happy
Okay.
MLK
Right.
Day to you all. Whew, it's been an amazing day. I am super excited that you all shared the day with me. For those of you who came in and out, hopefully I can end the Facebook. But thank you all for spending a chunk of your day with me. Hopefully this has been helpful. Thank you to all of you who kept putting the comments in the chat. I'm so excited. 8 hours of parenting. I love it. I love it so much. Share this. I'm going to break up each hour into individual ones because if you send somebody an 8 hour long video, I'm sure they're not watching it. But maybe they'll watch the 1 hour segments. But the full 8 hours will still be on YouTube so that you can always find that. But thank you so much for spending a part of your day with me. Again, I'm Kalisha Washington. I'm your parenting BFF, and my goal is to help us live a good life. Make sure that our kids live happy, healthy, and whole lives. And that comes from us being the best parents we can be. I will see you all. Have a great rest of your day.